We're in Spain, land of flamenco, fiestas and ferocious racing. And welcome, one and all, to the vibrant, sun-soaked jewel of the Mediterranean, Valencia. This city isn't just steeped in history, it roars with passion. It's got architecture that inspires, cuisine that captivates, and today, it's got karting that absolutely commands attention, because just outside the iconic city lies the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, year of opening 2014, event record set by Pedro Hilbrand of Spain in time qualifying of a 54.028. No one so far this weekend has gone any faster. But let's take a closer look at the circuit itself. 1,428 meters in total track length. It is 210 meters down that start-finish straight, 135 meters down the back straight in towards the likes of turns 15 and 16. It's around 9 meters wide, but no elevation out there. It is a flat circuit, 0.5 meters of elevation for the drivers this weekend. The track itself, though, spans 19 turns out there, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and that includes one hairpin out there at turn at number 11. Each and every one of those corners provides its own unique abilities, but a lot of those turns provide many overtaking opportunities. We see them down towards turn 1, turns 3, 6 and 7, 11, 12, 13, and those final chicane, 17, 18 and 19 out there. With all those turns, we do see some pretty high speeds here as well in the Premier KZ class. Drivers topping out at around 141 kilometers an hour into the braking zone down in towards turn number 1. They average around 94, and the second fastest spot will be into that top section of the circuit, 15 and 16 into the braking zone there, where they're topping out at around 135 kilometers an hour. And if you respect the local speed limits here in Spain, that is still 15 kilometers an hour faster than you'll be doing on the Autopista. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. We are ready to go racing for KZ, KZ2, and for the first time this year, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the junior classes. And Nicole, that is what is going to be coming up first things first today.
Absolutely is, and this is a category that really highlights the unknown talents within international karting, brings drivers from all over the world. It's qualifying heat A versus D, 9 laps for these drivers, 13 kilometres they have got to get through, and they're really in the deep end this weekend. For some of these drivers, it's a first showing out here in Europe, and it's going to be a good one. There on your screen, we have Luis Nunez, who put it on pole in qualifying yesterday, the 540 for Mexico. Pole position drive for him. Let's see what he had to say after he put it on the front row. After crossing the line in second, Luis Nunez has actually taken provisional pole in group and overall. Luis, pole, it must feel great.
Yeah, it's a very good result. I'm very happy, so excited for tomorrow starting pole, and let's see what we can do in the final.
And Luis, for your appearance around the Valencia circuit, what have you thought of it so far? You enjoy the track?
Yeah, it's very fast, very funny. It's a little bit difficult, but yeah, I like it a lot.
Well, it definitely looks like a good challenge for you drivers. Luis, congratulations, it's a pole for Mexico. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
And a very exciting pole position that was, because a little bit of drama came out on that one because, well, it was actually America on pole position. A very quick time, however, came in on the weighbridge, 300 grams under that minimum weight, and that unfortunately took that pole time away for the young American Gage Korn. But no fret for him. He is still in a very good position. There on your screen is Gonzalo Planta. He is the race director for the Academy. Someone let him loose with that position, but he's very well deserving of that one. He is on that gantry ready to watch all the racing ahead of this one. There on your screen is Neue Stazione. So there in Europe, but looking forward to seeing what the Lithuanian can do over the course of this weekend. A very talented young driver. And just to give an idea of who these drivers are, all these drivers have been selected by their local country ASNs, their federations of the motorsport in their relative countries, and they have been put forward to race on this international stage. So a lot of these drivers are somewhat unknown. Some of them are known in the world of European karting, and some of them may not be even going out for their race, because there is drama already for Neue Stazione, the man who I was just geeing up, supposed to be starting on the front row of the grid, His engine has not fired up. Now, crucially, you could see there on your screen, now it's just disappearing on the top right-hand corner of your screen, the white line. They did not pass over that. That is the crucial thing. Now, if they do push that kart over that white line, it's an instant disqualification from the qualifying heat, so they can't do that. They have to make sure the engine fires up and they push it before that line. So at least he's not done that. So that's something we can take from it. Right, drivers are heading out into the track then. Let's quickly go over then the starting lineup, as now you'll see No Estaciones, who is supposed to be starting on the front row of the grid, has to wait for the field to go around first before he can get that started up. And there you can see the field are actually heading down the back straight now, getting as much temperature as they can into those Lecon tyres down the back straight here. It's a long little back straight there. But already, Nicole, we've got drama at the start of this session. Well, they will head through. Let's quickly fire through that full starting lineup then, because it will be the likes of Luis Nunez on the front row of the grid for Mexico. No Estaciones, hopefully, will be joining alongside on that front row of the grid. Spain's Hernan Rodriguez will go from row number 2. They'll have Francis Miguel Machado alongside on row 2. Bautista Panetta of Argentina, Nicola Frigg of Switzerland go from row 3. They'll have Finlay Lyons of the United Kingdom and Thanos Zakos of Greece on row number 4. Maria Silva Laura of Portugal go from row 5. They'll have Bing Bang Schleindel of the Netherlands alongside, with Martin Omdal of Norway and Lucas Guerrero of Slovakia on row 6.
Going from row number 7, we have Filip Helenta of the Czech Republic alongside Jack Moore. From 8, for his 6th race in Europe, we have Iago Lumpun with Kaloyan Goyshev. And from 9, we have Dominic Setuan with Ensarth Vergetsen. Going from row number 10, for Latvia, we have Jack Collinson with Lozan Schreier Isa. And shortly behind on 11, we have Hungary's Dominic Tkac with Israel's Raz Dahan. Going from row number 12, we have Louis Cifre, who actually has a family heritage out here in Valencia, so watch him maybe have some home ground confidence alongside America's Gage Cohn, who did put it on pole but was disqualified within qualifying. Update on No Estaciones then, Anthony. He is not out within this race, but the drivers go under the gantry. Are we going racing? No, we're not. And there's drama at the back of the grid. That's the 328 and the 538 have caught each other and spun round. Will they be able to get the karts restarted? Of course, it's a false start, so they will have an opportunity to. But it's all going on within these early stages, Anthony. Like I just said, our driver that's supposed to be starting on the front row of the grid, No Estaciones, is out before it's even started. Yeah,
indeed. And those other 2 drivers as well, in the form of Indonesia, Dominic Setiawan, and India as well, with Ishak Vengadetson, who have both had dramas on that start-finish straight. He's had the one attempt to get that restarted as the driver of India, and it's not going to happen. His car gets dragged off the circuit and will not participate in this first race of the weekend as well. So plenty of dramas then in those early stages, and already losing, I think, 2 drivers from this. I think we did see the likes of Dominic Setiawan. Did he get going again? I think he did. So that, I think, is okay. So no dramas there. For the rest of the field then, this is just a case of, right, let's see what we can do. Some drivers now have dropped backwards. Let's just find out and see what happens then at this second half of this restart, as the field gets slowed down by Pasquale Lupoli there, who is the race director for the KZ categories here this weekend. As we head round the final corner into the tram lines, are we racing? Yes, we are. Lights are out. We are away and racing. It's a good start for the front row as they go 3 wide there in towards turn number 1. As you see, No Estaciones is in this race. The 510 did manage to get going, but it's currently down there now and around P5. He's not at the start, and there's been plenty of drama in the background. Multiple karts involved, including the likes of Lucas Guerrero of Slovakia in the 503. He is one of them out of this race. You've also got the likes of Mario Silva Laura of Portugal is out of the race. Felipe Paletta also out of the race. Roslyn Siria Isa also is out. Dominic Takash is out. And Gage Korn as well, also out. Slow Procedure was out for a moment, and I now believe the red flags are out. So the first race of the day already on a stoppage, and we would like to hope that all drivers are okay from that incident there at turn number 2. a very fast part of the circuit, of course. They exit out of turn number 1. Remember, they're going into the turn in the KZs at 141. In the juniors, it is a little bit slower, of course. They're down into around maybe the 110s, 120s, around that sort of area into the corner. But they carry a lot of speed through there, and a lot of momentum kind of goes through the drivers. So the field now are going to get stopped. Because that is the opening lap, that will be a full restart. And if you are familiar with rules and regs of what happens on these situations, usually there's a repair window that comes out for the drivers. So something tells me we might have a little bit of a wait here while marshals and medical crews head towards turn number 2 and 3. A shaky start then for the academy. It is understandable. It is an academy. A lot of these drivers are known in their countries. They've raced in national championships. For a lot of these drivers, it's their first time on an OTK product. For a lot of these drivers, it's the first time on an OKJ engine. So again, a lot to learn from this aspect of it as well. And a lot of them, it's their first time here at the Valencia circuit. Some of them have not even stepped out of their home countries. Absolutely,
Anthony. You know, these are really new surroundings for almost every driver out of there. Every driver has some kind of backstory, whether that's never racing in OKJ before, never using the OTK product, or never being out there on the Valencia circuit. I'd say everybody within the grid has got something unique that they have brought to this race weekend. And I think that has probably contributed to our shaky start. And like you said a moment ago, they carry quite high minimum speeds, do the OKJs, because of the way that they rev. So when you've got that many karts trying to get through such a tight corner, like the corner of turn number 2, it does create a little bit of chaos on those race starts, as we've just seen. We've got the clean-up operation going on out there, though, and like we said, really hope that all those drivers involved are okay.
Yeah, indeed. Well, marshals and medical crews on the scene. They're doing a brilliant job at turn number 2. You can't see that on your screens, but we can from our commentary position. There, though, on your screens is the mechanics. These guys now will have to get the green light to go onto the grid because, of course, all these karts now are a push start. They are not a button-controlled start. They have to be started up. You have to lift up the compression valve on these. You have to push them to get going. Drop that valve and away you go. It fires into life. And for some of those drivers, like you say, did struggle. For one driver, this does help him out a little bit. Of course, Noe Sessionis, who struggled. He did get to the front of his grid, though, so he had a relatively decent getaway. For other drivers, though, who had the dramas on the start-finish line, of course, you had India's hopes out there. Vengadesan, who will now get the chance of actually getting that kart sorted out. If it had any damage from that initial spin, it's all fine. That can actually be repaired because it is effectively, it's a full restart situation that we have here. If it was on lap 3 onwards or anything like that, it goes from there, which means it's not a full restart. We just stop, we keep the order the same, and then we wait for the incident to be cleared, and then away we go. Because that was done on the opening lap, it's a complete a redo. So basically, if all those drivers are involved in that incident as well, they will have a chance to get back on this grid as well.
Absolutely. It's good news for those drivers that were caught out at the start, but for the likes of Francis Mille Lemachard, who we just saw a moment ago, sat down on the track having a little bit of a relax, he's probably wishing that that didn't happen because he jumped right up the order before things had even kicked off with that retirement from Noe Sessionis, the DNS from him, because he couldn't get that kart started. So for that driver, he's probably actually wishing that that chaos didn't quite happen.
Yeah, indeed. Right, this is the replay of the start then. Initially, well, Noe Sessionis is out there. You can see him there in the 510. It was on the outside. There were 3 wide at the start. Usually when you're going 3 wide in towards turn 1 at the start of the race, it's never usually going to end well. But the front was absolutely fine. It's when you go to the mid-pack here, you see the rotation there of the 503 going around. So that, of course, is Lucas Guerrero, who was initially spun into the middle of the track and, of course, completely unsighted by the drivers behind. They had nowhere to go, and you see that's quite a significant impact there for the 552 of Roslan Seria Isa of Algeria, who I think hopefully is okay. I can see that he is up walking around, so that is good sights to see. But hopefully looking for a restart here with every single driver out there, Nicole. But certainly it is a shaky start, but thankfully for all drivers, if they can get it fixed and sorted out, they'll have the chance to get a restart in this.
Well, they've got the opportunity, and like you just said, it just looked like the rear of Lucas Konopka's kart was lifted as they were going through turn 2, and then it was just a domino effect for the drivers behind, who then went on to clip him, and it caused that issue.
Indeed. Well, we're going to take a short break, of course, while this repair window is open. Hopefully the first race will be out on track very, very soon. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the FIA Karting Academy Trophy junior classes very, very soon. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the first round of the MotoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships for KZ, KZ2, and the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the junior classes. If you are just joining us, we are in the middle of a red flag situation. We were on the opening lap to the first heat of the day. Unfortunately, an incident at the back of the field, seeing multiple karts involved in an incident, but all drivers have been brought back to a safe spot. There you can see the karts that were involved in those incidents are back in the repair area of the Parc Fermé pit lane area. Now they're being given a 15-minute window right now. They will not be able to, well, they'll have the chance to repair everything. All nose cones can get fixed, obviously making sure that your steering column's straight, your track rods aren't bent, your axle's not bent, everything's sorted out. They can't put new parts on, but they can repair anything that is on there just to make sure that it can operate safely during their qualifying heat. So that gives a breath of fresh air to a couple of drivers who may have had drama right at the start of it. There you can see the 509 of Mario Silva Loura of Portugal, Portugal's hopes, and you can see there no nose cone attached to the wagon there, and that took quite a significant knock on the start of that race at turn number 2 and 3 in those early stages, where multiple drivers were involved in a little bit of a pile-up there on the exit of turn 1, and can thankfully report that I think all drivers are okay from that one, but we'll keep our fingers crossed for any. For the rest of the field then, this moment now is just a case of, well, reflect a little bit on what's already happened, which in the grand scheme of things isn't that much, as you can see multiple delegates from the FIA looking to organise there. You can see Nigel Edwards, who's the Deputy Race Director here this weekend for the KZ classes, and in line and helping the likes of Gonzalo Planta, Race Director for the Academy Trophy in 2025, and he's having a good chat there. I'd certainly like to be a fly on the wall, because I think a lot is going to be happening over these next few moments. Just to give a recap then of some drivers who are going to benefit a little bit from this restart. You have to look to India as well. The driver of the 538 machine, Nishant Vengaresan, who unfortunately didn't get a great start off the line, did spin and did retire before the even start of the race. That was alongside with Dominic Setiawan of Indonesia, who also was involved in that moment. They have managed to get themselves going. There you can see Bautista Bonetto of Argentina, and you can see there that the nose cone is just getting put back into place. Now that is allowed to be done. Of course, in karting, nose cone penalties are a thing. If you go into the back of a driver, your nose cone drops, and then all of a sudden you can get a 5-second post-race time penalty. Because we're in this red flag situation and because it happened on the opening lap, it does mean that all of those can get sorted out. There is no drama with that. They can put those back into position, and then it's absolutely fine. It's like that first lap never even happened. So effectively, it's a full restart of qualifying heat A versus D, so no drama there. Sun is shining out there right now. It's a beautiful day, 21 degrees, dry conditions, blue sky as far as the eye can see. A stark difference to what we've had so far in 2025 with the FIA Karting Championships. If you cast your mind back to Portimao, of course, for the OKs and the OKJs, a deluge of rain, and this is a stark difference there. So there you've got the likes of Gonzalo Planta, Nigel Edwards in the middle, and Chris Lambret on the right-hand side of your screens. All of them working hard as much as they can, but right now smiling for the cameras, so good to see that. There you can also see Nicole Sutherland is down there on the grid. Hopefully we're going to get some word from some of the drivers as they're pulling back into slot is Lucas Konopka's kart of Slovakia. That is going back into position, which is good. Now he's starting this race on the 12th spot on the grid on row number 6 alongside Martin Omdal of Norway. Now you can see Norway's hopes and dreams in the 508 is still there. He has had no drama. He was not involved in that incident, but he will get a case ready for this one. Let's head down to the grid then, because I think Nicole Sutherland is ready. Nicole, who have you got for us?
Well, I have got with us Gonzalo Planta, who is your race director for the Academy drivers. Gonzalo, a bit of an incident out there on the track. Not what we wanted, but so far your impressions of the grid, what's it been like?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not the start we want for the first heat of the morning, but overall, yeah, we are happy. I mean, the week, the time qualifying and free practice went smoothly. Today, well, when we start, there was a spinner, so unfortunately, other driver got hit. He's okay. He's been taking care of our medics, so now we will resume like in 10 minutes more or less. So we will be happy to go racing again and without any other incidents, we hope.
And Gonzalo, we see this category return year after year. We have over 50 drivers for 2025. Tell me about the initiative and your opinions on it. Do you enjoy being the race director for this grid?
Yes, I mean, for me it's a great opportunity. It is after the FIA Motorsport Games last year, is the first championship I am a FIA race director. So I am quite young, as they are the youngest drivers we have in the FIA. So I am like very happy to be here, being the race director of all of them.
Well, great to hear from you, Gonzalo. We're now going to take a bit of a grid walk around, see if we can speak to some of our drivers. Of course, we've got that 10-minute window that they've been given the mechanics to repair those karts so they can get them back out on the circuit. But I can see all the drivers around. They're taking these 10 minutes just to relax, get themselves in the zone, but also have a bit of a chat amongst themselves. We'll see if we can talk to our driver who will be going off of pole, Louis. A bit of bad luck for some of the drivers in the grid so far, but the race start, are you feeling confident?
No, I was very bad in the start. I was in third in the first 2 corners, but we are going to start again P1.
And Louis, when you have to do the race restart, what goes through your head when you've got that second opportunity?
To be better in the start.
Well, we'll watch if you can do that, Louis. Good luck. We've also got a driver from France, Maël Lemachard, who's starting on the second row. Very briefly, it looked like he was going to be promoted to the front row when we did see that Noia Stasionis couldn't get off the grid. Noia did continue to go out. We'll speak to Maël about what happened when that went on and what he's thinking. Maël, you almost went off of the front row when Noia didn't get off of the grid. Actually, with the bad luck for other drivers, it almost did good things for you?
Yeah, it's a good thing because I exit the start for P2 and it's a red flag, but I restart the start and I focus for the race.
Amael, tell us a little bit about your driving experience so far. Is this an OKJ first for you, or have you competed in OKJ before?
OKJ, I don't know.
And back in France, you're a champion over there. When you've come over here, what have you thought of things so far? Are you enjoying being here?
I don't race in France, but I race in the other pays.
Well, great to hear from you, Maëlle, and good luck for this race. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see two drivers who compete with each other over in the UK. We've got Finlay Lyons and Jack Collinson, both here, though, competing for different countries. Jack will be competing for Latvia. See if we can go and speak to Finlay and interrupt the two drivers. Finlay, first race for you this year within OKJ. What have you thought of it so far? What's the kart like?
Yeah, the kart's really good. I really enjoy, especially the starts. Makes it just another 10 times better. Not for my mum, she always worries about it, but my mum's always worried about stuff on the kart.
But you don't go out there and worry at all?
Nah, I'm fine, just chill.
And tell me then, Finlay, how quickly have you actually got used to things? Because it might be a bit different from what you're used to over in the UK. What's the adapting been like?
Yeah, it's been a bit different. I've done a couple of test days in the tracks of the UK, like PFI, but I'm starting to get the hang of it now.
And the standard out there within practice, what's it been like? How fast do you think the other drivers actually are, and what do you expect their racecraft to be like?
It's really competitive out there. I've been like in and out the top 5 every session, to be fair. We'll see what the driving standards are like, but hopefully every country's chosen their best driver, well, theoretically, so hopefully they drive clean.
And your racing experience, you've got a lot of it. You've competed in various different championships, various different classes. But tell me, Finlay, what have you brought over from the UK to here, to Spain, to Valencia, that you think is going to get you up to the front?
I think racing in the UK is always a bit harder because the tracks are a bit like shorter in width. So it's harder to like race battle. But when it comes out here, the track's a bit wider, it's a bit easier. I think that's a bit of an advantage for me.
Well, great to hear from you, Finlay, and we'll see how you get on, and we'll see if that UK experience gets you up to the front order. See who else we've got round us then. We've got a driver from Norway, and we also have Lucas Guerrero starting from the 12th position for Slovakia. We'll speak to Lucas. Lucas, bit of a shaky start there for the grid. How are you feeling?
Good.
And Lucas, can you tell me, you were caught out a little bit during that, but are you feeling okay now?
Yeah.
Well, good to hear from you. If we take a look at Lucas's kart, you can actually see just the dirt on the tyres that have been picked up after that incident. So it's something to note for some of these drivers. They're always given different challenges, because now Lucas, like our driver of the 509 on the pole side, has got to go out and scrub off that dirt before they can really get that temperature in the tyres and really try and get a good race restart. We'll head back up then to the commentary box to hear some of the insights from what's been going on up there.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, I have got a couple of updates on this one. Of course, with this delay, it has pushed things back just a little bit in this morning phase. Now, luckily, we only had about 5 races in the morning before we went into a relatively early lunch break here at around 12:30 to around 1:45, I should say. Those, of course, have been pushed back now. So this race, hopefully due to start at 11:22, which by my reckoning is at around 3 or so minutes. Then everything behind has been pushed back. So the next race after that one starts hopefully at around 11:45. KZ out on track at 12:05. KZ2s for their 2 heats starting at 12:25 and 12:45. So, of course, a lot of work going on in the background. A big thank you to Ian Rogers from the timekeeping room here, as working very hard behind the scenes, as Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. So this is quite a tense moment for these drivers. Of course, they've already had one start. That start did not go their way. They've had that full restart. Everything's been sorted out. And now, hopefully, they can find themselves in a, position where they can get a good start off the line for all the drivers. And, they can hopefully go racing for a full race on this one. Never nice to start the first race of the day and it always coming to a grinding halt. But thankfully, great work from the teams here, from the FIA, working behind the scenes and on the scene as well on the track to get everything up and running. Nicole, you joined me back in the commentary box. Thankfully, because of a handy little extension cable, we've actually got working air conditioning in this box today. Yesterday we didn't. And what was it like out there on the grid? Is the sun, is it kind of heating up a little bit out there?
Absolutely is. These are probably the warmest conditions that we've had so far out of the days of testing and qualifying yesterday. It's really getting hot out there for these drivers. then I'd say the pressure is blistering as well out there for these drivers. They all want to prove exactly what they're made of, one of which is Luis Núñez, the 540, who's starting on that front row for the next race restart that these drivers are going to have. One more opportunity for them to really get it right. They can learn off of what went wrong previously in that race restart, learn off of those incidents and really push themselves going into their first heat of the day. Yeah,
certainly so. Well, there you can see everything just getting squared away and ready to go. We're moments away from getting the green flag, green light to send the field off for their next formation laps. Of course, I think that will get squeezed down to probably about one lap. They'll probably get it started off the line and then immediately go. Usually they would get an out lap, a formation lap, and then they would go. I think this one will literally be green flag, go warm the tyres up, head round to the start-finish line, and then away we go straight away. That is usually the case in this sort of situations, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case now. Yeah,
we'll find out very shortly, but something to note that I picked up on the grid walk and which I highlighted, there's a few drivers out there that have got some dirt on those tyres. So if it is the case that they only get that one rolling lap, those drivers are really going to have to hustle that rubber hard to get the dirt off of things and to be able to get that race restart with a full clean tyre. It was the likes of Mario Silvalora and Lucas Guerrero who are in that situation. So that's something to consider within this. How's that going to affect the mid-pack, the mid-rows within this race? Lap board is out then, so we will be going very shortly. And as you can see, these drivers and the mechanics are getting themselves primed and ready for that three-step process restarts. And Neue Estaciones, crucially, has got that other opportunity to get things started. That driver, he needs to not panic within this one. No, but one thing that is going to be a concern for a lot of these drivers is that these engines don't really like going at full race pace and then stopping and then trying to get restarted again. They don't really like it, and we've already seen that Neue Estaciones kart was a bit troublesome to get going last time around. This time around, however, it very slowly coughs into life, and it looks like the entirety of the field has got going, bar 3 missing drivers from the grid, and that will be the likes of Ishant Vengadesan, who's not out there, Roslyn Siria Isa, and Dominic Takash, who's not out there. But there's a look at your full grid. We'll go over again. Luis Núñez of Mexico and Neue Estaciones on the front row of the grid. They'll have Hernan Rodriguez and Miguel Machado on row number 2. Bautista Panetta and Nicola Frigg go from row number 3. They'll have Finley Lines and Thanos Sakos on row number 4. Maria Silva Lora will go from row 5. We'll have Bing Fang Schleindel for company alongside and inside that top 10. Martin Omdahl and Lucas Guerrero will round out row number 6. Going from 7, we have Philip Panetta alongside Jack Moore. On 8, we have Iago Lempin with Kajan Goshev. And from 9, we have Dominic Setuan with Ensak Vagastin. From row number 10, we have Jack Collinson with Roslyn Soraya Isa, but of course that driver is out. And shortly behind on 11, we have Dominic Takach with Raz Dahan of Israel. Rounding out your grid, then we have Lewis Sifri, who has got family heritage, as we have mentioned, alongside Gage Korn, who was disqualified after putting it on pole in qualifying yesterday. Yes, indeed. We'll start these races today and this weekend from the back of the grid, but he knows the pace is there. So keep an eye on that young American as he pushes his way through the field. Out of the final corner then, we wait for the lights procedure to start. We get the green lights, we are racing. It is a good start once more for the inside line. Better start for the second row. Miali Machado of France dives down the inside and is immediately fighting for the lead of this race as they exit through turn 2. Hold your breath as they enter into the pinch point of turn 3. This is where it usually goes wrong, and it has gone for some drivers, but they've only run wide on the exit of turn 3. As they exit now through into that infield section, it is a good start from the field, but crucially it is leading the way. It is Hernan Rodriguez of España who leads the way at the front of the field. Rodriguez then, stunning start from him to really catch out Luis Núñez. Luis Núñez almost got it wrong and went into the back bumper of the driver in front previously through turn number 2 and 3. We've said it time and time again, it's a pinch point for these drivers, but it is a slight 2-car breakaway out there at the front of the field. They'll head down the back straight then, 135 metres to think about things before they head into the final sector, which is crucial for these drivers. It's an opportunity for them to overtake Nothing going on just yet through that sector, but it's all getting a little bit busy at the front end of our grid. It's Rodriguez that leads. We've got a change for third position now. Nunez is in second, and it's Bautista Panetta with Maël Lemachard that are battling it out for that third. Lemachard, the driver from France, is your driver now who has broken into that top 3.
Well, no, he's broken down a little bit, yes, so he's having a good little run in this race. Some big movers throughout that field, some positive, some negative on that one. Gage Corn is one of them who's positive, is up into P16 now, 8 places gained for the young American who is on his chance through and his first time here at the Valencia circuit. For some drivers as well, Silva Loura of Portugal has dropped down 11 places at the start of that one, has dipped down to 20th. So some ups and downs on this one, but a nice breakaway there. Machard using all the track and more there on the exit of turn number 14 onto the back straight, trying to get involved in the fight. So as they exit out of that final chicane once more, we'll keep an eye on it. It is still Rodriguez from Nunez, then it is Lemachard from Panetta, Staciones from Line, Zahos from Van Schleidel, Frigg from Planeta, who rounds out the top 10 right now. But crucially, it is a nice breakaway for those top 3 as a lot of dirt get kicked up there by the Frenchman, who is pushing very hard now to close in to the likes of the 2 ahead, and so is Noe Staciones, who now sets the fastest lap of the race.
New opportunities, new surroundings and new rivals for all of these drivers, but it's definitely the same hunger that they would be driving with in their home countries. We have Konopka under investigation now. We've lost Norway's driver out there. He has parked it on the grass. Martin Ondel will not continue this race. It will be a DNF for him. Going back to the top 3 of your race then, Lemachard is in that second position now, and that has given Rodriguez a little bit of breathing room to move away as they head through turn number 17, 18, 19. The drivers at the front, you can tell by the way that they're driving, they're on more on the limit compared to the rest of the field, really pushing themselves, and that's why they run that rumble strip on the exit of turn number 19. Through sector 1, through turn number 1, using all of the road, using all of the rev out of that OKJ engine, through turn number 3 and 4. No curbs being taken by these drivers. They really don't want to unsettle those Esprit OTK karts. We have got a bit of a timing issue out there, but it is still Rodriguez that is your race leader. And Philippe Planeta now is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. He's taken that purple lap away from Neue Staciones. We've got a battle there going on for that second position. That rages on between Lemachard and Luis Nunez. Neue Staciones then your previous fastest driver in the grid, and the driver who had that drama at the start is in there within the tail of karts that are your top 4.
Yeah, indeed. Staciones has closed in now and is wanting redemption from the start of that race. Slots into 4th place, right in that slipstream of Luis Nunez as Lemachard goes defensive here. Nunez is going to look back down the inside at turn number 1. Not close enough and has to relinquish that spot, stays in 3rd place for the time being. But all these drivers are hungry for victory in this one. They all want to stand on that top spot at the end of the weekend. And a lot of these races, they are important. And now Staciones finds his way through. He's got the inside line of the exit out of turn number 8. But can he hold it through the likes of turns 9 and 10? The answer to that is yes, and that's a beautiful move from the Lithuanian, who steps up now into 3rd place on the recovery drive back to the front row.
That was confidence and bravery from Staciones. Really just kept his foot in the power and let the kart pull him around. And now you can see that kart is just dancing under him. He's really on the limit now, and he's like, he's really chasing down Lemachard, the driver from France, now to get himself further up the order. We've seen Neue Staciones in other top-level international competitions, and he's not a driver to hang around. Heading down towards turn number 1, then these drivers once again using all of the road, really hugging that white line to tighten things up as they meet the apex, and that really pings these karts through towards turn number 2, 3 and 4. It's still Rodriguez that's got that nice and comfortable race lead. He's just out there driving in his own air, really getting his head down and using everything that he can squeeze out of the LeConte tyres, really having a calm go of things within the late stages of this race. Has just under a half a second lead, and it is probably expected to extend because Neue Staciones is really hustling Lemachard now for that second position. The battle is going to rage on between these two as they head out and towards the 3rd sector.
Well, it's understandable that he's rushing him along, because look at that, Rodriguez is breaking away, 6/10 clear at the front, and Staciones is probably saying to Lemachard, either pick up the pace or let me get past, because I've already set fastest laps of this race and I know I could potentially catch him, but he's stuck behind the Frenchman at this moment. Nunes and Zahos are battling away. Greek's hopes are having a good run, as here's a replay into that final chicane. Gage Korn, he's already had dramas this weekend, and I think he's had a little bit more there for potentially cutting the circuit out of that final chicane. So he's already under the watchful eye of the officials once again. This weekend. The American's certainly not having a good start to his weekend. Felipe Planeta now is your fastest driver out there. Now, he's currently circulating in this race down in 10th place. Has got a gain of 3, so he's on the charge quite nicely. And we'll have to keep a close eye on that one. We are on lap number 7 of 9, Nicole. Race is slowly coming to a close here. And not only now are you seeing the likes of these drivers not catching up to Rodriguez, but Zahos now has got past Nunes. He has closed in. There's Staciones down the inside of that final chicane. He's finally got that move done, but it's too little too late, because look at the gap now. It's just under 2 seconds between them and the race leader up ahead. But it's brought the likes in of Zahos, Nunes, Finley Lyons, Van Schleidel, Frigg, Panetta. They are all in that fight, and they are all hungry to gain places.
Well, we said we're in the dying stages, but it's livening up like we just went over, Anthony. We've got a change now. That's Lemachard getting hustled by Zahos for that third position. So Zahos now jumps into that top 3 spot. That has allowed the likes of Neue Staciones to break away from the drivers behind. But it really was a train of karts livening up just previously. Has died down slightly as they head towards the end of the second sector. Look at these 2 drivers, though, on your screen as they head towards the back straight. That is the 2-4-0, really battling it out. Louis Nunes and and Lemachard. Lemachard really having to fight for things in the later stages. Looked so strong early on. He's just, kind of slowed things down in the last couple of laps.
We're on to the last lap of this race then, and there you can see from the graphics, Thanasakos of Greece is your biggest mover inside that top 10, a gain of 5 places. Currently circulating in P3 and looking to try and close in on Staciones, who is only right there just in front of him. You can see this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th on your screens right now. Hernan Rodriguez has broken away. Spain's hopes are good, but there is drama in the background. Off the track goes Nicola Frigg, and also the 524 as well of Bing van Schleindel. They were line astern in the race, and on the final lap, it's ended with a double retirement, and already both of them pointing the blame at each other. That is understandable, as down the inside is a change. Louis Nunes is back down the inside of the Frenchman and steps up inside that top 4, but the checker flag is waving for Spain's hopes and dreams in his home country. Hernan Rodriguez wins the first race of the weekend. Staciones finishes in 2nd. Zahos could not close in. He rounds out that top 3. Nunes holds on to P4 from Lemachard. In P5, Panetta finishes in P6 ahead of Finley Lyons. Jack Moore and Collinson, Yosef with a brilliant run in that one for the likes of the Bulgarian. Kaloyan Yosef pushing his way through the field nicely there with a big gain of 6 places. Jack Collinson with a 10-place gain as well, with Jack Moore's 6 places gained also. Gotta say, tentative start there, Nicole, with the first incident at the start of that race, but as soon as they found their rhythm, I've got a feeling Academy Junior in 2025 is going to be an exciting one.
Well, I think they wanted to show us what they're made of, and they absolutely did that, took that opportunity and ran with it. Like we said, it's Spain's hopes of Rodriguez that really ran with it within the race. 2-second lead. Then Staciones, Thanos Zahos, Louis Nunes and Lemachard that round out your top 5. From Bautista Panetta, Finley Lyons, Jack Moore, Jack Collinson and Guyashev, who are your top 10. We had 6 retirements within that one, Anthony. Really bad luck for the drivers out there. 3 of those include Bing van Schleidel, Nicola Frigg and Martin Ondal. As
well as the non-starters as well from that one. Unfortunately, India's Ishant Venkatesan not out there. Roslan Siria Isa also not out there, and Dominic Takash also not taking part of that one. Those 3 drivers unable to get the wagons repaired, and unfortunately they did not start their first race of the day. However, for Spain, in Spain, it is Hernan Rodriguez who will be starting it on a very high note, you can imagine. and delivering a strong result there. Not only taking the win, but clear by 2.5 seconds. Here's how it all unfolded then. It was a brilliant start for the second row of the grid. Like you say, Hernan Rodriguez and Famila Machad. You can see Machad, who managed to squeak his way into the middle of the two at the front. He would later drop down to around P5. He would fight his way back through, and he would be fighting up in that top section. It was straight away at the front, though. Hernan Rodriguez, no real drama for him, nailed the start right at the beginning.
Noya Stacionis just looked like he didn't react to things quick enough and got caught out on that outside line, dropped back, but did later end up getting himself back into that P2. Gage Korn got it all wrong on the final corner and had to cut the track. He didn't make up those positions that he would have wanted. We lost Norway as part of that race then. He had to park it after a few laps. Martin Omdahl then down by 10 positions within the entirety of the race to actually finish in 21st. We had battles raging on between our drivers in the top 5, the likes of Mil Machad, Louis Nunez and Thanos Zahos, who was your biggest mover within the top 10.
Yeah, no, Stacionis, though, was certainly the driver to keep an eye on. Not afraid to go for a move down the inside. However, sometimes it didn't play out for him. This was that change, though, initially, but you could already see from his nose cone there looking a little bit flappy. Potentially some post-race penalties heading for some of these drivers in the form of a 5-second nose cone penalty at the end of it. We'll have to wait for the full classifications for that one, and you yourself at home can keep an eye on that, as many more dramas happened over the course of that race. And of course for Bing van Schneider and for Nicola Frigg, both of them having dramas right at the end of that one. But like we say, you can keep up to date with all the action this weekend. You can head to the FIA Karting webpage and you can keep an eye on all of those results as and when they come out, and you can keep an eye on the live timing as well, because all those updates will be checked out there. Like we're saying, there has been updates to the timetable. This has all been pushed back just a little bit. The next race is due to start at around 11:45, which is in around 10 minutes time for the next race, and that gives us a lot of time to clear the track and get ourselves prepared for that race. But here's a look at your timetable then. This has been updated since the initial one. The next qualifying heat due to come out at 11:45 for their 9-lap race. Then we head into the KZ category, the Premier class this weekend and this season for their first heat for the KZ category. Then we go into KZ2s for their 2 qualifying heats. Then we go into a sizable break for around about an hour. And then we go into the second half of the day, where we're back out for the Academy Juniors' second and last qualifying heat of the day. Then we go into KZ, KZ2, and then we take another short break, and then it is KZ and KZ2 before Sundays and finals days. We are going to take a short break then. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the second race for the Academy Trophy very, very soon. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the MotoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Academy Junior qualifying Heat B versus C is the next one to head out onto the circuit. We have already witnessed a very dramatic opening race for the Academy Juniors, but the groups A and D are done and dusted, and I have had reports that it has been a green light to go racing once more for Algeria's Rosalind Seria Isa, who was involved in that incident earlier on. He has been cleared by the medical teams and he is fit to go racing again later on today. That is fantastic news. But there you can see on your screen is the next race that is heading out onto the circuit. And there you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, you've got Ecuador's hopes and dreams in this one, Julian Rivera, who had a little bit of drama this morning. I was down in the holding bay area, the servicing park, before they head out onto the pre-grid. There was drama in that morning warm-up. A new engine had to be fitted. He had a sea of Vortex mechanics all around him. There was about 4 or 5 of them that did a full engine swap on his wagon before he went out. But he had a brilliant run in qualifying, and here's what he had to say after that qualifying session.
Julian Rivera, it's polling group and the first pole of the year for the FIA OK Junior Academy. You must feel great.
Yes, it's a very good track, a very good everything, and I do the pole. I am happy.
And Julian, tell me about the lap. When you were out there, what was the circuit like? How did you know that you got the lap perfect?
Oh, the lap start so, but finish very good. I know them because I do like a time that I never do in the old week, and I am happy to that.
And to be here in Valencia representing Ecuador, it must feel great. But can you tell me about what it was like when you got selected to represent your country?
When I was selected to represent my country, I was happy because nobody has that opportunity to represent his country, and I'm going to do good. But I think that we need to do more work to be in the podium and represent good my flag and my country.
Well, congratulations, and you've already done great things for your country, for your flag. Good luck for racing, Julian.
Thank you so much.
So before we head off for our second group of juniors, let's have a quick interview with one of the drivers that's starting on the front end, which is Chiva Yerkan. Chiva, it was a busy race for our first group of juniors. You're in our second and you're starting right at the sharp end of the field. What have you learned from the first group that you're going to use in this race?
Well, the drivers in the back are pretty aggressive, but also the drivers in front are calm and they race carefully, and yeah, I think it's going to be a clean race in front. But also, I hope that the drivers in the back don't crash.
And Chiva, tell us a little bit about the competition so far. What have you thought of the kart? What have you thought of practice and the drivers around you?
Well, the drivers are very good, that's for sure. In the practices we tried a lot, so we found a good settings for the chassis and everything, and now let's see for the heats.
Well, let's hope it worked for you, Chiva. Great to hear from you. We'll head back up then into the box because the 3-minute board is about to be shown to these drivers, and we're going to be heading off very shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, who is certainly earning her pennies this weekend, running up and down from the commentary box. Of course, many of these little morning delays, hopefully these will square themselves away for the second half of the day. Yeah, you can imagine just a bit of a shaky start this morning. There you can see the grandstand here at the Lucas Guerrero circuit in Spain, filling up there nicely with everyone waiting to watch the next upcoming race, of course, which will be the Academy Trophy. And, of course, after that one, the Premier class this weekend will be the likes of the KZ grid heading out onto the track. There on your screens, great to see Jesper Karlsson, freshly appointed this season as the FIA Karting Championship coordinator for this 2025 season. Looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table, to the world of karting in 2025. Of course, he is joined by the likes of Jacob as well, who's new the karting manager. There, though, on your screens is Oivan Rentarata of Finland, who is starting this one on the second row of the grid. We've just witnessed a driver from the second row of the grid take the race win in the first race. Could that be a similar story in this one? Or will Ecuador's Julian Rivera on that brand new engine that was fitted this morning, which is not a brand new one, fresh out of the box. It was obviously a used engine that's been put onto this one as a replacement, but still a very strong start for him so far this weekend. Erik Paulsson as well of Sweden joining alongside on that second row of the grid is one to keep an eye on. The Swedish driver certainly has delivered some good results over the course of this career. Now, the yellow light is flashing down there on the pre-grid, indicating we've got around 30 or so seconds before the whistle blows, the green light flashes, and those engines get fired up. We saw troubles in the first race of getting those karts off the line initially. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it's all good this time around. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the box. I'm amazed you're not out of breath, Nicole. You've been running up and down all day.
No, well, we're partway through the season now, so I've had some practice in there. So so nice and used to it now.
Used to it, used to running up and down, doing all the things we need. Right then, engines do fire up, field makes its way out onto the circuit, and crucially from that view, it looks like everyone actually had a really good getaway there. I'm just going to eke out the commentary box window a little bit here to kind of see if we got some drivers there, but we'll go over that later on because we've got the grid in front of us here. Julian Rivera of Ecuador will start this one on pole position. He'll have Tudor Jerkin of Romania starting alongside him. Oiva Venturata of Finland and Erik Paulsson of Sweden go from row 2. They'll have Nassar Nas of Bahrain and Emilia Berndt of Germany on row number 3. Tomasz Czekaraski of Poland and Nick Bretzel of Slovenia go from row 4. They'll have Emma Rose Dowling of South Africa, who is one of the young female drivers representing the FIA women in motorsport in 2025. We'll have Rafael Bussato alongside of Brazil, Edouard Godefroy of Belgium, and Mark Reistrup of Denmark will round out the first half of the field.
On the second part of your grid, we have Hamish Campbell for Australia alongside Daniel Abella, who was selected by his ASN after national wins. Going from row number 8, we have Erin Unludian with Suzuki Maeda, and from 9 we have Ukraine's Zakari Slipchenko alongside Geronimo Corral. From 10 we have Clelia Stodu from Italy and Samvel Hamvardzayan, and from 11 we have Paul Becker with Sihan Zhang. Rounding out your grid then of 24 karts for the second group of OKJ Academy drivers, we have Facundo Hernandez of Chile and Jaja Kaknidze from Georgia.
Indeed, packed grid of drivers in this one, and crucial to see how this is going to get going. Of course, we had a really shaky start for the first race in the Academy. They will have seen that and have probably had a friendly chat between themselves and gone, yeah, let's not repeat that in this one. Let's have a good race, and best of luck, everyone. And, of course, speaking to Tudor Jerkin there initially at the start of that race, he was kind of saying a similar story. You know, we're calm at the front. They're a little bit feisty at the back, but, you know, hopefully everyone gets squared away and they all find a piece of track to themselves. It is a tricky starting lap here at the Valencia circuit. Turn 1 is so inviting to try and carry the speed around the outside, but you have to remember that the runoff area here is not grass, it's dust. It's dusty, it's dirty, you don't want to be on it. And with that, if you have drivers run off, they kick that dust onto the circuit, which means if you're not on the racing line, it's very, very slippery, and you've got to be so careful there. And as well, if you're on the outside going through turn 1, you then find yourself on the inside into the next couple of corners when you come round of the kink of turn 2. It's very, very sharp. A lot of drivers run off there. But let's see what happens as we enter the tram lines. Lights are green. We are racing. It is a good start for the field. It's a good start for Emilio Berndt. It's immediately breaking out of the tram lines and it's trying to go down the inside, but it's not worked out for him and he stays in position. But crucially at the front of the field, it is a brilliant getaway there for Julian Rivera. He has streamed away into the lead of this one with no real dramas. Some dust gets kicked up at the background, but crucially, Nicole, it is a solid start for the entire field.
Oiva Venturan then just skipping the second part of turn number 3 and 4, really went over the curb, back on the road though, and he continues to circulate. You just said it, Anthony, it's really inviting for some drivers to try and hang it round the outside at turn number 1, and we did see Tudor Jerkin, a driver that we spoke to on the grid walk and who started on that front row of the field, field attempt it, and that has lost him a smattering of positions. He's sat there now in about 5th position, so trying to do that really didn't work for him. More dust being flicked up by the back end of our grid, really using the road, and some drivers getting it wrong and pulled off onto those rumble strips, getting themselves into the dust. Let's take you through your top 5 then. It's Julian Rivera, your pole setter, that continues to lead the way. Nas Nassar, driver who's had podiums out in Bahrain, a national success over in Bahrain, is up by 3 positions into 2nd. Eric Poulsen is sat there in 3rd. Oyvind Voiteren in 4th, and Tomas Chikaraski now in 5th position.
Yeah, indeed, some good moves there, but for one driver, it's not been the start he wanted from the front row of the grid. Tuda Jurkin has dropped down 11 places in towards P13, so he's not had the start he would have wanted. There is a look at your intermediate classification. Of course, 50 intermediate classification points being awarded to a driver for a qualifying heat win. That'll be the case for all 3 of those. That will determine the grid for their racing for the final later on, and of course that will determine where they will start for that race. No superheat for the Academy. They will have the 3 races and then straight into a final at the end of the weekend. So they've only got 2 races here today. They'll have a long break until their 3rd race tomorrow, but it is Rivera who is leading the way. Poulsen's still there in 2nd place from Nas. Venturata is still there in P4 from Chikaraski, like you were saying, in P5. Emilio Byrne still holding strong in P6 from Emma Rose Dowling. Edouard Godefroy from Bassato, who rounds out the top 11, but it's all kicking off here now because tumbling down the order a little bit there. It's not gone too well at all for the driver of Nassar Nas. The 541 has lost out to Byrne, and Godefroy now finds himself in a close fight with the likes of Bretzel, who has just gone with the fastest lap of the race and is currently inside that top 10.
Veterata really trying to attempt some ambitious overtakes, and now we've got a spill. That is the 501, really
Edouard
getting
Godefroy.
it wrong. So Godefroy, the driver who is being led by Thies Canard on the tools this weekend, gets it wrong through the tight left-hander. Rear end goes out and clips other karts around there. Like we said earlier on, Anthony, it's not within the 1st lap, so that driver is out. That is drama for Edouard Godefroy. Will not continue this race.
Yeah.
Battle rages on though between Eric Poulsen and Oyvind Voiteren for that 2nd position, and battle between the 2-4-1 and the 2-3-5. That is for the 5th position between Nassar Nas and Nick Bretzel, battling away. War rages on between those 2 drivers.
Yeah, indeed. Bretzel now getting up into 5th place as Poulsen sets the fastest lap of the race. So keeping a close eye on this one. The other driver who did lose out to that one was Germany's Emilio Byrne. He was the driver who was on the outside line there trying to go round the incident, unfortunately, but Edouard Godefroy, he kind of just drove backwards a little bit. The cut reversed backwards, unfortunately clipping that rear wheel of Emilio Byrne's car. So they both dropped down the order, but Byrne still in this race. Eyes on this one though. Now the likes of Julian Rivera is in the lead of this race, but he's only cleared by about half a second. Poulsen still in close proximity. However, it's the group behind that we will keep a close eye on, because there you can see Venturata and Chikaraski, and it's Chikaraski is going to look down the inside. Poland down into 3rd place. It's a beautiful move, and Finland will have to settle for a P4 right now, but we only are on lap number 5 of 9. There is plenty of time for a retaliatory move here. This was the moment for Edouard Godefroy. What happened here? He got a little bit tangled up. Well, that's actually a locking up under the braking, and there was Emilio Byrne, who was the innocent party involved there. And you can just see as he's on the brakes, it just locks up. He spins the back end round, unfortunately goes straight into Emilio Byrne. Both of them struggling there, and you can instantly see the frustration there of the mistake into the braking zone there at turn 11. So easily done there, Nicole, though. It is a very tight corner. It's one of, I think, the heaviest braking zones out there on circuit. In the KZ category, they're dropping 3 gears down into that corner. It's the biggest dropping gear. Actually, it's spell a lie. It's 4 gears they drop down for that corner, so it's the biggest braking zone out there. For these drivers here, though, no gears to deal with, but just the case of those accelerating and braking, and right now they are doing a superb job of that at the front. Julian Rivera breaking away, still holding a half a second lead.
Julian Rivera, this weekend was going to be a baptism of fire for all these Academy drivers out there, but so far he's absolutely kept his cool. Has got to worry about Eric Poulsen shortly behind him by 4/10 though, because Poulsen is slightly faster. He is faster by just over half a tenth, so is definitely on the chase. Poulsen then, the young driver out there for Sweden, very experienced motorsport family. They have a rally background. Drama then, there's drama for the 5-4-1, and these two drivers have a lot to say to each other.
Nassar Nass and Rafael Bassato. This is Bahrain and Brazil. Having words there, and there's a smattering of more drivers involved in an incident at turn number 11. There's a multitude of carts that I can see out of my commentary box window. They have piled in towards turn 11, so we will keep an eye on that one. It is still fixated down to local yellows, but we have lost a smattering of drivers in this lap. I think Facundo Hernandez is one, Daniela Alba and Xian Zheng of China also are involved in an incident out there, and well, great work from the marshalling team. They have cleared the track and the yellow flags have cleared, and this might give us an insight as to what has happened down there. But there you can see on the exit, so that is the moment that we've lost Nassar Nass and Rafael Bassato. Those two tangling there instantly, both of them saying, hey, that was your fault. No, that was your fault. Well, they'll have to go to the stewards, but hopefully they've kept it civil out there. It looks like they have, but clearly very, very frustrated at each other.
Absolutely, and when these drivers feel like they've got so much on the line when they're representing their countries, expect things like that to happen, conversations like that to happen. We've got more drivers communicating with each other at the marshal post. I think you can actually...
They play rock, paper, scissors.
Are they?
They were playing rock, paper, scissors there. I think, right, whose fault was that? Was that your fault? I don't know. Let's do rock, paper, scissors over it. So,
they'll flip a coin in a minute.
Yeah, we'll flip a coin next time. There you go. Brilliant stuff. Eyes on this, though, because it's still heating up. There you can see Paulson's holding that gap at 0.4 of a second. He's not closing in at a rapid rate, but he's not dropping back. If anything, he's becoming a little bit more of a thorn in the side of Julian Rivera in the lead there.
Paulson then comes from a rally background. His father, uncle, grandfather all raced in various rallies. His uncle, Christian Paulson, very successful in FIA Motorsport, has won various different endurance racing, and he's using that rally experience that he's even got. He's been out there in rally cars to really control the slide that some of these drivers experience in the OKJ category, where you're carrying so much minimum speed through the likes of turn number 1. This is where you see some of it. They go into there so fast. It's such a long straight, 210 meters, and then when you're pulling that kind of G's around the corner, you've really got to control things on the tyre. Final stages of this race, though, because it is your final lap, and still Julian Rivera continuing to keep calm, continuing to attack each corner and get it absolutely right. Still leads by 0.4 of a second. Fastest driver out there is Emiliano Bernd, but he is down there in 7th position behind Judah Jurken. Focus on your current race leader, who's actually just gone fastest in Sector 2. So in the dying stages of this race, these drivers are still pushing just as hard as they were in the early. Driver, though, Julian Rivera, will head out of turn number 17, 18 and 19. We'll see the checkered flag to take that race win. Absolute success from the driver from Ecuador. Race winner, spotless, absolutely fantastic win for him.
Yeah, indeed. He'll be delighted with that one then. Paulson finishing a very close second from Czecharaski with a great gain of 4 places for Poland. Wojciech Venturata dropping to P4, but still inside the top 5. Nick Bretzel as well. 3 places gained for the Slovenian and finishes inside that top 5. Judah Jurken from Emilia Bernd. Hamish Campbell from Mark Reistrup. Rounding out the top 9, Emma Rose Dowling dropping 1 place, but staying inside that top 10. A very strong start then for the likes of Groups B versus C. They will make their way back to Parc Ferme now, calm everything down, get everything ready for their second round of qualifying heats. That'll be coming up later on today. Make sure you stay tuned for that one, because some exciting racing is coming up next. There is a look at your full classification at the end of that one. Julian Rivera and Eric Paulson 1-2 out on track. Brilliant race for them. The top 10 we have gone over. 11th place sees Sakari Slipchenko finishing in P11. 6 places gained for the Ukrainian. Japan's Suzuki Maeda finishing in 12th place. 4 places gained from Erin Ugladan as well. They're in 13th place. 2 places gained. Biggest mover out there, though, you have to say, will go to the driver from Georgia, Zaza Kikanadze. It's 8th place gain to finish right up there in the sharp end of the field. But Nicole, a lengthy clean-up operation, I can imagine now, is underway for a lot of those drivers out there. But it's a strong start for Ecuador once again. Julian Rivera joins the like of Hernan Rodriguez, leading that intermediate classification, both of them on 50 points.
Rivera then said earlier on this weekend it was his favourite track, and he definitely showed it out there by the way that he drove, because he absolutely showed, you know, if you enjoy it, you're fast, and you can see that as he heads through turn number 1 as your race leader. Lights to flag, absolutely fantastic by that driver. We almost had a little bit of drama through the pinch point of 2 and 3 for Tudor Jurgen. He dropped down from 2nd position to 11th on the early stages. We had it all going on for the 5-1-1 through turns number 3 and 4. That is Oiver Venturen getting all involved to try and get himself up into 2nd position. We then had more drivers clipping curbs, using all of the track to really try and maximise the rev that they get out of the engine. And once again, it was Oiver Venturen that was really trying to make the most of the situation, trying to promote himself up the order. Didn't manage to do it in the end because dropped a position throughout the race and ended up in 4th. We had drama though for the likes of Eduardo Godfroy, really got it wrong on the braking, just couldn't slow the kart down, tried to go for an overtake, and the rear end was lost and it caught other drivers out.
Yeah, indeed it did. Plenty of action then came later on in the race, of course. We lost a smattering more drivers later on. Nassar Nas and Rafael Bussato as well. They got tangled in an incident that ended a fiery moment on track with a fiery moment on the sidelines of that circuit. Plenty of other overtakes, though, came in those early stages. Tomasz Czikoraski of Poland, brilliant run for him. Like we were saying, those positions gained. This was that moment for Bahrain and Brazil. Off the track, side by side, tense moment there. Both of them instantly saying, you didn't give me enough space on track. You pushed me off the circuit. But that will get sent to, I can imagine, the stewards, and they will have a discussion about that incident. And while that was unfolding, another moment happened, a rock, paper, scissors battle to determine who was at fault for another incident that happened down at turn number 11, which did unfortunately involve the likes of Daniel Alba, Xian Zhang, as well as other drivers out there. Facundo Hernandez also out of the race. But over the start-finish line, brilliant end for Julian Rivera. He will join the likes of Hernan Rodriguez, fighting right at the sharp end as we head into their second round of qualifying heats for the Academy Trophy later on today. Hopefully they'll be starting after the lunch break on time at around 10 to 2 local time here in Spain. But don't go anywhere. Stay planted on your seats, cup of tea at the ready.
Or some popcorn for this one, Anthony.
Popcorn on this one, because it is the Premier Class. KZ are heading out onto the circuit. And once again, if you're a Spanish resident, you will be delighted with this one. Pedro Hiltbrand pulled it in time qualifying. Here's what he had to say after a brilliant start to his weekend.
Pedro Hiltbrand takes pole position in the KZ class. Pedro, great lap out there. Tell me, what was it like on the circuit?
Yeah, I mean, from last week, definitely we found a lot with the new chassis. The people of the team work a lot. We feel better. I think also my teammates, we improve a lot. So the grip is better also this week, I think, because of the Lecon tires of Academy. So we are here after all what happened last week. We all here. We have to race. We are in the European. So great lap. Happy for the team. And let's see tomorrow.
And you just said it, Birol have taken some great jumps forward in the past couple of weeks, but can you tell me what the atmosphere is like back in the camp?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We knew from last week we need to work a little bit. We found something and we're happy about it.
Holland Group, well done, Pedro.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Pedro Hiltbrand. Of course, last year, P3 in the KZ World Championships, stood inside that top 3. Another driver as well who had a very successful end to his 2024 campaign in KZ2. Now stepping up into the world of KZ is Jean Nomblot of France. You can see him there on that front row of the grid. Now, the Sony team have been successful around their circuits in previous race weekends on the Dunlop tyre. Now it's like you say, the Birol team have managed to found some pace, so there's a little bit of work to do here for you, Jean, on the front row of the grid. The same can be said for Mateusz Bergel, who will be joining on the second row of the grid. Last year's European KZ2 champion will be starting right behind the likes of Pedro Hiltbrand. So this is going to be a really close fight here. So many titles on this grid from drivers from racing all over Europe. We've got Italians out there. We've got drivers from the Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, Germany, France out there as well. So plenty of countries being represented over this one. There is the likes of Mateo Spergel on that number 11 machine. And like you say, he's got a lot of work ahead of him. But he's not alone on that second row of the grid, because you can look there, the Formula K, the IPK machine, David Trefilov of Germany, 2024 KZ World, P4 for him. 2024 KZ Euro Championship, also P4 for him. So he is looking to change that fourth from last year, step it up to a 1, 2 or 3 maybe in the 2025 season. But let's see what he can do here on the outside of row number 2. I've got to say, Nicole, out of all karting, I love this category, KZ Racing. It's the finest of the finest from around the world racing in gearbox karting. They are some of the fastest drivers. Like you say, they're topping out at 141 kilometers an hour into the braking zone. The speed limit on the motorways here in Spain is 120, and that's in a car. Imagine being 1 inch from your backside to the road doing 140. That's a tense moment for a driver.
Well, these are karting's most elite. These are those drivers that have the most composure under pressure, the most instinct with when they're in traffic, and of course, I would say there's no other way to describe it other than they're in a true league of their own.
Yeah, indeed. Well, a lot of these drivers here stepping up into the world of these ones. And, of course, there'll be a lot of people out there in the world saying, Anthony, yes, you're talking true words there. These are fast karts. They are rapid. I'm not wrong when I say that. But there are some faster karts out there. If you look to the world of supercarts and things like that, you go to like Cadwell Park in the UK, you get one of those karts going around there. Oh my, are they dramatic out there. And I have had the pleasure of commentating on supercarts around Cadwell Park. I've got to say, heart and mouth. But here, though, at the Valencia circuit, KZ Racing is what we're watching as they head out onto the circuit. You can hear the revs raise here as they sort things out and get those karts into gear and out onto circuit, of course. These are the best of the best from around the world racing here in the sunshine of Spain, and it starts with Spain's head Pedro Hiltbrand on the front row of the grid. Jean Dunlop on that front row joining alongside. Mateo Spergel, champion in the KZ2 categories last year in the European Series, starts on the second row of the grid with David Trefilov alongside. Giuseppe Palomba, KZ World Champion last year, starts it on the third row of the grid. I'll have Daniel Vasile, who starts alongside KZ2 European second place in that championship last year. Christian Batuca and Emilian Denner, they'll go from row number 4, and you have to remember Christian Batuca, KZ2 World Cup winner from 2024.
But the excitement is not going to stop there, because you've got your P3 in Europe for 2024, Victor Gustafsson, going off 9th on the 5th row alongside Adrian Malheiro. From 6, we have Senna van Wolfseen, who was 2nd in 2024. He goes from 11th alongside Tom Loyet of Tony Karts, who was your 8th finisher last year. On 7, we have Francesco Salenta alongside Marin Kramers. On 8, we have Lorenzo Camplese with Enzo La Cruz. And rounding out your grid of 18 karts on row number 9, we have an all-Italian lineup with Giorgio Basoli and Mattias Torrigiani.
Yes, indeed. Packed grid for this one. 18 karts, I should say. And there, Pasquale Lupoli, your race director for the gearbox classes, is primed and ready to start these ones. So these are, of course, standing starts of the world of gearbox racing in FIA Karting. There is no rolling starts for these drivers, so they will get this lap and another one, I think, to get everything into temperature. But I can see the clerk of the course is on the grid, so I think they are stopping them at the exit of this lap. So I think we're just trying to claw back a little bit of time here for the drivers. There you can see air temperature rising 23 degrees out there. The track is dry. It is a beautiful day to go racing here in Spain. This is exactly why we race here in Europe. The sun always shining. However, it's not always the case, because we did have quite a bit of rain over the course of this one. There is David Valenciano, who's the clerk of the course this weekend. He is stopping the drivers on the front of that grid. He got in a little trouble this morning because he lost his radio, but he's found it now and he's all good. So he's on the right path this weekend as the field gets themselves organised into position. There you can see a nice shot there of Daniel Vasile and Mateo Spergel, 3rd and 2nd on the grid, primed and ready for this one as the last kart slots into position. Green flag waves at the back as the front row of Hiltbrand and Dunlop are ready to see what is going to happen in this one. The lights procedure is started from Pasquale Lupoli. 4 lights are on, lights are out, it's a quick go, and it's a great start from the outside row. Jean Nimblor of France takes the lead. Pedro Hilbrand is squeezed onto the dirty part, and he's going to lose out to David Trevelov, who sends it down the inside into second place. It's a solid start, and you can already see the Maranello car of Giuseppe Palomba into third place. He's had a brilliant getaway, and the whole field now find their way through that tight, twisty infield section. It's a solid start for the entire field.
Well, if you want a racing masterclass, this is the class that you're going to want to watch, and you're going to want to watch Pedro Hilbrand in that 4th position really try and work hard to pick up those positions. Was caught out at the start, got squeezed by your current race leader of Jean Nimblor in the Sodi kart, who continues to lead the way. So watch him as he'll be on the chase through the back straight then. 135 metres for these drivers to shift up the gears, really focus on what they're going to do as they head towards the last corner. Jean Nimblor leads the way continuously fast out of that final sector. These drivers clipping those curbs to shorten the track, really maximise things, and it almost goes all wrong for Palomba. Gets squeezed down the start-finish straight by Trefelov. Trefelov not wanting to give up that position for second, and it almost went completely wrong for those two drivers.
And that's at the fastest part of the circuit as well, and that's gifted Pedro Hilbrand that charge back down the inside, and he moves up into the top 3. Daniel Wasile is right there as well. You can see Introna close in. He's got Patuka for company just behind him, but keep an eye. Senna van Walstein on the charge on that Sodi machine for the CPB SWAT team. It's closed right in now with a gain of 4 places. For Matteo Spergel, though, well, it's been drama for him. 10 places lost. He is down in 13th place. That is not the start he would have wanted, but crucially at the front, it's a great getaway for Jean Nimblor. He's got no drama whatsoever. David Trefelov and Hilbrand still there, 2nd and 3rd, but for Trefelov, you might think he might be in a bit of trouble for that one. That was very defensive down the start-finish straight.
It's completely different races then so far for those two Sodis. Matteo Spergel down there, dropped 10 positions, starting in 3rd, and he's really not had the start he would have wanted compared to his teammate Jean Nimblor, who is now your fastest driver on the circuit. Let's watch that replay. This is the moment that we had an attempted move for second. Oh, Palomba just getting squeezed down the straight, had to back out of things as he caught the grass.
And that's the bit I love. Not only is he on the grass in a gearbox car going 141 miles an hour, he goes one-handed on the grass to shift it down the gears. That is astonishing stuff there. There was another look at it all the way back there. And from these angles, it just thinks, my goodness me, the speeds they're carrying there, that is a tense moment for those two.
And still makes it on the racing line and still gets into the corner.
Yeah, brilliant stuff for these drivers. And now, well, there you can see Giuseppe Palomba. He is still there in P4. Now he's got the likes of Daniel Wasile who's closing in now. So it's Maranello versus the CL Racing team. Birrell machine versus the Maranello chassis out there as well. So keep a close eye on this one as Hilbrand sets the fastest lap of the race now. The driver in 3rd is closing in on David Trefelov. There is that battle on your screen. We've already seen one attempt for 2nd place. It didn't go well for Palomba. Will Hilbrand, who will have seen that defensive posture earlier on from behind, he will be thinking, right, where are we going to get this move done? Is it going to be a send down into that final chicane, or are we going to get this done in towards turn number 1? Right now, he's not close enough for an attack. He stays behind. He's going to probably think maybe on the next couple of laps he could go for it. He wants to get it done sooner rather than later because he doesn't want the battle behind to try and sort itself out and close in on these two. So right now, they stay line astern. It actually looked like Hilbrand dropped back a little bit there. It didn't look like he really put too much pressure on David Trefelov in that early stage. So maybe a lot more thinking is going on under those helmets than you actually think about.
Palomba now has to think about Vasile behind him in that 5th position because it's that train of karts that is going to heat up between shortly. There we have, though, Pedro Hilbrand going into turn, that is turn number 11.
Oh, and there's contact between the two of them, and Hilbrand goes through. You can see them on that infield section. It was turn 11 and 12 that we're trying to battle through, and that is the moment you find Hilbrand going through. So Trefelov just again trying to hold a defensive posture, and Hilbrand sliding those Dunlop tyres out of turn number 12 and just finding his way through back into 2nd place. Now the second question that remains here, Nicole, is the gap is just over a second now. They're on lap 6 of 11. Is that doable to close in for Hiltbrand, or is he going to think, right, let's think about the races later on today. Let's just hold second place and let's see what will happen. While we're thinking of that, the battle behind is closing in because Palomba, Vasile, Bartuka is all there. They are battling away nicely. The next driver behind that is Senevan Walstein, who is a little further behind that one, as down the inside goes Daniel Vasile on Giuseppe Palomba, and now Palomba's going to not lose out on 1, but he's going to lose out on 2 because Bartuka sends it down the inside of the exit at turn number 12 and 13, and now goes defensive down the back straight. This is very fast here. Remember, they're topping out at around 135 kilometers an hour into this braking zone, but it's all signed and done. And for Palomba, that's now 2 places lost, but he's not going to fight back. Well, he is going to fight back down the inside of turn number 1. He finds it on the inside of the entry. He doesn't find it on the exit, and now has to concede the 2 places.
Well, we said it was going to heat up for that mid-pack, and it absolutely has. Palomba now sat there in 6th. How's he going to react to that drama that he's just been through? Fight, though, at the front end of the field. You said, has Pedro Hiltbrand got enough time to catch up to your race leader? Has reduced that gap already by 0.2 of a second. And by the way, he overtook to get himself into that second position previously. That bravery, that passion, that absolutely masterclass in overtaking on the brakes and pulling that front end of the kart in. Ooh. I'd say he's got enough time. There is a move further down your order then. That's between Victor Gustafsson and Senevan Walstein, the 21 and the 3rd. So it is Senevan Walstein who's jumped up into second. Your driver who had a great run of things in the European Championship last year, really showing us how it's done. This is the move then from Hiltbrand.
Yeah.
Down the inside. Oh, so close between those 2 drivers.
Yeah, indeed. He was making sure he was committed down the inside there. He was making sure his nose was on the inside. There was a bit of front to rear contact. There you can see it. Definitely side by side between the 2 of them going into the corner from that angle. Of course, there's many different perspectives you can look at it. From that perspective, that looks like a completely outrageous lunge. So, you know, there's a lot of angles you can look at it. There was the Palomba trying to get it done on Christian Bartuka. You could just see, his nose cone, but it's okay because it got pulled forward, but it didn't drop down. That's the key point on that one. So that nose cone might still be okay for Palomba. This one here, though, Van Walstein, Gustafsson, Emilian Denner, Adrian Melero are still battling away nicely. They are trying to close their way up the order, but at the moment they're in a bit of a stalemate here down the start-finish straight. There you can see of the spectators on the grandstand there just watching alongside and just keeping a very close eye on this one, because the eyes of the world, Nicole, look at the KZ class here, because of course these drivers are talented drivers. They're world and European champions. They're in the likes of, you know, they're showcasing the chassis and the manufacturers that are racing to help try, you know, sell these cars from around the world. There'll be drivers who are watching this over in Asia. There'll be drivers watching this in America who will be looking at this, and of course around Europe, who are thinking, hey, that soda's really quick. Maybe we get one for 2026.
Well, we said before, Anthony, has Pedro Hiltbrand got enough time to reduce that gap? And now it's just over 0.3 of a second, splits him and our race leader of Jean Nomblo. They head under the start-finish gantry. What is the gap now? It's just over 0.1 of a second. They go through turn number 1. Pedro Hiltbrand now has absolutely arrived. Jean Nomblo has written him an invitation to go for an invitake. He is right there in second position. Watch him. Will he get it done in the brakes? Yes, he does. Down the inside goes Pedro Hiltbrand. Masterclass move, takes the race lead.
I'm going to say jinx here because we said exactly the same things there. We're thinking the same, Nicole. Yeah, that's a beautiful move there for Pedro Hiltbrand for the lead, not wasting any time, and crucially for Jean Nomblo as well. He didn't really fight that one. I think if he knows that Hiltbrand has managed to close in that pace, the pace has been solid for the Birla machine and the driver. You know, it's just a case of, right, okay, you have that position. I will take a reset and see what is going to happen later on today, because, well, also another thing he's probably thinking is, has he pushed those tyres just that fraction too hard in this early stage? Last lap board is out for Pedro Hiltbrand as he extends that lead, and now, hey-ho, David Trefilov has closed in. Is there drama for Jean Nimblon here? That pace seems to have diminished on this last lap, and now he might be under pressure to see if he can hold on to second place, as under investigation is Mateusz Berchel for potentially causing a collision, and there's a multitude of investigation flags out at the moment. But crucially for Pedro Hiltbrand, in the number 59. The only flag he's looking at seeing is that checkered flag, and he is only a few hundred metres away from that, Nicole.
Your top three then demonstrating surgical precision. It's Hiltbrand from Nonblo and Trefilov. Trefilov is right there in third position, but they're heading down the back straight, and this is your last moment. These are your dying stages through turn number 18 and 19. These drivers clipping the curb then. Pedro Hiltbrand will meet the checkered flag. Had that drama at the start, but picked off driver by driver, crosses the line with a 3/10 gap for Birrell Art Racing as your race winner. He leads from John Lomblo and David Trefilov. Those three are your drivers that pulled away from the rest of the field. Great results to start off the European season for your top three. There's then Vasil and Batuka that round out your top five. Then we have Giuseppe Palomba, after all of that drama going down the start-finish straight. He finishes in 6th from Victor Gustafsson, Senna van Walstein and Emilio Denner in 9th. Mateus Bugel is under investigation, but he crosses the line in 10th position.
Yeah, other drivers that are under investigation, of course, in that race include the number 54 out there, which is Mateus Ciorangani, the 69 as well out there, which is David Trefilov. The number 30 out there is also under investigation, which is Tom Luye. And as well, of course, we know about Mateus Bugel's car. There has already been a warning flag going out. That went to Emilian Denner, but that is purely a warning. There's a look at your full results on that one. Tom Luye, Mike Kramers, Lorenzo Camplese, Adrian Milano, and Francisco Salenta round out the top 15 out on track. Matthias Ciorangani rounds out the 16 finishers in that race. Giorgio Basoli and Enzo La Cruz, unfortunately, not finishing that race. Both of them retiring. There, though, is Pedro Hiltbrand. Job done for him. Start shaky. Pace was there from qualifying. Came back to the front. No drama. He can now relax and wait for that second race later on today.
And displayed nerves of steel in those overtakes that he had to make, especially for when he was picking things back up in the order and jumped back into third position.
Here's a look at the start of that race. Initially, brilliant start off the line for Jean Nimblon. No drama there. There was Hiltbrand's drama at the start. That dropped him down to P4. Nearly losing out on P4 as well as fellow teammates trying to get the moves done as well all around him, but thankfully he held on to P4 and would later recover back to that race win. You can see from the back of the grid other good starts as well. There was obviously a lot of talk about maybe some jump starts there, but I think everyone got away from that one. This was the main drama of the race here. David Trefilov, big defensive posture there on the likes of Giuseppe Palomba, last year's world champion in this class, and you can just see that is such a tense moment for him, because not only was he braking at 141 miles an hour, but he was one-handed, changing down a gear on the grass as well.
And he is your world champion, let's not forget. So for these drivers around him, if there's anybody that you're going to want to stop first, it's going to be Palomba. This was the moment then when Pedro Hiltbrand really started to fight his way back through the order. That was the overtake on David Trefilov for that second position. Really used the brakes to get that front end of the kart in. Tighter line for these KZs. Absolutely used the road. Masterclass in overtaking and just showing us that wheel-to-wheel combat that is required for these KZ drivers.
Yeah, indeed. Well, racing continuing in those early stages. Palomba not losing out on just one, but 2 places. Daniel Vasile and then Christian Batuka battling for position. We didn't think it was fully over, though, because down in towards turn 1, Palomba came back, but watch the nose cone here. Oh, ping, and that could have been disaster for Palomba at the end of that race. That could have been a big chunk of a 5-second time penalty. It still actually might be one. Senna and Walstein making the moves as well, getting past Victor Gustafsson, but eyes on the front here for Pedro Hiltbrand, home country in Spain. That's a first qualifying heat win out of the 3 races we have got today for the Premier class. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. The KZs will be out later on today, hopefully at around 2:30 local time here in Spain. But once again, do not go anywhere, because there's more gearbox racing coming up. KZ2 is the next class that is heading out on to the circuit. It is groups A versus D that will be heading out there, and it all starts with the likes of Maxim Orlov, who will be starting this one on the front row of the grid. A very strong season last year, both top 10 finishes in the world of KZ2 racing. Last year in 2024 in the European Championships finished P3 overall, in the World Cup finished in P7. But in time qualifying, it was a P1 for him. Here's what he had to say.
It's pole and group for our driver that finished his championship third last year. Maxim, great lap out there. Tell me about it.
Yeah, the lap was perfect. I did my best. So yeah, I'm so happy about this result, P1. And yeah, I want to say thanks to my team, SPB Sport, and my engine tuner, Sunny, and everybody who supported me this week.
And tell me about the competition, Maxim. You're in a grid of over 50 drivers. What's it like out there? How tough is it?
Yeah, it's very competitive drivers, and it's very difficult always to keep going on the first place. So yeah, it's very competitive, and every time we try to find a solution with the track and with the chassis, and I think we did well.
And talking of the chassis, do you think there's more work for you and CPB to do, or are you happy with the setup you've been given?
Actually, I think it's good. No, it's very good. I'm very happy about it. So yeah.
Well, it's a pole and group, Maxim. Well done.
Thank you.
Good chat there to Maxim Orlov, and like you say, starts this one on pole position and is joined by a very familiar name in the world of karting, but relatively new into the world of gearbox karting, Eli Goldstein of Belgium on that TBK machine. This will be his, I think, 10th race weekend in gearbox karting. Relatively new to the name, but certainly not shy of the class, because look at that, front row start for him after qualifying. Has excelled in the world of gearbox racing, and looking forward to seeing what he can do. But he's got a lot of work ahead of him, because that second row of the grid, oh my, does it look competitive. You've got Alvar Simasrana of Finland, joined by Paavo Tontieri of Finland as well on that second row of the grid. And look back to that one, 2024 KZ World Cup P3 for Paavo Tontieri. So he's one that you're certainly going to need to keep an eye on in those front positions, as well as the likes. You've got Kimi Tani, Colin Tom Rousseau as well. They're up there at that sharp end of the field. Great qualifying for them. For some of them, though, not the results they wanted. KZ2 World Cup P5 finisher from the Netherlands, Dion van Verven, finds himself starting this one P20 all the way back in the field. So for some drivers, they've had those up and downs, but the green light is flashing, the whistle has blown, and engines get fired up as the field of 31 KZ2 drivers heads out onto the circuit. If you thought 18 karts was a spectacle out there, imagine seeing 31 of these karts get off the line. Here we go then, field makes its way out. Let's fire through that full starting lineup then ahead of qualifying heat A versus D. It is Maxim Orlov and Eli Goldstein on the front row of the grid. They are joined by Alvar Simasrana and Paavo Tontieri on row number 2. Kimi Tani and Colin Tom Rousseau, they round out the top 6 and they go from row 3. Maximilian Schleimer of Germany and Jelisim Skulinov go from row number 4. They'll have Jay Owen of New Zealand with Matteo Zanchi, P10 in the European Championship in this one last year. Jensen Graham from the UK and Malik Skrivan go from row number 6. They'll have Jean Louillet and Eduardo Dominguez on row 7. They'll have Gerard Sebrian and Gavin Louillet on row number 8. Alejandro Leoth and Jesper Sjöberg round up row number 9.
Going from 10 on the second row part of your grid is Robert Kinderveter with Dion van Verven. From 11 we have Marco Torman with Ruven Vilk. From 12, we have Matis Prush with Mario Pinazzo. From 13, we have Emmanuel Mai with Hugo Besson. And from 14, we have Sweden and Lithuania with Eric Holm and Kepresius. From 15, we have Daniel Delayakin with Alexander Scheiblecker. And rounding out your grid of 31 KZ2s for their first heat of the day, we have Ivan Kondratenko.
Indeed, looking forward to this one then as these drivers get themselves squared away. Temperature getting into those tyres, still another beautiful day. Temperatures still around those 23 degrees as these drivers now will really focus on getting these karts sorted. Of course, these karts run super hot, as well as you got to think about tyre temperature as well. They can exceed and go at around about the 110 degree mark out there. They get very hot, but down the long straights, they can cool down quite considerably as well. The temperatures do fluctuate massively out there. And for these drivers, it's not just a case of getting the temperature into the tyres, but also those brakes as well, because not only have they got the rear brakes, they've got the front brakes to sort out as well. You'll see a lot of those, they'll try and just weave it forward, front to right out there and try and quickly jab on the brakes in those moments, and that will try and get those temperatures up into those front tyres, but and the brakes as well. But a lot is happening in these less sessions, because again, not just that, engine temps as well, keeping the revs at a good moment. You want the engine at an optimal temperature, so when you stop on the grid, your engine's in a prime position, it's where it wants to be, and it's all sorted. For the drivers who are at the front here, though, well, there you can see Maxim Orlov slotting into his grid spot now. He's stationary, he can't move anymore. the back of the grid is just exiting the likes of turn 14. They have got a long time to wait there at the front of the grid, and that means they will lose temperature into those tyres, they will lose the brake temp, they will lose the engine temp, but they can keep the revs up as much as they can to try and keep those in. You will see them there constantly pumping the accelerator, keeping those revs alive, keeping the engine temp, the water temp inside the engines at an optimal window as well. And there you can see that last jab of temp in the tyres of Dean Van Verven there as he slotted into his 20th grid spot on the grid. Ivan Kondratenko is moments away from getting into that final chicane. He's still a long way away from getting into position. There was Denis Skulinov. You can see him on the door liveried machine, starting this one on the 4th row of the grid. Keep an eye on him on that Car Republic machine. Right, drivers position their cars perfectly into those grid slots as the green flag waves at the back as 31 KZ2 cards are moments away from seeing those lights go out, and they do go out, and it's a brilliant start for the front row, but it's side by side. Keep an eye on the CRG though on the inside line. It's Alvar Simazrara trying to go into the lead but can't quite find the space to go through. It's Goldstein and Orlov who lead 1-2 then down in towards turn number 3 for the first time. They all get through turn 2. How will they fare through turn number 3? Well, multiple carts going over the runoff curb. No one in the tyres, no one in the dusty part, and the entire field is still at a very strong start here, Nicole. But it's Orlov who leads the way still from Goldstein in second place.
Sklananov then being forced to clip that second part of turn number 4, had to cut over the gap in the track. He is sat there now up in the sharp end of the field in around about 5th, but great start from our drivers who started on the front row. Maxim Orlov and Eli Goldstein really gave each other that racing room through turn number 1, and you can see them on your screens. They're still in that 1 and 2 spot, but crucially Orlov has pulled away in the early stages from Eli Goldstein. We've got battles going on for that 6th position. We'll take you through your grid so far. So that is Schleiner then getting all involved. That is for that 5th and 6th position that battle rages on for. Maxim Orlov, though, is your race leader ahead of Oli Goldstein. Paavo Tonteri is in 3rd. We've got Slimisvara there in 4th and Sklananov there in 5th.
Yeah, indeed. So plenty happening here. But right now, as we go on to lap 2 of this race, the drivers will settle themselves down into a little bit of a rhythm here because, like I say, well, Maxim Orlov has broken away quite comfortably now. That gap is around 7/10 of a 7. Paavo Tontieri still there in 3rd, but Goldstein is kind of holding the nerve a little bit. It's going to have a little bit of a long race here because it's losing time to Orlov. Is very slowly losing time to Paavo Tontieri just behind, who has managed to get past Albert Simazvara and up into 3rd place. So as they cycle over the start-finish line, some good fights happening. I can see there's a good fight between Mateusz Zanki and Corentin Rousseau. Rousseau down the inside, and that's beautifully done. And now Maddox Scriven might have a chance to go for the move here, but the fight's still on. No, slots behind, and Mateusz Zanki drops down to P9, and Scriven might have a chance of getting a move done on his fellow Praga and IPK teammates there as they go through. Orlov at the front. New fastest lap of the race, is breaking away, but there has been drama out there. Unfortunately, Hugo Besson is out of the race, and there he is walking away, the Frenchman in the 338, going no further in his first race of the weekend.
Dion Van Verven, then your driver that was 5th at the World Championship, did not have the qualifying that he would have wanted. He was on 20th on the 10th row of the grid, but has jumped up by 6 positions within this race. He's sat there currently in 14th, so keep an eye on the timing for that driver. Keep an eye on the screen because he's going to be fighting up the order. Drivers that have lost a few positions, we've got Eduardo Dominguez, he's gone down by 5, and Gerard Sebrian, he's gone down by 7. So they're down in 20th and 21st. Expect maybe a little bit of an incident between those two drivers. Fastest lap then once again being awarded to our race leader of Maxim Orlov, really transferring all of that torque from the kart into the tarmac, using that grip out there to transfer the two, and really making the most of every gear change, every corner, every bit of grip out there on the circuit.
Yeah, certainly so. Keeping an eye on this fight here. This is the Tontieri-Simazvara battle. The two CRGs working relatively well with each other. However, they are losing time on Goldstein, who's managing to break away from them, but who is in turn losing time to Maxim Orlov. So the gaps, unfortunately, at the front are opening up there. However, Gerasim Skulinov is right there in P5, 3 place gained on the Door Motorsport. You can see the white Kart Republic liveried machine just closing in behind these two CRGs, trying to have a bit of a fight. Kimi Tani as well is also a driver who you might need to keep a close eye on. You can see him trying to close in, and as well Tom Rousseau, who is right there. We've already seen him make the move on Matteo Zanchi earlier on. Has just pulled out the fastest lap of the race and is pushing through nicely. Drama's happening in the background there. That looks to me like a Club Cali kart, and Mario Pinazzo, who I think is going to lose out to Ruben Wilk and Alexander Schleiblecker, who get themselves through. So that's right to the back end of the field right now as they keep a close eye on them, as I'm seeing hands going up. Is that Kerpelis Yurs having a bit of a moment? But Marco Torman has had a disastrous last lap on that one. He has tumbled down the order, and yeah, he's not having a good little run on him for the Pantano team.
Down into turn number 1. Once again, these drivers taking that narrower line. It's different from what we see from OK classes. They have a different approach to the way they drive the karts. The telemetry graph, if you were to look at one, would be completely different. The deceleration from these karts really sharp, really hard as they use the brakes to push the front end of the kart to meet each apex of each corner. Such a difficult kart to go out there and drive, Anthony. 175 kilos of pure power when it's kart and driver mixed together. Just a challenge every corner, every lap, and challenges when you're making overtakes like that.
Yeah, that Schleimer pushing his way through now. Maximilian Schleimer in that 308 machine getting past the likes of Gerasim Skulinov and moving up into P5. And that's a nice little overtake there. We'll keep a very close eye on that one as it updates. But the German driver now pushing through, and now it's the likes of Kimi Tani down the inside. He says hello, he goes through, and now Tom Rousseau, who we saw earlier on pushing on the pace, is now closed right in on this right, and Gerasim Skulinov is under pressure here from the entire field, but he's holding on to his nerve right now. But how long is that pace going to hold on for? Lap 7 of 11 we are on right now. Still Orlov who leads the way from Goldstein, the gap 1.2 seconds. Paavo Tontieri still there in third place, but with a gap of 1.1 seconds between himself and Goldstein. Simonsvara just a handful of tenths behind Tontieri up at the front. So still relatively calm there, but the eyes are focusing on this right here. This is P7 and 8, Skulinov and Rousseau, line astern, and something tells me it's going to be turn 1, Nicole.
Skulinov then, like you just said, Anthony, has been overtaken for that 7th position. Rousseau using the front of the kart through turn number 1, used the run out of turn number 19 to really get things going down the 210-metre straight, has promoted himself into that 7th position, and the next driver that he's going to be focusing on is Kimi Tani, sat there in 6th position.
Yeah, indeed. So that's a nice little chop and change there. Crucially, though, both of them not losing out on much time there, because they'll have to be careful of the Zanchi, Skrivan, Jean-Louis, Jensen, Graham, Dion Van Verven battle that's happening just behind as well. That'll be closing in. Someone who's not spoken about much in this race, Maxim Orlov going through. There is Eli Goldstein. There are the 2 CRGs in 3rd and 4th. Then you've got the CPP driver on that Sony Cup machine of Maximilian Schleimer in P5. And then you've got the Tani, Rousseau, Skulinov battle unfolding on your screens just behind on this one. So the race has calmed down into a little bit of a rhythm right now. However, Skriven is under pressure from Jean-Louis just behind. Louis is going to try and go down the inside at turn number 1, but it's denied that one. That allows Graham, Diamant Vervin and Scheuberg to all close in. So action is on here, Nicole, and it's all happening all the way down in P10.
We've got defensive driver going through this 2nd sector then. These drivers really not wanting to give up positions to each other, but drivers that are going to have to concede then. This is the battle between Graham and Dion Van Verven. Jensen Graham then, one of your youngest drivers out there in the KZ2 category. British driver who's jumped into KZ for the 1st year alongside the likes of Noah Wolf. We've got a few fresh faces within this one, but he's really showing what he's made of. He's in that second order of your field. really is in that second half of your grid, so showing that he can make those overtakes, he can make the most of each situation. But Dion van Verven, the driver who we said didn't have the qualifying he would have expected, is up the order, is in that 12th position, so is past that halfway mark of the grid.
Yeah, indeed. There's a look at some of your other drivers in this race. Of course, 3rd and 4th place, Albert Simonzvara and Paavo Tontieri battling away nicely. Of course, we can look back in 2024, the KZ World Cup at the Portimao circuit. P3 for Paavo Tontieri, so he's a driver who knows how to battle his way through, but I think he's probably getting a bit sick and tired of being there in 3rd place. And, you know, you can see Goldstein, who is a new name in the KZ2 category, only 10 races to his name, but he's still there battling away right at the sharp end. The TB card, again, another new name in the world of KZ racing, formerly racing in the single speed classes, racing around Europe, but really showcasing what the kart can do, even in the gearbox categories. For these drivers, though, really it's just a case of, well, you know, we're in a good position. These are still good points for us. We just need to find that extra few tenth here and there to see if we can squeeze through. So I think a little bit of work is still needed ahead for the CRG camp.
Absolutely, and it's a short championship as well, so actually every point counts, every heat counts, because there's not much for these drivers to go off of. So I think expect things to be even hotter than maybe you would see from maybe FIA OK classes, where it's a longer championship. But for these guys, it's short, it's powerful, and they're going to have to do great things. Final laps, though, for these drivers, and final lap for your race leader, Maxim Orlov. Lights to flag. It's looking like he'll head through turn number 17, 18, 19. Uses that rumble strip on exit to see the checkered flag as your race winner. Wins by 1.3 seconds ahead of Eli Goldstein, your rookie driver within this class, who's joined TB Kart for 2025. Strong start for him, though. The 3-3-3 really made good work of that front row of the order start. And behind Maxim Orlov, the 2nd position, he's going to be happy with that when he jumps back into the TB Kart awning later on. We've then got Tontieri finishing in your 3rd position. They are your top 3 drivers. Great start for them within KZ2 Heat 1.
Yeah, certainly so indeed. Well, there's a look at your full results there. Tontieri Simonzvara finishing 3rd and 4th place. Maximilian Schleimer finishing in P5 ahead of Kimi Tani, Conor Rousseau from Jelisim Skulinov. Then it is Mateo Zanchi and Jean Lillier who rounds out the top 10. Malik Skriban finishes in 11th place from Dion van Verven's. Great race there. 8 places gained, but not the biggest mover out there. We'll get to that in a moment. Jensen Graham and Jesper Schauberger then finishing in 13th and 14th ahead of Jay Irwin. Alejandro Leoz of Spain finishing in 16th place from Gerard Sebrian in 17th place. Robert Kinabata in 18th with a 1-place gain. Gavin Louye just finishing inside that top 20 of P19. Dan Delekian of Spain does a brilliant job there. 9 places gained. And finishes in P20. Matis Pruj, Eduardo Dominguez, Eric Holm, Mario Panazzo, Ruben Vilk, Alexander Schleiblecker, Marco Torman, Emmanuel Mai, Kopres Jus, and Ivan Kondratenko rounds out the 30 finishers out there. Just the one retirement, Hugo Besson, unfortunately, for the CL Racing team. Drama for him, but no drama for that young man there. CPB Sport once again on top. Maxim Orlov dominating in that first race, cleared by 1.3 seconds. And this, Nicole, is how it all unfolded. The start here, 31 wagons all going at the same time. The noise, the smell, the atmosphere is one to behold, and that is why you need to come to these race weekends.
Absolutely is. This really is a masterclass of driving. You know, it's not just about the racing aspect. You've got to get so many things right. The gear changes, you've got 26 of them round the track for these drivers. So there's so much going on, and it really shows how difficult things are. We had moves going through turn number 1 consistently from these drivers, really on a pursuit for every single move, every single opportunity out there on the circuit.
Yeah, certainly so. There was the retirement for Hugo Besson. Not sure if that was mechanical in nature due to him being on his own. It probably is along those lines. Of course, with these extra things like gearboxes and front brakes and extra things like that, a lot more can go wrong with these karts. So you need to have a good spanner on board with the pilot. So it is a crucial one to see.
And when you're on the limit as well and you're driving that fast and there's so much pressure being put under the individual components, you know, every single bolt, every single aspect of the car, it amplifies when things go wrong. It's much easier for things to go wrong when you're driving something at that much speed.
Yeah, indeed. That was Kimi Tani making the moves earlier on in that race. This was him down the inside as well. Corentin Rousseau later also getting the move done on Gerasim Skulinov, who didn't have a bad race in that one, still finishing in P8 inside the top 10. Having a great little fight. Then you had the battles further down in the order as well. Dion van Verven fighting his way through the field. But someone who, well, had no drama at all whatsoever. Maxim Orlov crosses the line. His first race of the weekend ends with a P1 and clear by 1.3 seconds from Eli Goldstein and Paavo Tiontieri. Well, we will see Groups A and D for the KZ2 categories out later on today, but don't worry, one more race to go before the lunch break and the early part of today. It is KZ2 qualifying heat B versus C. That is coming up next out onto the circuit, and I've got to say, looking forward to this one, because you've got a smattering of drivers out there who have shown real good pace. And one of them is this man here, Juha Valtonen of Finland. Brilliant running, qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Juha Valtonen is your next pole sitter in KZ2. Juha, it's a quick time out there, but not quite fast enough to beat Group 1. Can you tell me about the lap, though?
Yeah, the lap was okay. I felt good immediately then, and it was good lap, but not enough for overall pole.
And Juha, tell me about the track position. When you decided to go off of the grid, why did you pick that time?
Yeah, I stayed in the front, and then when few cars started, so we started immediately also because I don't want to be in the middle of the mess, so got free place to drive.
And so far this weekend, the Birol team are having a great showing. You've had a pole in KZ with Pedro Hiltbrand. You're now pole in group for KZ2. Tell me, Juha, what's been going on in the Birol awning?
Yeah, we have really good package at the moment. Everybody from the tent is really fast and we can fight for the poles. And yeah, second race for me with Birol and feeling good.
Well, we'll see you fight for those race wins. Juha, well done.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Juha Valtonen, who, like you say, starting this one on the front row of the grid, but is not alone out there, Nicole. Kasper Schormans, last year KZ2 European P4 in that fight, and certainly one to keep an eye on, as well as the likes of Timo Jungling, who starts right behind him in his first season of KZ2 racing. He finished P9 in the European Championship, so it's a very strong start to his season for the young Briton. But let's go over that full starting lineup, because this one should be a pretty exciting one as the field very cautiously makes its way through the chicane there before they head out to get temperature into those tyres. Juha Valtonen of Finland and Kasper Schormans of the Netherlands go from row number 1. It's an all-British row 2 with Timo Jungling and newcomer Noah Wolf heading out onto the circuit. The Shenington Motorsport UK British Open Plate winner in the KZ2 class is only in his third race in his career in KZ2. Marcus Kayak, 7th in the European Championship in KZ2 last year, starts this one for Estonia on row number 3. He'll be joined by the Italian Samuele Leopardi on that third row. Jaden Tyne and Tigran Bonatian go from row number 4. They'll have Atapu Lane and Anatoly Kavalkin, P9 in the KZ2 World Cup last year in 2024. Yanis Zavico of Spain and Vicente Marquez go from row number 6. They'll have Nicola Rossini and Tom Dussel on row 7. Matti Rittinen and Samuel Luye, they will round out row number 8.
What can the second part of our grid do then? Because it's Michael Paparo with Kian Fardin that start from row number 9. From 10, we have Cedric Mulk with Menihert Krozer. And from 11, we have Andrea Dell with Boris Zurawski. Going from 12, we have Spain's Josep Vey with Jan Rothen. And from 13, we have the only Brazilian driver in our grid of Enzo Faeta alongside Dominic Sinek. From 14, we have Alessio Piccini and Eric Muller. And from 15, we have Eric Vess with Eduardo Mormelli. Rounding out your grid then of 31 karts for your last race before the lunch break, but your second qualifying heat for KZ2s, we have Alessandro Zalocca of Italy.
Indeed, it's a packed grid of this one. Again, another 31 kart field for these drivers. Of course, this is an important one for the KZ2 category because, of course, only 30 6 go through into that final at the end of the weekend. And of course, with the 2 grids of 31, well, we need to whittle that one down a little bit. Crucially for all these drivers, they will make it into the superheat, so no one gets eliminated by the end of the day. But they will all be in those superheats, but we will lose a smattering of drivers before that final later on tomorrow. Of course, you can check that one live as well. And welcome to everyone who's watching live around the world. If you are joining us, thank you so much wherever you are watching from. Hopefully you are enjoying the racing that you are seeing, as there on your screen, the front row gets themselves lined up into position. There is Noah Wolf on the Van Amersfoort Racing Birrell machine, slotting into P4. Great work from him over the course of qualifying and, of course, over his early career in the world of KZ2 gearbox racing. A well-known driver, though, from the UK, who's won many races, not including in the British Kart Championships. There, though, the rest of the field slotting themselves into position as the temperatures start to raise. As you can see, the likes of the 331 just in the background. That is Michael Paparo of Italy behind Samuel Luye getting themselves formed up. That is right in the middle of this 31 kart field. As the green flag waves at the back of the grid, we are seconds away from seeing the start of this race as Pasquale Lupoli starts the lights procedure. 3 red lights, 4 red lights. They're up quickly. It's a good start, but it's a terrible start for Wolf. He gets bogged down on the line and he drops down into the middle of the field, but it's a good start for Johan Vantanen, who holds on to the lead of this one as they head down in towards the likes of turns 2 and 3. But keep an eye on the rest of the field, because where is Timo Jungling? He is there in 3rd place. He did get a good start off the line and he holds on to that position, but everyone else still in a really strong position. Markus Kayak, though, the Estonian, has also had a good start. He is running around in the top 4 right now, and keep a close eye on him as the entire field, Nicole, has successfully made it around that first half of the opening lap.
And your driver that's been most successful within this opening lap so far is Kasper Schulmans. Kasper Schulmans right out there in his own air in the lead of this race and has got some breathing room from your Birrell kart sat there in second. You just said it, Anthony. Great start from Timo Jungling. Timo has got a rich history over in the UK, a similar driver to Noah Wolf. They've both done great things in their home country, but he's here in Spain, in Valencia, for his 2nd year of KZ2 racing, 9th overall last year. What can he do in 2025? Schulmans, though, leads the way from Juho Valtonen. Timo Jungling in 3rd positions. It's Kajak in 4th, ahead of Leopardi in 5th. Jaden Teen is now in 6th position, and Jaden Teen, another young driver, another young gun in the front end of your Ford order. We're seeing a bit of a theme so far here in KZ2 for 2025. You've got the young drivers really coming into things, no pressure on their backs when it's a rookie year, or you have that pressure when that reduction of pressure when you're a bit younger, and really giving some of those drivers, the likes of Valtonen, a run for their money. Can see then, Anthony, you're pointing out the commentary box, we've lost a driver through sector number 2. That is the 356 in the Kart Republic, out of this race.
Cedric Malk for the Millennium Racing team going no further. The Swiss driver, unfortunately, it's mechanical in nature. That kart grinding to a halt at the exit of turn number 8. He goes no further. However, the race continues and the pace is looking strong inside the field, because, well, keep an eye on the energy course racer, Arc de Poulain of France. Purple sector 2 and 3, 55.469, is sizably faster than the entire of the field and is pushing through that field nicely right now.
Arthur Poulain, the only driver out here this weekend in Valencia representing the Energy Course team. He is the only one using the chassis within the KZ2 category for 2025, so impressive that he's got that race pace when he's going to have no teammates to compare against. He's going to be comparing that data against his previous sessions, against his own laps, so impressive to see that driver in the front end of the order within your top 10. Kasper Schulmans, though, continuing to lead the pack, continuing to push away. This is the battle then, Timo Young. That is between the 306 of Timo Jungling, really getting hustled by Juho Valtonen for the 2nd position. Has he made the overtake? Yes, he has. Jumps up into the order then. Jungling, the driver from Great Britain, the driver in the Sodi kart for CPB, in 2nd place.
Yep, that's a nice move there done by the 2 of them. But Markus Kayak still there, the Estonian champion in previous years gone by, rocking through pretty nicely on this one. So keep a close eye on him. very heavy under brakes there, and you could see he was just squirreling there under braking, trying to slow it down and trying not to collect that rear bumper of Jura Valtonen, who still sits there right ahead of him. So the battle out the front starting to rage, but Youngling now with the clear air, Nicole. We're lap 4, 1.1 seconds. Can Youngling close the gap on his teammate Kasper Schulman's up in front? Well, the gap holds at 1.1. We will keep an eye on the lap times. Of course, on that last lap, it will be sizably slower because Youngling had to make the overtake. But now we will start to see the true pace here, and will that gap close down for the front runners?
Well, it might be his teammate, but Youngling is still going to be in a relentless pursuit of the race lead. Another driver who's in a relentless pursuit of moving up the order is Jaden Teen. Tried to have a look down the inside at Leopardi at turn number 1. Couldn't quite pull it off, but is still sat there in this battle. You can see him just on the back of the barrel there, just chasing around this pack of karts. It really is a train. It's a snake of KZ2's heading out of the back sector, down the back straight of 135 metres. Youngling, though, now he's looking strong, Anthony, heading through turn number 17, 18 and 19. Has he reduced that gap to his teammates? No, he hasn't. Jaden now, once again, having a look down the start-finish straight, tries to get the move done through turn number 1. Can't quite pull it off, and that is now going to make him vulnerable to the driver of Bonatian in 7th position behind.
Yeah, good control there from Samuele Leopardi, holding on to P5 right now. But like you say, Bonatian trying to close in, as well as up to Boulain on that Energy Course machine, who has got some rapid pace out there, has the Frenchman. So we'll keep a very close eye on that as it progresses through the infield section. Field relatively spread out here now, Nicole. The front grid heading around the back straight. The drivers are circulating right at the back of the field, heading in towards the likes of turn 11 now. So it's still a relatively open field out there. But for Kasper Schulmans, he is looking to emulate what Maxim Orlov did earlier on and take those 50 intermediate classification points, which right now he has got. However, that gap is now less than a second. Youngling is closing in. Valtonen and Kayak, though, here on your screen. This is the battle for 3rd place. No change between these two. Something tells me, though, the Estonian is wanting to go for the move on the Finn. But the question remains is when and where it could possibly be. Well, we've seen a bit of a hot spot through the start-finish straight and down into turn number 1. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. Look at the way that Kayak is driving, though, behind Valtonen, really trying to hug those white lines to see where the opportunity is going to be. Is he going to get a run down the back straight to maybe set something up through turn number 17, 18 and 19? We haven't seen it so far within the KZ or KZ2 categories, but watch him out of 19. Is he going to get the run down the start-finish straight and have a look as they head towards turn number 1? Is this the opportunity? No, it's not. Still, yes, it is. Take my words back then. Down the inside goes Kayak, gets himself into 3rd place. And this is what I talk about. Turn 1 here at the Valencia circuit in the gearbox classes is a two-parter. They go into the initial part of it. There is a slight kink where they want to turn the car into position, then they get it into a straight line, then they go on the brakes at turn 1, and then they turn it in. So it's kind of a two-parter into the entrance of turn 1. Then they have a 3rd-parter in towards the exit of it. So there are 3 different elements to turn 1, and we just saw it happen there in the second part of that one, and that's a superb dive down the inside for Marcus Kayak. Valtonen now under pressure from the likes of Samuele Leopardi, who has closed right in on this one. Dine, who we did see trying to go for the moves, has not managed to get that move done, and like you say, Jaden Dine still just will stay there in position right now. Bonatian's still there, Boulain, Kavalkin, Noah Wolf is there in 10th place. We've not said much about him since that not a great start off the line. He is recovering back in this one. However, time is very quickly running out, Nicole. We are on lap number 9 here of this 11-lap race. Absolutely. It is still your two Sodis out there in the front of Kasper Schulmans and Timo Youngling. Those two drivers setting pretty similar lap times there. There's not a lot between those two, but it doesn't look like Timo Youngling has the pace to completely reduce that 9/10 of a second gap that Schulmans has pulled away with. Is currently faster. It's now down to just over 0.8 of a second, but I don't think within this one it is going to be enough time to reduce it, the breathing room that he has got to make that overtake.
Kayak then in third position, looking really strong within this one. And then we've got our two Birrells behind. Birrell, Anthony, we were having a bit of a discussion before. This weekend have looked really strong so far, really lit things up from maybe previous races or testing beforehand. And within KZ2 and KZ, looking mighty quick. We just saw a little bit of a battle then for around 10th position. That was Noah Wolf just leading the way of the likes of Kavalkin, Dussault and Luyet. Noah Wolf then, he was in trouble at the start of this race, could be in trouble once more in the end of it.
Yeah, indeed, but it was Yanis Savico of Spain who managed to jump 2 places in that fight, and he got up into 9th place. So Yanis Savico now in a really strong place out there. Time very quickly running out in this one. Field still very competitive in that mid-pack section there in the top half of the field. The timing still can't figure out between 1st and 8th place, so it's still very close out there between these drivers, and there you can see big looks over the shoulder as the last lap board comes out. Are we going to see any last-ditch attempts here from Tigran Banatian on Jaden Tyne? But no, he thinks against it down towards turn number 1 and stays in position. Crucially at the front though here, Nicole, Super B Sport showcasing that the pace is still there in the KZ2 category. Schurmans and Youngling breaking away, but the gap still holding at 9/10 of a second. There's no real drama between the two of them as we continue to watch this fight down further in the field. There is the likes of Jura Valtonen on that 323 Birrell machine, trying to defend from the likes of Samuel Leopardi, but I think again these front runners here, it's just a case of bring these carts to that checker flag.
Babysit those carts, baby them home, and like you just said, Anthony, bring it to the checkered flag that it looks like Casper Schurmans has done as your race winner ahead of teammate Timo Youngling. It is a Sodi 1-2 for the second heat for KZ2. Great results for the team back there, and Schurmans and Timo Youngling, you know, stellar stuff by the two young guns for CPB Sport. They are then they lead the way from Kayak there in 3rd place. Strong showing in the Formula K there for that driver. 3rd place finish, and you know, strong stuff.
Indeed, for the Estonian, that'll be a good job for him. 2 places gained then ahead of Jura Valtonen and Samuele Leopardi, who round out the top 5 as the field make their way back to Parc Fermé. Of course, they'll make sure they'll get everything squared away. Of course, these carts need to be checked for nose cones. They need to be checked for weight as well. So it's not just done just yet. However, the action on track is done for the moment as the marshals head back in for a well-deserved break. There is a look at your full results, and this one, the top 5 have gone over. Jaden Tyne finishing in P6 ahead of Tigran Banati and Atapur Lane from Yanis Savico. Finishing in P9, Noah Wolf does recover back to P10 after dropping from the 2nd row of the grid after a bad start. Anatoly Kavalkin and Tom Dussault round out the next runners out on track ahead of Samuel Luye, Martti Rittinen from Nicola Rossini, Michael Paparo from Manihat Krosner, then it's Josip Vey from Andrea Deno. Dominic Simek from Vicente Marquez, Kim Fardin finishing in 22nd place ahead of Alessio Pacini, Eric Müller from Boris Saraski, then it's Eric Vest from Alessandro Zalocchi from finishing in 27th place, 4-place gain there for the Italian. Jan Rogren from Eduardo Mormarelli, and Enzo Faeta finishing in 30th place. 1 retirement due to mechanical problems heads to the Swiss driver for the Millennium Racing Team, Cedric Malk, not finishing the race. But there on your screen, Casper Schurmans. I'm sure he'll be delighted with this one. Here's how it unfolded. Look at Noah Wolf right at the start there. His helmet did not move. This is another angle of it. It just did not go. It didn't stall. But crucially, no power off the line.
Absolutely not. You know, not much experience within KZ2 for Noah, despite some strong results back home in the UK. It is fresh, it is new for him, so it maybe just shows a little bit of inexperience. Driver at the front though, Casper Schurmans really did lead away at that start. Got out of turn number 1, continued to lead the field for the rest of the race. Strong stuff by him. We saw drivers clipping curbs though and cutting short bits of the track at that race start. This was the moment then that Timo Youngling, the British-German driver, really lit things up, got himself into 2nd position, used that long 210-metre straight to get the run out of the kart, went down the inside, got things done. Jaden Tyne was trying to get things done on the Birrells in front of him, attempted it twice into turn number 1, and both times had to just back out slightly. You know, bravery is required, and props to him for trying it, but it didn't quite work.
It certainly didn't, but the race did come to a quick conclusion for the CPB Sport team. Schulmans and Youngling finishing 1-2 with Markus Kayak of Estonia rounding out the top 3 for the Formula K team on that IPK product. Well, we are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere, folks, because here's what you can expect coming up later on today. We'll be back with the Academy Juniors for qualifying heat A versus B, then C and D, and then, of course, rounding out the morning half with the KZ category qualifying heat 2 starting at 2:30 local time for their 11-lap race. We then go back to the world of KZ2 category. They'll be heading out back onto the circuit before we go into another break, and then we round out the day with the last 3 races, KZ and KZ2. So plenty of action coming up, but do not go anywhere. We're back in around 40 or so minutes time with those next races. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships this weekend, featuring KZ, KZ2, and the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the junior categories. And they will be coming up next after the short lunch break. We are back racing with Academy Junior. Qualifying heat A versus B is heading out onto the circuit, and it was a very busy one earlier on for the Academy Trophy. As you can see, the drivers are lined up, ready to go. There is Louis Nunes starting this one on pole position, the outright pole qualifier, but fourth place in his race earlier on is going to need to step it up a gear in this one to try and push himself forward. We can talk about the front rows all we like, but let's talk about drivers who are representing much more than just a front row start. Emma Rose Dowling from South Africa announced this year that she was racing part of the FIA Women in Motorsport, and we caught up with her at the start of this weekend. Emma Rose, welcome, first of all, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Emma, we'll start with saying congratulations to you, as you've been selected as one of the FIA Women in Motorsport and for the 2025 season. What does that mean to you, that you've been recognised and you can put your influence and confidence or goals ready for this season?
Yeah, it means a lot that I got chosen to be in the FIA Women in Motorsport. I'm really excited to race and perform on a high level of karting internationally. Yeah. Excellent.
As a young female driver in what is a male-dominated sport, how has your support from the FIA Women in Motorsport Commission helped shape your development both on and off the circuit?
Yeah, it has helped a lot, and seeing that there's not only me racing, there's a lot of girls as well, so there's a lot of support, and I guess that with every woman around, it's not just me by myself. I have support on and off the track.
With the first round of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy just around the corner, how are you preparing mentally and physically to compete on the international stage? And what are your expectations for this season?
I really hope it goes well. I guess everyone wants it to. I'm preparing a lot of physical and mentally, but also watching what I eat, make sure I'm being healthy and getting ready for it.
Oh, great to catch up there with Emma Rose Dowling at the start of this weekend. And like you say, getting herself fully prepared for what we can expect to see. Jack Collinson as well. Now, okay, so representing Latvia this weekend, and he has got ties to Latvia. Of course, his mum is Latvian. However, this man, well, very known in the UK scene. Here's what he had to say ahead of this race weekend. Jack, you have been racing all over. You've transitioned from national competitions such as in the UK, Latvia and elsewhere around Europe. Now you're racing on the international stage for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. This is a significant step for you. How have you been preparing for this challenge, and what are your goals for the Valencia round?
Yeah, it's a big step. I mean, we've gone to the gym, training on the sim, learning the setup, the track. I mean, you've got to aim to win, obviously, but just to fight towards the front would be great.
The Academy Trophy emphasises equal equipment for all drivers and focusing on pure driving skill. How do you plan to leverage this format to showcase your abilities against a diverse international field?
Yeah, obviously, you've got to be on the top of your game because it's all equal, so there's no one on the grid relying for good equipment or bad equipment, so you've just got to be on the top of your game.
So reflecting on your journey from virtual racing to competing internationally, what does representing Latvia in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy mean to you, and how does it align with your aspirations in future motorsport?
It's a great privilege to represent Latvia, and hopefully it can allow me in the future to get picked up by big teams or help me as a racing driver improve.
When you started your sim racing, how was it from getting from that point to here now? What was that like?
Yeah, so I started sim racing when I was 5 years old, and to be fair, I got quite good at it quickly. And I jumped in a kart when I was 9, and just progressed over time, and now I'm racing in the FIA.
Well, great to hear from both of those drivers ahead of this next qualifying heat. Of course, let's see what they can do as they'll be starting this one a little further down in the order. 10th place for Emma Rose Dowling and 19th for Jack Collinson for Team Latvia. Ah, dear, that's no good on that one. That's the 514. Herman Rodriguez, his wagon's just been pushed over the white line. That is no bueno for that one, and that's the Spaniard who won earlier on. Now might find themselves in the eyes of the officials, because that is a no-no for that one. Well, let's see what happens then for Luis Núñez, who starts this one on the front row of the grid. Julian Rivera, who took a win earlier on, starts it alongside. Hernan Rodriguez will try and get it started. The previous race winner might be in a spot of bother at the start of this one over Veterata starting alongside. Bautista Panetta and Nassan As of Bahrain needs a good race in this one. Retired earlier on with a P19. Finley Lyons and Thomas Chikaraski rounding up row number 4. Mario Silva Laura and Emma Rose Dowling go from row 5. They'll have Martin Omdahl, who also retired earlier on, starting alongside Edward Godfroy on row number 6.
Row number 7 then, and drivers who have got work to do include Philip Planeta with Hamish Campbell of Australia. From 8 we have Iago Lumpen with Erin Lugdon, and from 9 we have Dominic Setuan with Zakari Slipchenko. From 10 we have Jack Collinson, who we just heard from with his pre-weekend interview for Latvia, and Clelia Sodu of Italy. Going from row number 11 we have Dominic Takash with Paul Becker, and rounding out your grid of what is supposed to be 24 karts, we have Facundo Hernandez on 23rd, and Gage Korn, who was fastest in qualifying but was disqualified for a weight issue, on 24th on the 12th row of your grid. And have we had then, Anthony, Hernan Rodriguez, your winner from Heat 1 earlier on, enter the track now?
That's a great question, and well, here's a look at the start of it. Now you can see just on the left-hand side of your screen right now, there's a clear white line. There's a clear mechanic still pushing the kart directly over that white line. That will head over to the officials. That is a very tough one for them, and I think even the mechanic's like, oh dear, I've done it again. There was the second attempt. Second attempt got it going. I mean, well, that's a face of a kind of... No, I think he knows what he's done. I mean, he knows he's pushed it over the white line, and he knows he was told in briefing that that's a no-no. And, yeah, that is a big, big shame for Hernandez, but hopefully he will be... well, hopefully he'll have a good race still for Rodriguez. Well, let's see what happens then as the field enters into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Lights are out. We are away for the Academy Trophy, and it's a good start for the front row, but it's got a bit touchy there, and it's riding that rear bumper for Nas Nassar all the way to the gravel trap at the exit. Oh, dear, and he's cut half the track. That's not going to look right in the eyes of the officials, and he's gone from turn 1 onto the back straight, and that will be, well, I think he'll have to just bring it straight into Parc Ferme, because I don't think he'll be out there for much longer from that one. But that is a huge, huge shame for him there. But the eyes will focus then on the rest of the field. They head through the infield section now, and it's still a relatively decent start for the rest of them. But it looks to me like, is that still...
Julian Rivera
at the front. Rivera at the front, yes, indeed. The race winner from earlier on for Ecuador, once again in the lead of this one.
Julian Rivera then, really good start for him. Really made the most of that drama that was behind him. Now we've got the 5-4-1 going very slowly. Nas Nassar then, he just got caught on the back of the 5-11 Oiva Venturin going through turn number 1, was really actually dragged, you know, partway down the straight and through the corner. And like you said, Anthony, cut the track. He will be probably under investigation for that incident. And it's what a dramatic start to his academy campaign for 2025. Has already had a DNF this weekend. There we can see him on the screens. I think very shortly he could be in the way of our race leader, Rodriguez.
Well, yeah, indeed. Blue flags are out. This is a look at that start, and yeah, this is a very interesting one. So, how did that all unfold? Well, he just got sandwiched a little bit there, rode onto the rear bumper there of the likes of Oiva Venturata, and as you can see, went up again. Oh, drove right over the head of Oiva Venturata, and that is dramatic at its finest. I mean, fair play, he kept it going. But, yeah, you're supposed to rejoin the circuit where you exited the circuit, and that, unfortunately, was not the case of what we saw there. And now I'm curious to see where he's ended up, because he had a lot of blue flags and the whole field's got past now. So Rivera leads the way from Nunes. Panetta is there in third place. Chikarashki has had a brilliant start. He's at 4 places and into P4. Finley Lyons had a good start. 2 places gain is into P5. Edward Godfrey 6 places gain is into P6. Drivers have really struggled in this one. Hernandez is one of them, as there is the likes of Nasser Sari. Still got traffic all around him that he's trying to get clear of. I can only imagine that we will see what is a blue flag with like a cross in the middle of it, a red cross, and if you see that, it means your pace is not there. I'm not sure if we're going to see that, because of course his pace is still good. He qualified relatively well, of course, you have to remember that, so he knows his pace is good, but he's cleared the grid now. So we'll have to see what happens. So other drivers that have struggled, obviously Vettel Murato, who had that moment with him at the start, he's tumbled down. Nasser Sai, he's had that trouble as well. But like I say, Hernan Rodriguez, winner earlier on, is down in 17th place. That is not the start we wanted as well. So that's allowed everyone to be promoted up the order. And like you say, for Rivera, this is looking like a case of 100 points to his name, and he's looking to start on the top at the end of tomorrow. They're pulling in. A lot of damage to the front nose cone as well, understandably. But that is Nasser Nassar pulling in, and that is 2 results there that have not gone his way.
Going back to your leaders, though, Luis Nunes was your fastest driver after qualifying overall, and now he is chasing down the driver out there in the front of the field, which is Rivera. Those 2 drivers, 2 of your quickest throughout qualifying, started on the front row together, and now it is still between those 2 for the lead. Nunes, though, 9,374 kilometers away from home for a first showing. What can he do this weekend? And we've got more drama going on then, Anthony. That's the 5-7 out there trying to get the kart restarted. Of course, you cannot do that within this stage of the race. Those drivers will be out, tumbled down the order. We'll update you on who those drivers are.
Now, I believe that is Dominic Setiawan of Indonesia and Paul Becker of Thailand, who I think have collided there at turn number 11. And like you say, correct in saying they did try to get those restarted. They are not allowed to do that because we are not on the opening lap anymore. So that is a big shame for them. Edward Godfroyd's on the charge back through. Needs this one. That DNF earlier on after a mistake on the braking has put him backwards, but now is fighting through nicely. He's there in P5 and setting the fastest lap of the race as well. He's got Finley Lyons for company. There is Finley Lyons just going through, but he's also got the Australian of Campbell right behind him in 7th place. So we'll keep an eye on this one, but all these drivers have moved up the order quite nicely. Half a second separating the top 2. All still to play for in this race, though.
Driver representing the USA, then Gage Korn, was disqualified in qualifying for being underway after he did provisionally put in the fastest time. Gage is now up by 9 positions to get into 15th. In the first heat earlier on, he finished in 12th position. Can he outdo his result from earlier on? Because he's definitely going to need to do it. And with the pace he's shown this weekend, he's got it in him. He has got that fire in his belly, but can he outdo his previous results? Can he make up those positions? Here's a race replay then for that incident with Paul Becker. Let's watch these karts go through the section. So somebody's just lost the rear end as they turn through and just tagged each other. They're not holding the brake as they come out of here, and drivers just rolling into the road of others, causing obstructions, and then they're clipping each other. We've got another driver out there trying to get the kart restarted. That's our driver out there.
He's not allowed to do that.
Well, he's trying. He's not allowed, but Campbell then out of this race. Let's focus though on this battle for the race lead, because it looks like it's going to be on very, very soon, because Nunes is catching up to our race leader of Rivera.
Yeah, indeed he is. So keeping a close eye on this fight, but let's see how it all unfolds. Rivera there from Luis Nunes, nothing between the 2 of them. The gap down to 0.2 of a second. This has closed in nicely between these 2 now as they push their way down in towards turn number 11. If we do see a move between these 2, Panetta, Godfroy, Chikaraski, they're going to be right on the case. Those 3 drivers are there, 3rd, 4th and 5th there, Nicole. Any chance from these 2, we'll see that. but something tells me the gap is extending once more. It doesn't look like the pace is there for Nunes in that middle sector too.
Nunes then just getting caught out from the infield section where there's so much that goes into it. It's a really technical, fast part of the circuit where you need to carry loads of minimum speed. Minimum speed is something that's required in these OKJs where you've got the rev out of the corner and they need to keep it very high. It just doesn't look like he's doing that in the mid-section of the track. Watch him through sector number 1 because he did light things up just previously, but now this is the Achilles heel for him. Will he rectify those mistakes that he's made previously and be able to gain back that time that he lost in the previous lap? Nunes, though, does look really quick through the early stages of laps, like you just said, Anthony, but just falls short slightly. Rivera, though, out here, new opportunities, new competitors, new circuit, and is making the absolute most of it. Had a great race earlier on. It's a P1 for him in Heat 1. Can he convert another race lead into another race win within this second heat? He's on the charge and he's on the way to be doing that.
He certainly is. More updates coming in further down in the field. Technical flags heading out to the likes of the man who started this right at the sharp end and race winner earlier on. Spain's Hernan Rodriguez unfortunately has received a technical flag, and he will have to bring that kart back into Parc Ferme. His racing is done in this one. He drops to 19th place and will go no higher. That is a huge shame for him in this one. Final lap board is out though, however, and Rivera leads the way. Nunes in second, cannot go any faster. They're in position. Panetta, though, is holding on to third place here massively from the two drivers behind of Godfroyd and Chikaraski. Now we head into that final chicane. I have said it time in, time out. If you lead the way of a train of karts, trust me, someone is going to send it down the inside of that final chicane. And will that happen for third? The answer is no. They stay behind, and across the line, it will be Rivera who claims his second win of the weekend. Delightful stuff for the driver from Ecuador, delivering results here in Spain. 100 points to his name. Nunes finishing in second place from Bautista Panetta. Edward Godfroyd from Thomas Chikaraski, who rounds out the top 5. A superb little drive there.
Absolutely agree then, Anthony. Intermediate classification so far throughout these heats. It is Rivera, your race winner, that leads the way, like you said, with 100 points. It's then Nunes with 82 and Chikaraski there in third with 77. But of course, we've got our next group of Academy juniors yet to come, so they will shake that intermediate classification up, I am sure.
They certainly will. There's a look at your full results then on your screen. The top 5 we have gone over. Finley Lines finishing in P6 with a 1-place gain. Philip Planeta finishing in P7 after gaining 6 places. Martin Omdahl from Zacharias Kemko. The brilliant race there, 9 places gained. Jack Collinson also 9 places gained to finish inside that P10. Erin Lodlian finishing in P11 with 5 places gained. Emma Rose Dowling in 12th place. Oiva Venturata recovering back to 13th after that tricky start. Gage Korn 10 places gained, finishes in P14 after the 12th place gain earlier on as well. Silva, Soto, Hernandez rounds out the next drivers out there in the 18 finishers and retirements. Rodriguez, Campbell, Braden, Becker, Nass, and Takashi, who's not gone out on circuit for this one. So hopefully Dominic Takashi is okay. There is a look at your drivers heading back into Parc Ferme. And well, for Nicole, that is 2 for 2 for our man Julian Rivera. Ecuador leads the way with 100 points going into tomorrow. No one can beat him. Here's a look at the highlights from that race, and there is where it all went wrong for Hernan Rodriguez, the race winner earlier on, who did get started the second time around, but the damage was already done. A push over that white line means you go straight to the back of the order after the race is finished. There is the start of the race, though. Initially, great getaway for the front, but not for the likes of Nasnasar and Oiva Venturata, getting tangled up there. Really big moment there, straight over. And unfortunately for Nasnasar, he can go nowhere but straight onto the back straight. He cuts out an almighty chunk of the circuit. And unfortunately for him, he just slowly circulated round. However, he would have to pull in. He had the whole grid behind him. He knew it wasn't going to go his way at all in that race. Might as well save those tyres for tomorrow and go for a better run in that Heat 3. Race continuing though, Nicole, and well, it was a relatively calm one at the sharp end until drama struck in the background, where we saw the likes of Paul Becker and the likes of Dominic Braden as well, of Indonesia and Thailand, tangling together and off the circuit. More retirements coming in as well. You saw the likes of Hamish Campbell seemingly looked to be all on his own there, Nicole.
Yeah, it looked like he just outbraked himself into the corner and lost the rear end. Did attempt to get it restarted, but of course that is not allowed within those stages of the race. It was Rivera though that took your race win. You know, unknown quality. He's just showed Rivera, you know, unknown driver, but has come here today to Valencia and really shown, you know, he's got something to prove. Really making waves so far. 2 out of 2. Lights to flag. Fantastic stuff.
It is indeed. We will take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. More Academy Junior Trophy coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're only just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the 2025 season of the FIA Karting European Championships, live here from the Valencia circuit for KZ, KZ2, and the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the junior category. And that is what is coming up next. Qualifying Heat C versus D for their 9-lap race is about to take to the track. We have just witnessed the likes of Julian Rivera take 2 out of 2 qualifying heat wins. He cannot be beaten going into tomorrow's third and final heat. He has the maximum 100 points. However, you have got the drivers further behind who could be one to keep an eye on. And as you can see from that picture there, Tudi Jürgen, who is starting on pole position, has decided to switch sides of the grid. Now, that is an interesting form that we're seeing there. So that puts Noe Stasionis on the inside row going in towards turn 1. And crucially, there is a benefit to this, because what he has done is effectively he's put Stasionis, who finished second earlier on for Lithuania, right in front of Erik Poulsen, who finished second earlier on for Sweden. Now, because Tudi Jürgen finished in P6, he needs to gain those positions, so he has switched sides of the grid. No, he has not switched sides of the grid. Now I'm looking at that picture. He's on the same side of the grid. So I'm going to completely eat my words and say I was completely wrong. So Tudi Jürgen is 100% my fault. I've just been told in my ears. But Tudi Jürgen is starting on pole position in his usual spot. I thought he'd switch sides, so there we go. We all make mistakes. So Noe Stasionis still starts in the outside row. Erik Poulsen still there right behind him. So, yeah, for Poulsen and for Stasionis, this is still an important race because they're the two drivers who finished second earlier on. They have got the chance of getting up to second and third, maybe even fourth in those points. So they're the ones that you're going to need to keep an eye on in this.
Absolutely are. And don't forget that Erik Poulsen comes from a motorsport family. He's got a rich motorsport history, and he is a driver out there that is going to be incredibly quick. as is Neuer Stacionis, the 510. Neuer has got experience around the Valencia circuit, has experience in the OKJ class and category, and is somebody that is definitely going to light it up. We did watch him within Heat 1 earlier on really struggle to get to that 3-step procedure start completed. Did manage to go out for his first heat, but it was a shaky start to the day for Noyes, but ended up in second position within his first heat, as did Poulsen. Like you said though, Anthony Judyerken finished in 6th place, so he's a driver that's really got a little bit of work to do if he wants to stay right on that sharp end of the field as where he is currently on that front row. Drivers that have got things to do within this race include Bink van Schrijnel. He had a DNF earlier on, so watch that mid-pack. Let's take you through your order, though. Anthony, on the front row of your grid, who have we got?
Well, we've got Judyerken, who is definitely on the correct side of the grid, as struggling there to start is the 522 machine of
Eric
Poulsen, who should be starting on the second of the grid. Now, he's got it started now. I was looking at my grid there. I didn't see if he went over the white line. I don't think he did. Right, Judyerken then starting on pole position. Neuer Stacionis joining him alongside Eric Poulsen. Hopefully will be there alongside Miele Machard on the second row of the grid. Emilio Byrne and Nicola Frigg will be going from row number 3. Better result in this one needed for Nicola Frigg after a DNF earlier on, P20. Row number 4 sees Nick Bretzel of Slovenia joined alongside Thanos Zahos, who finished 3rd place earlier on for Greece. So let's see what happens in this one. Rafael Bursato and Bink van Schrijnel go from row number 5. There we'll have the likes of Mark Reistrup and Lucas Konopka on row number 6.
Going from 7, we have Malta's Daniel Labella with Jack Moore. From 8, we have Japan's Suzuki Maeda alongside Kaloyan Gayashev. And shortly behind on 9, we have Geronimo Corolla with Seshanth Venkatesan. From 10, we have Samvel Hombard-Zumyan with Rosalind Schreier-Iser. Rosalind really hoping for a good one after a DNF earlier on, was involved in that big incident in our first heat of the day. From 11, we have China's Zihan Zheng with Raz Dahan from Israel, and rounding out your grid of 24 karts. And on the 12th row, we have Georgia Jajakignitse and Louis Sifre.
Indeed we do. It's a packed out grid in this one, but let's see what is going to be happening. Right, replay here. No, let go of it before that white line. Absolutely fine. Note wrong with that. And that is a face where he knows how close that was. Relief. That was a face saying, that was mighty close, but we got it going. But yeah, good stuff there. Right, drivers now heading round on their, this is their formation lap now. So they've done their out lap. They're now going to get formed up 2 by 2. This is going to be where it gets interesting as they head in towards the likes of turn number 17, 18 and 19 through that final chicane. And of course, right now, it's just a case of see what happens. They know that none of these drivers are going to be able to catch up to the likes of Julian Rivera. He is in the lead, 100 points to his name. No one can close that gap. And, there is, well, they're not really formed up right now, and I can understand the frustration there of Pasquale Lupoli is going to go into the tram lines. I think we're going to be going around again. We are indeed. It is a false start, and I will say it's our first false start of the day, I believe. We've not had a false start before.
We had a false start in the first heat, but of course we then had an incident, so actually that was kind of took itself away
from that one. So
in some aspects. It
was a cut, yeah. I'll broaden over that one, yeah, so well remembered. Yes, but for these drivers now, they just need to, again, get themselves squared away, slowed down, and formed up. And I will stress, these race starts are not easy. You may be thinking the people there who are sitting at home on their sofa all nice and comfortable, you know who you are. You are there watching this and going, you know, these starts, they look really easy. You just sit in there and you press an accelerator and you're going forward. But you've got to maintain position. You've got to maintain where you are alongside the other person. You've got to maintain a steady speed. You've got to keep the grid all nice and bunched up. There's a lot of things you've got to go over, as well as staying bumper to bumper and trying to match the pace of the drivers in front and behind you. There's lots that you've got to actually do, all while circulating around a kart track in 23-degree heat in a circuit that you've not driven before.
And let's not forget, for a lot of these drivers, they don't race in grids as big as this in their home countries, the likes of Razdahan. Very few drivers in some of the countries that these competitors are from, but they will head towards the lights then. Are we off and racing? Yes, we are. Down towards turn number 1 then. Good start from that inside row. We have lost our race leaders, drop back position slightly. That is Tudor Jurgen just having to concede the position. Is he going to get it back through turns 3 and 4? No, he isn't. So we have got a new race leader in there now. No dramas through the back end of our grid or for the mid-pack. Very clean start by everybody. We've got all of our drivers, I think, circulating around there. A few drivers at the back going a little bit slowly, but a clean start for things for our second heat of the second rotation.
Yep, certainly so. Well, as they head down into that infield sector there, you can see it's all getting nice and close for comfort here. Emilio Byrne has had a brilliant start to his race, and he is right there in third place, trying to close in on the drivers just ahead. But as they head down that back straight, you can see now as they'll try and pull out of the slipstream, is Emilio Byrne going to try and go for second place in the early stages? The answer to that is no, and stays there. So Tudor Jurgen holding on to second place now as they tries to close back in on the likes of Erik Poulsen, who is breaking away, and he's down that pace and he has sent it down the inside. Tudor Jurgen back into the race lead of this one. Third fastest driver over the course of this weekend in time qualifying, now finds himself in the lead of this race, and Emilio Byrne's going to find his way through now. So Erik Poulsen now drops to P3, but still in a very controlled positioning here. And of course, for Poulsen, like we were saying, that current race lead and that positioning would have put him second in the points. Now he's dropped back. He's going to be in a little bit of work he's got to do here. Now that Jurgen's there, he will probably head up ahead of Poulsen, but we'll see what happens as Byrne's under pressure. Milo Machard is right there as well behind Poulsen, and he is pushing his way along nicely. It's a nice little train that's starting to form up at the front here, Nicole.
Le Machard, Bretzel and Bussato then right in the fight for one of the first times this weekend. We have seen Le Machard's name pop up multiple times, but within this one he's looking strong. Just behind there, but behind Poulsen. Take that back because he's not behind anymore. Down the inside at turn number 1, Le Machard now in that top 3. Erik Poulsen looked very strong at the start of this race, but is just falling down the order slightly now. Is he now going to be under threat by the likes of Nick Bretzel there in 5th position, the 5-3-5 Bretzel? Really excited to be here this weekend, he said. He's going to make waves. He's going to show us what he's made of. Can he show what he's made of and break into that 4th position and overtake the Swede? Looks down the inside slightly, just takes a bit of a tighter line into that corner. Wouldn't be able to overtake from that far back, but definitely looking at what he can do under the braking. Tudor Jurgen, then, your race leader, has broken away by 0.3 of a second, but don't count out Byrne now, who's chasing him down the back straight and towards turn number 17, 18 and 19. Is Byrne going to be able to get the rev out of 19 and get something done? They said to me, the drivers earlier on in the weekend, there's a lot to find in the toe, but Byrne hasn't found that just yet. Tudor Jurgen then just looked like he slightly missed the corner into turn number 1. That's going to bring Byrne ever closer through turns number 3 and 4. Clips the curb then, Tudor Jurgen then does through turn number 4. Does unsettle the kart slightly, and again, that's brought Byrne into the fight ever more, and he is towing along Le Machard and Erik Poulsen.
Well, that is a risky thing to do. Now, that is technically turn 4. It comes very quickly after turn 3. That is the engine side. That's where the chain is. That's where the sprocket is. And if you hit that curb on that one very hard, you can very easily knock the chain off your kart. It's very easily done. I have seen it happen before. A kart's gone through there, they've clipped that curb, and then all of a sudden they grind to a halt with the chain dragging out the back of it. So very easily done, but he's been very lucky in this round of that lap. So let's see what happens. Over the line they go, but look at them all closed in here now. Jurgen goes defensive from Byrne, who says to him, no, please do not do that, because you need to go, because Milo Machard is right there. Poulsen's back to play. Stasionis is there. Bretzel is there. Zachos is there. And Bussato is also there, closing in. And Noé Stasionis sets the fastest lap of the race and is closing in nicely on this right and utilising that fastest lap, sends it down the inside of Erik Poulsen and gets up into 4th place. So it is the likes of the Lithuanian fighting his way back through to the front of the field, which is where he started. but he will have the Frenchman of Mir Limachard to fight over in these next few laps. Back down the back straight they go. Big toe now for these drivers, but Jürgen seems to have opened up the gap just that little bit now as he goes sideways under braking into that final chicane. That is some finest kart control I have seen all weekend so far. But this is brilliant stuff for these runs here. I've got to say, I don't know out of which one of these drivers is actually going to take the win on this, but he is under immense amount of pressure from all those drivers behind.
Tudor Jürgen then still continuing to clip that curb on turn number 4. We've got a move then for second position. That is Lemachard for France, overtaking Bird. So it is now Tudor Jürgen from Lemachard from Bird. Tudor, though, you know, we just talked about turn number 4. It's a late apex into turn number 5. So if you really unsettle the kart through 4, you're going to find it very difficult to get that run between the two corners and get the kart into it. Very unique line then from the driver, but it is paying off for him so far because he's faster than the drivers in front and he has given himself a little bit of breathing room. There is a fight then going on for second position behind him. We've got drivers down the inside at turn number 17. That is then Byrne promoting himself once more into second. So Lemachard and Bird fighting it out, and that's bringing the drivers behind them into it. We've got Stasionis, Poulsen and Zahos right in the fight now, and it's all getting busy between those few drivers through turn number 1. There was a move then for fourth position. I believe that's Erik Poulsen now getting himself back up into the order and overtaking the Greek.
Yeah, he does indeed. So Stasionis heads backwards now into P5. Keep an eye on this field then as I head into the infield section. Time very quickly running out of this race. We saw a very brief replay there of Roslin Syria Isa, unfortunately, of Algeria, who has dropped to the back of the field and has now later retired from this race. As well, it's all kicking off once again. Mir Limachard has lost out to Poulsen. He's also lost out to Stasionis. So the Frenchman, who was looking like he was going to go for the second place overtake, now finds himself backwards. He's going to fight it back, though, because he's back down the inside of Stasionis, and he moves up once again into P4. Stasionis will try and fight this one back down in towards turn number 1. He'll have to be careful because Bretzel's right there as well in the 519. Zahos is there as well. Nicola Frick slowly closing in also. Keep an eye, though, on the front runners because Jürgen now has found his pace. He's broken away from Byrne, 7 seconds clear. Poulsen's there now comfortably in third place. It is fourth place downwards that we're watching here as Erik Poulsen once again battles away with Stasionis, and now Stasionis finds himself going backwards even more.
It was previously actually the French driver that overtook Neue Stasionis, so it wasn't Thanos Zahos, but Zahos there doing a great job of things. He has now made up the position and gets himself into 5th. We've seen Thanos Zahos at this circuit before, Anthony. Likes the track quick round here, so watch him as the weekend progresses. Tudor Jürgen, though, how is he progressing out there in the race lead? It's just under 0.7 of a second. The times for the two drivers out there on the front is a 58.529 for Tudor Jürgen and a 58.541 for Emiliano Byrne. So nothing in it. But currently, Byrne is faster than your race leader. But we are on the final lap, and it's probably not going to be enough time. Is it going to be enough time for moves further down the order? Because this is the battle for fourth place. Yes, it is. It is then Zahos overtaking Lemachard for fourth.
That was actually Stasionis on Zahos there. That was for P5 out on track. And you can see now the Lithuanian has got himself up into that position in the 510. So we'll keep an eye on that progression as they head round. But like you say, Nicole, it is the final lap of this race. And well, I've got to say, that lead battle's closed down quite a nice chunk now. Jürgen and Bird very, very close. But Tudor Jürgen has done what he needed. P6 earlier on, started on pole, lights to flag finish for Tudor Jürgen. And that going into tomorrow secures second in the intermediate classification. Going into their final round of qualifying heats before their final. A brilliant run. Poulsen moves up to third with that third place finish as well in the points with 85. Of course, Rivera is clear with the 100 points. Nunez drops to fourth in the points. Stasionis and Bird jump up to 5th and 6th in the points. But the race results on this one, qualifying heat C versus D, is Tudor Jürgen, Emilia Byrne, Erik Poulsen, Mir Limachard, Neue Stasionis, Thanos Zahos from Nicola Frigg, Nick Bretzel from Big Man Schleindel, Jack Moore Rounding out the top 10 from Rafael Bussato. Suzuka Maeda of Japan finishes in 12th place. 3 places gained, so a good run there. Mark Reistrup finishing in 13th place ahead of Daniel Abella and Lucas Konopko. Rounds out the top 15. Rest of the field making their way through. Only the one retirement in this one. Roslyn Suriaisa, unfortunately, dropping down at the end of that one, finishing 24th place. With a 4-lap deficit. That is a huge shame at the end of that race. But crucially, though, at the front there for Tudor Jürgen, Nicole, that's a good end to the day going into tomorrow, knowing that he's second in the points.
We'll give Tudor a big confidence boost then going into tomorrow's racing. Like you said, second in the points. It was a 6th in his first heat and now a race win. Great result from the young driver. And he said that, you know, he said to me before within this weekend, he's been watching the other competitors and really trying to learn off of others' mistakes, other incidents out there on the track, and also the way other drivers are approaching the weekend. Tudor Jürgen, though, your 5.25 on the screen is your race winner. Great result.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely nothing wrong with that one. And let's see how it all unfolded. Close as you like for Erik Poulsen at the start of that one, and his mechanic knew it, how close that was. But he managed to hold on to the position. One false start initially to get going, but they managed to get going. Look at Poulsen on the inside line here, straight into the lead, had the pace there. Tudor Jürgen dropping back to second, nearly losing out to third. I thought Emilio Byrne was going to try and find a way through as well. So a very strong start for the drivers behind on that inside row. Later though, Tudor Jürgen would find the way back through. Quite a late lunge down towards turn number 1. Now that I think was a notification from Erik Poulsen not to go for an overtake, but to say, right, let's push, let's go. And I think, well, Tudor Jürgen took that as a, okay, I'll go down the inside, and did so, actually quite cleanly. Emilio Byrne then later getting into second place. They would stay like that. Then it was the battle for third downwards. Milo Machard getting the move done on Erik Poulsen, putting himself up there. That would later change as well, because then you would have the likes of Noe Staciones try to fight through with this very close moment here. So Emilio Machard did get into second place, but Emilio Byrne would find the way back through, and then Emilio Machard would, you know, have to a real fight on his hands when he got into that group behind of Staciones, Zajos there as well. Nicola Frigg would later close in also. Also, you had the likes of Nick Bretzel, who was in that fight. That was Roslyn Suriaisa, unfortunately retiring. Algeria's hopes not finishing the second race out on track. Looking at some of those nose cones, though, some of them looking a little bit droopy out there, Nicole. So something tells me that race isn't fully done until we see that official race result later on.
Well, when we get to the pinch points of turn 3 and 4 in those early stages of the lap, when you've got lots of drivers really trying to force each other around the circuit, that is when you're going to see a lot of them drop and you get those nose cones. That is the hot spot for that to happen. But now, Anthony, we turn our attention once again back to our KZ category. They are up next. Qualifying heat 2 for our KZs, 11 laps, 15.5 kilometres, and it is going to be feisty.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And, well, we'll be showing you the grid for this one later on, but you'll be seeing it right now on your screens. And you might be saying, Anthony, you know, what happened from last year? Because, of course, there was a regulation change from 2024 to 2025. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, though, because earlier in this weekend, we caught up with that man on your screen, last year's world champion in the KZ class, Giuseppe Palomba. Here's what he had to say.
Giuseppe, after a remarkable 2024 season, including your World Championship win with Sodikart, what motivated you to move to the Maranello team for the 2025 season, and how has that transition been so far for you?
Sì, sicuramente per me è molto importante diciamo, continuare a dimostrare quello che è il mio potenziale, no? E cambiando scuderia credo che adesso con Maranello Kart e VT Racing posso continuare a stare al vertice e a continuare, speriamo, a vincere.
Having secured multiple KZ2 titles, including racing in Italy, what aspects of the KZ category do you find most challenging? And how are you preparing to tackle these challenges in the European Championships?
Ma onestamente non sono mai stato super nel campionato europeo, credo che Solo per 2 anni consecutivi sono arrivato al 4º posto e quindi quest'anno voglio provare, visto che sono anche 3 prove di campionato europeo, voglio provare a fare bene e sicuramente appunto con Maranello e Viti c'è la possibilità e noi siamo pronti.
With the upcoming season ahead, what are your main goals and expectations for the 2025 FIA Karting European Championship? And how do you plan to build on your previous successes?
Sì, sicuramente sono delle piste queste qui molto belle. A Valencia non c'ero mai stato ma mi trovo molto bene, poi c'è Sarno che è la pista di casa, poi ci sarà Mulsen, quindi beh, c'è tutto per fare bene e ci proviamo.
Well, it is good to chat to Giuseppe Palomba. Of course, at the time, didn't actually know what he was saying. He could have been saying anything to me. But, you know, you can see they're super happy with everything that's going to be happening this weekend. And, of course, fresh out of what was happening back in 2025. Now, there is Senna van Walstein. He is not in his kart. He is chatting, just trying to listen in. But the problem is I think he might be speaking his home tongue here and not English at the moment.
This is a problem. Then let me change the tire here. They're waiting anyway. What we say, but they say now to go to close.
Right, so there seems to be a word on tyres there. So he wants to change his tyres on this one. And actually, with this young man here, we did catch up with him at the start of this weekend. Here is what he's had to say, but I can imagine his attitude not as similar as what it was earlier on.
Senna, your journey started a long time ago at just 15 years old, becoming a dominant force in karting, and now in formerly the KZ2 category is remarkable. Looking back, how did your early experiences shape your approach to racing at the highest levels?
Well, obviously you started when you were a bit younger in some smaller classes, and I made my way up a bit. I got some help of the Pax family, which helped me a lot to get to go to KZ. And yeah, I joined Saudi Kart and made my way up over the years, and now we're here. So.
On to Saudi Kart, and having been a part of the Saudi Kart racing team, you've had the opportunity to work with some of the best in the industry. Can you share a particular moment or lesson from your time with the team that significantly influenced your racing philosophy?
Well, I've been with Saudi Kart for a long time now. I think it's 6 years. And I think it's a big family, the team. That's also why I would stay so long. And we're really working hard and developing a lot to get the best out of it, since we won last year the European champs and the world champs as a team. So yeah, obviously I'm very impressed by how the factory and the team is working together. And I think it's a really good place to be as a driver and to move on and make a future with them. I think there's a big possibility to stay for a long time.
In addition to your racing career, you've been involved in coaching and mentoring younger drivers. What do you find most rewarding about this role, and how does it complement your own development as a driver?
Yeah, obviously I really enjoy to work with some younger drivers, and especially when you pick them up when they're a bit smaller and then you grow up with them and then see them winning races now. Obviously, I really enjoy doing that, so I can bring a bit of my passion and my knowledge onto them, and yeah, help them make their way up to the top.
Well, good to chat to that man there, and of course his attitude at that moment, I suspect, a lot better on this one. Now, getting interesting reports coming in from the grid. Now, obviously, we heard very briefly before we cut over to that interview. We went silent. We were listening to what they were saying. Now, you know, he was saying that, you know, one of my tyres is not in the best of conditions. I think it needs to be changed for a safety aspect. And, you know, for him now, the gate is now closed. So that car cannot go back through that gate. And that means, of course, that, you know, you can't work on a kart, which means you can't put tools on that. You can't take a wheel off to replace it for anything. And, you know, so he's in this sort of situation where he's got a kart that he doesn't really want to race on. Yeah, he kind of has to because of the situation that he's in. Now, I'm looking at those wheels there, and from our position, they look fine. I think there's a couple of patches on them here and there, but I don't know if they're like just marbles that he's picked up from previous races, any debris from previous races. So from what we can see, but obviously he can see it a lot closer. He's right there, and he says, no, there's something up with it. I don't like it. And I can understand why he would want to be like this and why he would think, you know, I need to change it. Because, of course, they're going in towards turn 1 at 141 kilometers an hour. The last thing you want is anything to happen to a tyre while you're in that sort of speeds.
Well, we can't see the level of tread that the tyres have got on them from the commentary box or on the screen, so it might just be the case that he's not happy with one of the levels. And of course, when you're trying to tame that level of torque that's given from a KZ and trying to transfer it onto the tarmac, like you just said, Anthony, the pace that you're going at, especially into turn number 1, you're going to want the maximum level of grip out there. So we'll see how that transpires for Senna as we head into the race, hopefully shortly. There we can see, though, just drivers getting ready, primed, heading to the back of the grid. You can see, though, not everybody looks like they're in their karts or even has their helmets on just yet, so maybe a little bit more commotion going on further back the field, but we will find out shortly, I'm sure.
Well, we would hope so at that point. There is Matheus Rangel starting this one on the second row of the grid. Like we say, last year's European champion in the KZ2 class as well. And is in this one, looking forward to seeing what the Frenchman can do. A very experienced driver indeed within the category. As well as, well, there is now Pasquale, a race director, having a chat with him and the team. And again, I kind of want to listen in here, but we'll apologise if we hear any language. But yeah, again, I think that they've settled what is going to be happening here. And I think, well, he's heading down to his grid spot. And I think it's going to be, yeah, I think he'll just start the race with what he's got on there. So we'll have to keep a very close eye on that. Yep, and the number 3 machine heads to its 11th place starting spot in this one. So a little bit of a delayed start then for the KZs. But, well, again, it's understandable from both parties on this one. Of course, the rules are the rules. The gate is closed. You can't do anything. We can't reopen that gate for you to do anything. And, of course, he's saying, well, surely there's something that has to be done about him. But, again, when you're thinking of this sort of aspect, for Senna, he's had a long time since that previous race. He would have had those tyres in his possession for quite some time. He would have seen those, although I think they get held. But, you know, he would have seen those early on. But it's a tough situation for these drivers to be in. So, you know, I can understand it from both parties, but looks like they've come to a conclusion. And now the race is moments away from starting here, Nicole.
Absolutely, but these drivers demonstrate exceptional racecraft weekend after weekend. They are your very best of the best, and Senna then is on the grid. Like you said, Anthony, he sat there in 11th position and will race. You know, points mean prizes at the end of the day, and it's just going to be the situation that he's going to have to go out there and deal with the tyre situation, whatever it is that he's not happy with.
Indeed. Well, we're getting reports that the yellow light is flashing, indicating we've got around 30 or so seconds until this grid heads out on to the circuit. Looking forward to this one. It was a close fight there earlier on. Hiltbrand taking the win, but, well, from pole position, certainly had to fight for it, though, as he did drop back initially at the start. But we'll go over those results from the previous race later on. As the field gets started, we will go over the full starting lineup for this one. 18 drivers heading out onto the circuit, ready for their second qualifying heat of the weekend of round 1 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship for KZ. Let's take you through that list then. It's Pedro Hiltbrand and Jean Nobler on the front row of the grid. Rangel and David Trefelov go from row 2. They'll have Giuseppe Palomba and Daniel Basile on row number 3. Christian Batuka and Emilian Denner round out row number 4. They will have the likes of Victor Gustafsson and Adrian Meledo on row number 5.
Going from 6 then, we will see Senna van Walstein alongside Tom Loyet. Shortly behind on 7, we have Francesco Salenta with Maren Kremers. And from 8, we have Lorenzo Camplese with Enzo Lacruz. Rounding out your grid then of 18 karts and on row number 9, an all-Italian. Row number 9 is Giorgio Bisoli. He did have a DNF earlier on, so watch out for that driver, and Matthias Torrigiani.
Well, again, packed grid for this one. There is a look at your intermediate classifications. They are a reflection of the results that they had earlier on. So it was Pedro Hiltbrand who took the win ahead of Jean Nimblot. Then it was David Trefilov who finished after gaining 1 place to finish in P3 ahead of Daniel Vasile. Christian Batuca gained 2 places, the same as Vasile. They finished 4th and 5th on track. Giuseppe Palombo with a 1-place deficit. He dropped him back to P6, and that's how he rounds out those top 6 points there with 34 to his name. Below that one, you saw the likes of Victor Gustafsson gain 2 places to finish in P7. Senna van Walsting gained 3 places earlier on in that race to finish in P8. Spagel dropping 6 places. It was not the start he would have wanted from the second row of the grid. Like I mentioned earlier on, Nicole, the regulations have changed from 2024 over into 2025. The finishing order from a KZ heat used to be the starting order to the second heat, and the same for the third. It would go on, and then, of course, you would have the superheat and final. However, that has now changed. All these races are gridded up from qualifying. So Pedro Hiltbrand, who did win earlier on, you know, he starts again on pole position. That would be the same as if it was back in 2024. But now in 2025, if, you know, like Hiltbrand, if he retired to the back of the grid, he would still be starting this race on pole position. So that's the only difference that what you've seen from last year. Other than that, the class is still relatively the same. The tyres did change as well over last year. There were the option Dunlop tyres last year. They've now been changed to the prime tyre in 2025. So a little bit of changes here and there. But other than that, we're ready to go racing for the second heat in KZ as the light procedure is started. 4 red lights are on, lights are out quickly. Once again, it's a lightning start for Jean Nimblot at the front of the field. The P6 in the World Championship last year in KZ2 streaks to the lead in this one as they all file through the likes of turns 2 and in towards turn 3 for the first time. Karts dicing over the curbs there, and some karts have ground to a halt as they've missed the gears out of the corner, but the rest of the field has had a brilliant start, and for Jean Nimblot and Pedro Hiltbrand, it's 1-2, and there you can see David Trefilov has slotted into 3rd place comfortably.
Trefilov then went the long way round at turn number 1 and slingshotted himself into 3rd position ahead of Spagel. Great start by that driver to sit there in 3rd position. We'll head down the back straight then, 135 metres to get themselves ready to go into the final corner for the first time. Pedro Hiltbrand then sat there in 2nd position, just trying to hunt down for that race lead once again, and we've got it all going on at the back end of our grid. We've now got Palombo under pressure going into turn number 1, stays there in 6th position though, but really having to fight hard against the likes of Batuca, who sat there in 7th. Jean Nimblot though, 0.2 of a second splits between him and Pedro Hiltbrand in 2nd. David Trefilov there now in 3rd, and that is bringing Matteo Spagel into the fight as well. Which driver is going to be the first to bite? Which driver is really going to capitalise on this sector number 2? Pedro Hiltbrand then getting the front end of the car into each corner, really using all of the grip out of there. Are they going to see a move going into the final corner? We haven't seen too much go on there just yet through our KZs. Hiltbrand, though, he was chasing Jean Nimblot, but now he's got more to think about with the likes of David Trefilov sat there shortly behind him in 3rd. Watch him as they come down the start-finish straight, because turn number 1 is an overtaking hotspot. Are we going to see anything by any of these drivers? Not just yet. Order doesn't change. It's still Nimblot from Hiltbrand, from Trefilov, Spagel and Vasile.
Yes, it is indeed. Keeping a close eye on this one, though. They've all closed in on Jean Nimblot there. He may have had a good start off the line, but the pace he's trying to really maintain here. But right now, it's just not going his way, and all of the drivers are actually starting to close in here because Spagel is there as well. He had a tough race earlier on. He's looking for a better result in this one, and so far it is going that way. Daniel Vasile is there as well in P5, so we'll keep a close eye on this field. But like you were saying there, Nicole, yeah, you know, bang on the money. It looks like David Trefilov is going to go for the move at any given moment here. It looks like he might do it now into the final chicane. He is going to pull out of the slipstream and down the gears. 3 downshifts they go through that final chicane, and Trefilov gets up into 2nd place. Hiltbrand might retaliate. Well, he might retaliate on the second part because he runs a little wide on the exit there, does Trefilov, but Spagel now has closed in. Vasily has closed in, and it's all kicking off a little bit there between those ones because now it's all starting to all fall into place as Daniel Vasily has got past Matej Spagel. Spagel is down to P5 now.
Hiltbrand then just lucky to get away from that because the back bumper just got clipped heading out of turn number 4. Trefilov, though, going back to that move that he just made, ice in the veins of that driver, not a single twitch under pressure to get himself into second position, and is now reducing that lead that Jean Nomblot has got out there in the front. It is 0.4 of a second, but watch Trefilov because he looks quick, he looks fast, and of course as well now he is within the toe. What's he going to do heading down into turn number 1? He's not close enough just yet. Shifting up the gears as they go down the straight and back into turn number 1. Tightens things up, gets that narrower line. These drivers in the KZs like to do that. It's the way that they work to get the rev out of the corner. Here we go then, gap continues to be reduced by Trefilov in third. It's now 0.3 of a second through the infield section. He's really hot on the heels of our race leader.
This is what I was talking about earlier on here, Nicole. Now, you're seeing the likes of Pedro Hiltbrand, who won that race earlier on. It was a very strong race, very good performance from him. But I was thinking there was a big gap that he had when he got into second place to try and close in for the race lead. And I was saying, is he going to push that, use his tyres and get that win, or is he just going to sit there in second, be happy with it, save those tyres for maybe later on? A P2 is still a good result. I think the answer is of that question is being answered right now because Hiltbrand's there in third place. He's dropping off the back of Trefilov and Nomblot here, who are breaking away. Did he use those tyres too much earlier on? That is the question. And seeing this performance here from David Trefilov might be a sign of he looked after his tyres later on, but that in turn assists every driver behind. So Trefilov leads the way. Jean Nomblot now in second place. Hiltbrand has caught back up. Now he's got the toe again. Now he's got the rhythm once more. Can Hiltbrand capitalise on this one? Well, that posture there from Jean Nomblot will help him out because he's gone defensive into turn 11. But on the exit, he just won't have the legs to get that car down the inside. And he stays in third place. But for Hiltbrand, this is still a good position for him now because he could come away with another second place as he looks to the inside down into that final chicane. And the tyres are still alive on that Birol machine. Checks over his shoulder and sees that he's got Daniel Vasily who's closed in as well. And now we'll try and just focus on closing in on Trefilov, but it's 0.7 of a second is the gap as Daniel Vasily sends it down the inside at turn number 3. Jean Nomblot tried to defend that one there. It wasn't going to help him out because now his teammate Spagel goes through and Jean Nomblot is going to find himself falling into the field, and now Emilian Denner might have a chance to get the move done as well.
Jean Nomblot really had to back out of things through turn number 4 then, and now is under even more pressure as they head through and into the third sector. David Trefilov, though, really pulled the pin earlier on within this race when he got himself into that race lead. 0.7 of a second he now leads by as they head down the back straight. This is the battle, though, a little bit further back. We've got to dive down the inside. That is Emilian Denner going in on Jean Nomblot for that 5th position. Nomblot now really, handbrake has been applied a little bit within this stage of the race, is just starting to tumble down the order, and now we've got the likes of Giuseppe Palomba sat there in 7th position, who is all over the back of the driver as they head through 3 and 4. This is the moment then. This is a stage where it just started to go wrong for Nomblot. This is the overtake Hiltbrand made through that back section. And since then, he's just lost a smattering of positions.
Yeah, he has indeed. And that was the really risky moment there. Of course, through turn number 3, trying to carry it around the outside, clips the curb at turn 4. That's allowing Spagel to get through. Now Emilian Denner has got through, and now he has tumbled all the way down to P6 in this race. And you can see there he is on your screen, Giuseppe Palomba is closing in and could be the next driver to go for the move here. So the race certainly not over for Jean Nomblot, but it's going in the wrong direction for the Frenchman as well. The 2 Italians just behind now are starting to really pile on the pressure. Eyes on the front though, Trefilov and Hiltbrand, that gap has fractionally come down to less than 0.7 of a second, but the eyes will focus on this battle, because if we're going to see a move, I'm going to say it's got to be from Giuseppe Palomba, last year's world champion in this class. Certainly looking like he is on the back foot right now, but delivering, because of course he was formerly with the Sodi team. He changed over to the Maranello team in 2025, and so far for him, it's been a bit of a tough start to his season. However, we have still got Sarno to go. We have still got Mossen to go in Germany before, of course, we head to the World Championships later on this year. Lap number 9 that we're on now, Nicole. This fight still very much on, but I've got to say, Matuka seems to be piling on more of the pressure here.
Well, we have P6 earlier on for our... Sorry, just going to a moment then on your screens.
Ooh.
That's for our race leader just getting caught out on the rumble strip. Almost lost the rear end then did Trefilov, just caught it nicely. Hasn't lost too much time then to the driver behind, which is Pedro Hilbrand, 0.7 of a second, but just got out of sorts ever so slightly out of turn number 14. Back to what we were talking about our world champion Giuseppe Palomba, who's under pressure by Christian Batuka in the 8th place. It was a P6 earlier on for Palomba, so he's going to need a good one within this one. Needs to promote himself more. He's going to want to put himself into a better position for tomorrow's racing. Here we go then, this is your battle for the race lead. It's 0.5 of a second now between the two. Hilbrand is closing in then, and it looks like that slight mistake for our race leader did cost him a little bit of time. It is the dying stages of this race, though. It is our final lap. Is there going to be an opportunity for the 59 sat in the barrel carts of Hilbrand, who was our race winner earlier on? Trefilov looking strong through the infield section, not a toe out of line within this point. Looks over his shoulder just to see what the gap is. He is still your race leader and leading strongly. A gain of 3 positions within the race. Started 4th, promoted himself time and time again through the early stages, and within the second half of this race has not had too much to think about. We'll head down the back straights though, as your race leader again into turns number 17, 18, 19, clips the curb, meets the checkered flag as your race winner. 0.7 of a second ahead of Pedro Hilbrand, 1.9 seconds ahead of Daniel Visil, who finishes in 3rd. Stellar stuff by David Trefilov.
It certainly is. That puts him 2nd in the points behind Pedro Hilbrand, who still leads the way, but only by 3 intermediate classification points. It is Trefilov who leads the way at the end of that one, ahead of Hilbrand, Vasily from Spurgel, Denner from Nombler, who round out the top 6. Palomba and Batuka, Gustafsson and Van Walstein round out the top 10. But still a solid drive from all of them. And there is a look at those intermediate classifications. Like we were saying, Hilbrand still leading those points with 94 points to his name, ahead of David Trefilov. There's a look at the full results on your screen. Of course, the top 10 we have gone over. Adrian Melero finishing in 11th place from Lorenzo Camplese. Mayan Kremers from Tom Luye. Enzo La Cruz from Francisco Salenta finishing in P16 ahead of Giorgio Basoli and Mattias Torangiani, who ran out the top 18. All 18 cuts that started finish that race. Back into Parc Ferme. There, though, pulling in is the likes of David Trefilov. 3rd place earlier on, 2nd place now. Finds himself 2nd in the points, 91 points to the name. And this is how it all transpired. Well, right at the start, drama from the word go. Senaman Walstein talk on tyres, wanting to change. The gate is closed, says Pasquale Lupoli, the race director. You cannot do it. Please go to your grid spot. And I think a solution was arrived between the two of them. But still a tense moment there, and all the way at the start of this one. Well, initially, again, for Jean Nomblon, perfect start. Got the pace off the line. It was also a good start there for Giorgio Basoli. You see him at the back of the grid diving to the inside. Wouldn't gain any positions from it, though. But for Jean Nomblon, yeah, again, brilliant start for him. Look at the likes of David Trefilov right round the outside there to try and get that early advantage. Would only slot into 3rd place, though, gaining only 1 spot. But still, for the other drivers here, a really strong performance. Later on, though, it was Jean Nimblom, all we could talk about all the way to the end of it. That was the very tense moment right at the start of that one. Cristian Batuca trying to go down the inside of Giuseppe Palomba. That was a very brave attempt in towards turn number 1, but didn't fully go his way. Spagel seemingly at the start of that one dropping backwards as well. Daniel Vasile trying to go through in the early stages, managing to successfully do so. That was Trefilov getting past the likes of Jean Nomblon as well. Then it would just be the Jean Nomblon story here, because it was one after another. Hiltbrand going through later. Daniel Vasile would get through as well in towards turn number 3. That allowed Matteo Spurgel on the exit of that very same corner to also go for the move. Then you had Emilian Denner later on. He would close in. He would then later get the move done. But all the way throughout that one, it was just a solid drive for the front runners. And David Trefilov, by that little mistake out of the exit of turn number 14, went on to take a very commanding win, which puts him second in the points going into their final race later on today, Nicole. The next race is coming up very thick and fast. It is time now for KZ2 qualifying heat A versus B. These are some of the fastest drivers from time qualifying. They now are heading out on to the circuit, and already you can see engines are fired up. They're wasting no time whatsoever to get going for this one. And it all starts with Maxim Orlov on the front row of the grid. Johan Valtonen will be joining alongside Alvar Simasvara and Timo Jungling on row 2. They'll have Kimi Tani and Marcus Kayak on row number 3. Row 4 sees Maximilian Schleimer and Jaden Tyne on row number 4. They'll have Jay Irwin and Untapur Lane on row number 5. Jensen Graham and Yanis Savico go from row 6. Jean Luye and Nicola Rossini round up row 7. They will have Gerard Sebrian and Martti Rittinen on row number 8.
Second part of your grid, and drivers that need to pull some tricks out the hat include Alejandro Lahoz and Michael Papero. Going from row number 10, we have Robert Kinderveto with Cedric Malk, and from 11, we have Marco Tullman with Andrea Dell. Going from row number 12, we have Matish Prouche with Josep Vey, and from 13, we have Emmanuel Mai with Enzo Faeta. Shortly behind on 14 is Eric Holm with Alessio Piccini, and on 15, we have Daniel Deleakin with Eric Wies. Going from row number 16 and the last row of your grid of 32 karts, we have Ivan Kontradenko with Alessandro De Loco.
Well, plenty of action will be unfolding in this one. Of course, a full field, 32 drivers in this one ahead of their third heats later on today. There's a look at intermediate classifications on your screen. Of course, Max Orlov taking the win earlier on. Again, it was joined by Kasper Schulmans taking the top spots in those first qualifying heats. So they're going to be the ones that we're going to need to keep a close eye on this one. And of course, with the likes of Orlov in this one, but till we don't have the likes of Schulmans in this one, he starts on pole position for that second race earlier on, which means, Nicole, going into their last races later on, we're going to see a nice little fight between two previous qualifying heat winners in those third qualifying heats. So very much looking forward to that one. There is Nigel Edwards, Deputy Race Director this weekend from the United Kingdom, based out of Trent Valley Kart Club at the PFI International Circuit as well in the UK. Certainly keeping a close eye on proceedings here this weekend, as the temperature still rocking a nice 24 degrees out there, Nicole. Some clouds looming over in the background, but do not worry, they don't mean anything. It's just a cloud in the sky on this beautiful blue sunny day. There are the drivers heading round into the final corner, the last few bursts of power to get the temperature into those rear tyres formed up nicely as the front is ready, but once again the back of the grid is heading out of turn 13, so they've got a long time to wait until the last of the drivers are lined up there, which means everything loses temperature, I would say, other than the engine. Yes, it's stationary, but they can keep the revs going. That keeps the engine nice and warm. But tyres and brakes, well, they start to decline in temperature rather rapidly.
You've got to think about driver concentration as well, because if you're stationary, as a driver, I used to find if you're in this situation where maybe races are stopped, it's very easy to lose focus. And if you're waiting on the grid for too long, some of these drivers at the front end of the order might experience that, because we've still not got our drivers at the back lined up into their grid positions just yet. Timo Jungling though, the 306 is the driver we can see on the screen just in front of you. Timo has been a diamond so far within this weekend, has really lit things up in 2025 for his second year of KZ2 racing.
Here we go then, green flag waves at the back. We're ready to go racing then. KZ2, qualifying heat A versus B. Lights are on, 4 red lights. Lights go out, we're racing. It was a very good start for the front, but it's not gone well in the mid-pack there. Drama right at the start in KZ2. Multiple karts involved. And we will try and get this one squared away. And I'm thinking, will this be a local yellows? Will we see a slow procedure come out? Because there are karts all over the track, including the likes of Alvar Simonsvara. Timo Jungling is there. Marcus Kayak is there as well. Robert Kindervater is there. You've got Andrea Dale is off the track. Eric Holm is off the track. Dan Delakian is there as well. Eric Vess and the likes of Alessandro Zolocco also off the circuit. Slowboards are out. The race has been neutralised. And a smattering of drivers, Nicole, are out of this race.
Well, I think we've jinxed him there because Timo Jungling was one of the first drivers to get caught out on that start. Then there was just a smattering of drivers coming together, and it was a domino effect for the remaining half of your grid. And like you said, Anthony, we've lost a smattering of drivers, the likes of Conveta. We've got Delekin is out as well, and Zolocco. We're wondering if we can see a replay of that at some point, but that is drama to start off our second rotation of KZ2 heats.
Well, certainly is. So slowboards out, field neutralised, and marshals have done a brilliant job there to actually clear the circuit because, of course, you can imagine right at the start of that, right in the middle of the track, there was about 6 or so karts all in the middle of the track, and you can see a handful of these now have fully retired from the race. Some of them did manage to get going again. In the form of, Eric Vess, Eric Holm, they've managed to get going. Andrea Dale, they've all managed to get going as well. So they're at the back of the grid. However, retirements in this one seem to be Alvar Simonsvara, Timo Jungling, Marcus Kayak, Robert Kindervater, Delakian, and Alessandro Zolocco. They have all retired from this race. They have not managed to get going again. Here's a look at it then. How did this all transpire? Because, well, it all starts right at the sharp end, and Timo Jungling cuts across there the front of Alvar Simonsvara. That in turn brings them right back into the middle of the track, and unfortunately, you can see how it all kicked off right at the background there. That is a big hit on the shoulder. Therefore, is that Timo Jungling who took that hit on the shoulder? This was the angle again. So, it's a Jungling. You can see right off on the left-hand side of your screen. There's the IPK, but then look here, the Pantano cut just comes in, clouts over the shoulder of Jungling, and all the while in the middle of the pack there was absolutely nowhere for them to go, and multitude of retirements there right at the sharp end, and some heavy damage to some of those wagons.
I think a driver that needs a round of applause for his reactions to that was a driver right at the back of the grid, Ivan Kontratenko. Really, if we saw on the replay, the way he reacted to somebody rolling into his line was absolutely stellar. You have really reacted well to that one to not get caught out. But there you can see on your screen the drivers just continuing to ensure that there's enough temperature in the tyres so that when they go for that race restart, they can maximise everything that they've got out there on the Dunlop. But pandemonium then for our start, and we've lost some big hitters within that one, Anthony. Your 2 drivers that were starting on the second row of your grid.
Yeah, indeed. So that has been a bit of a shame for a fair few of them as well. For Marcus Kayak as well, the Estonian champion, really strong performer over the course of his racing career. He's out of this race as well. Robert Kindervater, who was starting this P19, he is out of the race. Dan Delekin as well. Also, he was starting P29 in the 350. He goes no further. And then, of course, Alessandro Zolocco as well in the 360. He goes no further in this race also. And, for like you say, for Ivan Kontratenko, brilliant reactions for him to manage to get through that quite literal pandemonium at the start of that race. Not what you want to see at all. And got to say, a very shaky one. Obviously, that incident is under investigation. The yellow flags out on track are static, which means, Nicole, we are going racing once more as they head to the start-finish line. Out of the final corner, Drop a gear, disappear, says Maxim Orlov as he heads down in towards turn number 1 and maintains that lead. It's a good reaction though from Joel Valtonen, who holds on to second place as they head down in towards turn number 3 on this restart. Jaden Dine still there. 5 places gained is in a good run. Yannis Savico with the 8 places gained. Nicola Rossini capitalising at the start of that one. 9 places gained, as well as a lot of drivers will have gained a lot of places because of that start. So many drivers in that sharp end retiring. Paparo's up 10. Malka's up 11 as they all find their way down in towards turn number 11 on lap number 4.
It's a KZ2 rookie year for Jaden Tyne, set there in 3rd position then, but I think he's going to be saying a small thank you to his teammate of Timo Youngling, who has allowed him to jump up by 5 positions in the early stages of this race. We've lost another one, Anthony. That's now the 3, 4, 5 is out. That is Kimi Tani, who has parked it on the side of the corner. DNF for that driver. We've got moves down the inside through turn number 1 then. That is a Tony Kart making things happen on the Birel Art team. We've got front end of your order though. It's still Maxim Orlov that is your diamond so far within the weekend. Is your fastest driver out there on the circuit for CPB as well. Sets a 56.316. More drama going on just slightly further back in the field. We've got Tony Kart really having a go with Birel. We've seen Birel really lit things up, Anthony. We've said it time and time again on the stream today, from testing, from previous rounds. Ones to watch within this weekend. Currently though, continuing to focus on ones to watch is Maxim Orlov, your race leader. Such a strong showing so far for the 2025 season for the opening round.
It certainly is. Well, eyes focus on the train that's going through. Big sends down the inside there. That is nicely done in the background. Now that, I believe, was Matic Proujon and Emmanuel Mai. So that's the IPK factory team versus the Mac 1 Motorsport team. They're changing 4 positions further down in the order. But we will keep a close eye on the progression here. Maxim Orlov at the front, continuing that pace. 55.627 is breaking away from Joel Valtonen, but the gap is still 0.6 of a second as it's still kicking off in the background here. It's all kicking off between Marco Torman and Alejandro Leoth. They are battling for position. That is nicely done between them. They are battling around the 15th and 16th place on your screen, but it's TB Kart versus the likes of Pantano, and it's kicking off behind them as well. Bruce, Pacini, Mai and Faeta all fighting for place, but that is right down near the bottom end of the field. In the intermediate classification, well, that's looking a little bit nicer for Maxim Orlov. 100 points to his name. That's 2 wins out of 2 if he can maintain this position on lap 7 of 11. With that gap extending now to 0.7 of a second, it is looking likely he will lead going into that final round of qualifying heats later on today.
Well, we were just talking about Alejandro Lahoz, who has down there in 16th position, made up a few places, but once he got onto the back of Jensen Graham, it just started to go wrong for that driver, and he has lost that hard work that he had put in so far. Biggest mover, though, within this race and your drivers that's really putting in the work is currently 7th position. That is Michael Papero. Biggest mover, started 18th, a gain of 11 places, and now is hunting down the drivers in front of him, which include Jean Loyet and Schleimer there in 5th.
There's your race leader, Max Orlov, clear and dry at the front here from that restart. No real drama for him, continuing to break away that gap now, extending to just less than a second, 9/10 over the line from Valtonen. Tyne still there in P3 from Stavico. In P4, Schleimer still holding strong in P5 from Luye, and again those battles happening thick and fast. Jean Luye is in at that fight still. You can see them closing in on your screen, but still, you know, in these early stages of the weekend, still for these drivers, it's a case of, you know, if you're in that sort of mid-pack section, you know you're going to probably make it into that final in the superheat, so you're in a position where let's just see what happens as the day progresses. Of course, championship points up for grabs if you're the leader of the intermediate classifications at the end of today. 25 championship points go your way, so certainly one to fight at the front, and for Max Orlov, he is just thinking, right, let's claim those points at the end of today.
Driver being watched now includes Cedric Mulk, who is under investigation. He sat there in 13th place, so he's got eyes on him for a potential incident out there on the circuit. Eyes back on, though, this battle at the front end of your order between the likes of Teen and Savico. Teen, really strong showing so far, just highlighting the young talent once again. I said it earlier on, he's out there, not a toe out of line so far, is leading that third position really nicely, but he is under a little bit of a pressure. It's only 2 tenths that split those two drivers out there on your screen. At what stage is the driver behind of Yanis Savico really going to bite the bullet and go for it?
No, that is a great question there. We'll have to wait and see what happens here, because race slowly coming to a conclusion right now as we continue to watch the Savico battle here on your screen. Now, Schleimer is trying his best to close in on this one, but that is not really happening. Jean-Louis is all on his own there as well in P7, as Michael Paparo setting some really good pace here, up 11 places on your screen. Mark now under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Now he's in 13th place with a gain of 7 places, so yeah, he's going to be another driver you're going to need to keep an eye on in this one. And there as well, Torman also under investigation for potentially causing a collision. So it's all kicking off then in the dying stages of this race. But for these drivers, they're about to see the last lap board, and for Tyne and Savico, it's going to be a case of, well, who's going to bite first out of the two of them, Nicole?
Well, I think with the way Jaden Teen is driving around, I'd say he's getting himself into a very strong position, and watch him because he's a stellar defender. Maxim Orlov, though, is a driver out there that doesn't look like he's going to have to defend at any point within this race. Still out there strong, your race leader, 1.2 seconds. He's out there, 175 kilos, 125 cc of pure power, pure torque, and is transferring all of that to the tarmac and showing us what he's really made of. Battle rages on, though, between these two drivers, Anthony. This is your battle for third place and one of your hottest ones out there on the circuit. Are we going to see a move? Are we going to see a promotion into third position by Savico? It doesn't look like he's got an opportunity just yet. Teen out there tightening things up on the brakes, really not allowing a hairline, a whisker between him and the driver behind. Looks over his shoulder down the back straight to see what the gap is. I don't think on the final lap of things the gap is enough.
No, I mean, he's gained 8 places. You don't need to risk a night, but across the line, Maxim Orlov claims 2 out of 2 in KZ2, and he has 100 points to his name going into their third and final qualifying heat later on today. At this moment, he is the driver to beat, but can he be caught in that race later on today? Valtteri finishing in 2nd place ahead of Jaden Tyne, and then it is Yanis Savico finishing in P4 with a gain of 8 places. Maximilian Schleimer finishing in P5, 2 places gained from Jean-Louis with his 7th place gain into P6. Michael Paparo, 11th place gained, drops through nicely. P11 places gained in that one to finish in P7. Jay Irwin from Nicola Rossini and Gerard Cabrian rounding out the top 10. All of them gaining places in that race, as there's a look at the rest of the results on your screen. Martin Rittonen from Autopool Lane, Cedric Malk from Jensen Gray, and Marco Torman from Alejandro Leoff. Then it is Alessio Pacini with 11 places gained in that one to finish in P17. Matis Bruce from Emmanuel Mai, Andrea Dale from Josip Vrey, Eric Holm from Ivan Kondratenko, Eric Vess from Enzo Fayata, running out the 25 finishers. Kimi Tane was the latest retirement in that one after the restart. Unfortunately for him, going no further. The retirements that caused the slow procedure to go out: Alvar Timotsvara, Timo Jungling, Marcus Kayak, Robert Kindervatter, Daniel Delekian, and Alessandro Zolocco. Unfortunately, all of them retiring, and heavy damage there for some of those karts. There, Marcus Kayak, there on your screen as well, Alvar Timotsvara. This was the start, Nicole, and it all started with Jungling going across the track, collecting the likes of Alvar Timotsvara, which just started a chain reaction that caused Kayak to get closed in, Robert Kindervatter, Dan Delakian, Alessandro Zolocco all to get closed in, as well as a multitude of others who did manage to get restarted. Ivan Kondratenko, watching him right at the back, dives through the field left and right, slowly and cautiously, but he finds his way through and gains a fair few places. It's nicely done from him, but at the back, big drama there. That massive hit for Timo Jungling a big hit there from Alessandro Zolocco there, and hopefully both those drivers are okay, but a smattering of retirements right at the start, which caused the slow procedure to come out. Later, the restarts, and for Max Orlov, nailed the restart there. Nicole had no dramas, really.
Absolutely didn't, had not much to think about other than the corner and the track itself. Nobody could give him a run for his money. This was the move, though. These were the stages where it heated up in our mid-pack. We lost more drivers through the end of that. That was Kimi Tani having to retire. Jaden Teen, though, and Yanis Savico really gave each other a tough time out there on the circuit. This was moves down the inside at turn number 1. This is an overtaking hotspot for all drivers here this weekend. We had Arthur Poulain under a little bit of pressure at some stages, as did we see pressure out there for Alejandro Lahoz, who just got himself caught out as he was chasing the likes of Jensen Graham. It was all going on in the mid-pack, especially through the pinch points, that tough stages of the midfield section. Maxim Orlov took the race win by 1.3 seconds ahead of Joel Valtonen, ahead of Jaden Teen, and ahead of Yanis Savico.
Well, as you can imagine from the start of that race, there's a bit of a clean-up operation underway out onto the circuit. It means we've got a short break, so we will take a short break. We'll be back in a few moments' time because KZ2 are back out on track with their next qualifying heat, C and D, coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here live at the Valencia circuit in Spain for round 1 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships for KZ, KZ2, and the Academy Trophy for the junior classes as well. KZ2, though, qualifying heat C and D is the next one that will be taking to the circuit. And certainly looking forward to this one here, Nicole. Well, lots of drivers in this that could do good things. Kasper Schulmans, who took a win earlier on, is the only driver to match what Maxim Orlov has done. 2 wins out of 2. Can that man do the same?
Well, it's a big question. It was a P4 last year in 2024. He's hit the ground running here at the first round of the European Championship, so expect big things. Also expect big things from the likes of Noah Wolf, who will be starting behind Kasper Schulmans. Noah didn't have the race he would have wanted earlier on, really got it wrong at that race start, but watch him within this because I think a redemption drive is in order.
Indeed, dropped down to P10 in that race, so plenty of action to happen and unfolding in this one. Ellie Goldstein starting alongside on that front row of the grid. Solid race earlier on, nothing to complain about. Didn't gain or lose any places and finished in a solid P2 from the front row of the grid. So it's certainly going to be a one to keep an eye on. Paveton Thierry finishing 3rd place earlier on as well with a good run. Only a gain of 1 place from original starting spot as well. And for the likes of Corentin Rousseau, also. Well, a fairly all-right race, only dropped down 1 place, but still finished in P7. But is still a driver to keep a very close eye on as the green light flashes on the pre-grid. Engines get fired up, and KZ2, qualifying heat C versus D, slowly makes its way out on circuit. Now, these drivers will have just witnessed the start of that previous race, and you know, when you're a driver in the same category and everything like that, and you see something like that unfold, always puts a bit of a nerve in the tummy, I would suspect. But these drivers focusing on the job in hand, and here's how they line up. Casper Schulmans and Eli Goldstein on row number 1, Noah Wolf and Paavo Tontieri on row 2, Samuele Leopardi and Corentin Rousseau will round out row number 3. Row 4 sees the likes of Tigran Banatian and Gerasim Skulinov. They'll have Anatoly Kavalkin and Matteo Zanchi on row number 5. Vicente Marquez and Marek Skriban go from row number 6. They will have Tom Dussel and Eduardo Dominguez on row number 7. Samuel Luye and Gavin Luye round out row number 8.
On the second part of your grid then, and on row number 9, we have Kian Fernandez with Jesper Schorberg. From 10, we have Manny Herkrozer with Dion van Verven. And from 11, we have Boris Zuravsky with Ruven Vilk. From 12, we have Rian Rothen with Mario Panazzo. And from 13, we have Dominic Sinek with Hugo Besson. From 14, we have Eric Muller with Kipras Yurs. And rounding out your grid of 30 strong karts, and on row number 15, we have Eduardo Mormorelli with Alexander Schleibecker.
Indeed, packed grid on this one. 30 drivers ready to go to battle on the track in this one, as once more getting temperatures into those tyres. Like you say, for a multitude of these drivers, they're looking for a little bit of redemption, maybe, in this race. For Kasper Schulmans, the job is simple. Win this race, match what Maximolov has done to make sure that going into their last race tomorrow, those two will be racing against each other. They will find out who will be starting on pole for the superheats, and in which superheats between the two of them. So that will be the one to watch. So Ellie Goldstein, well, maybe can improve on a second place. I mean, another second place would still be excellent results, and it would still be fighting his way nicely going into the superheats tomorrow. But it just wants that little bit extra, doesn't he? Because again, the race earlier on, if you were watching it for Ellie Goldstein, a little bit of a stale race for him. Held on to second place, like you say, didn't gain anything, wasn't able to catch up, but had no one catching up to him. So again, it was just a bit of a stale race for him. For the rest of them, though, this is all they need. For Wolf, he needs the good start on this one. He knows how to start these karts. He's had brilliant starts in previous races. Again, it was just on that one, something just didn't go his way, and found himself dropping backwards. But that is in the past, and now he is hoping that it all comes back to him on this one. Samuel Leopardi and Corentin Rousseau, of course, on those third row of the grid also will be drivers to keep a close eye on, the same as there, Gerasim Skulinov, who certainly had a good race earlier on as well, moving up the order nicely in those previous races, but like you say, later dropped all the way down. But they had a bit of a tough one out there. Right, eyes will focus on this field now as they wait for the green flag to wave at the back of the grid, and we get that one. The karts get pushed into their final positions as we wait for the lights procedure to start. We wait for it to go on as we see 2, 3 and 4 red lights. Lights around, it's a good start, but again for Wolf, it's not the start he wanted. It's a terrible start for him. He gets swamped back into the back, he goes 3 wide there into turn 1, and he's sideways and round. It's absolutely disastrous for Noah Wolf. The frustration has kicked in after the start earlier on, and now it's all fallen away from him. He gets it restarted. He is allowed to do that. It's the opening lap, and he has successfully got going again. But that is a dreadful, dreadful start for the young Briton.
Samuel Leopardi getting caught out by Noah Wolf's mistake. Then when that kart got turned round through turn number 1, the Birrell driver just got caught out with him. It is still circulating out there, but the 3-1-1, that is bad luck for him. Noah Wolf then, will he be able to chase down the pack? Is still out there, but such bad luck so far within heats for the young driver from Britain. Let's focus on this battle for the race lead then, because it is Schulmans that leads the way ahead of Elliot Goldstein. Goldstein then just had his hands in the air, not sure what that was about, but obviously not quite happy with something that's gone out there on the circuit. So it's Schulmans that leads from Goldstein. Tontieri is there in third position. chasing down, but these front two, it's a 2-kart breakaway in the early stages.
It is, but this is a similar story to what we saw earlier on. You know, you had the likes of Maxim Orlov on the CPB Sport, and then, of course, Eli Goldstein behind on the TB kart. They were close in the first half of that race, but Orlov was able to break away as down here, Tigran Benatian gets past Pavel Tontieri, and he puts himself up into 3rd place. That is a nice change there. That battle for 3rd place will heat up. The question is this time around as, Goldstein under investigation for a potential jump start.
Maybe
now
that's why he was signalling down the start-finish, potentially.
Well, there's the leaving the Parc Ferme. No, wrong with that, because, yeah, nowhere near the white line. This was the start. Does his helmet move? I don't see his helmet move. If anything, doesn't look like he even got a good start there. I don't think it was a jump. But this angle might tell us. Oh, it's a definite jump start there. Yeah, it's. I think he moved quite significantly there while the lights were still on. They went out very quickly after he started moving, but yeah, that is quite clear and cut there. And, well, fair play that he's actually closed in at quite a significant rate, though, at the start of that. This moment here, though, Wolf getting caught out with Samuel Leopardi. The start wasn't good. He kept his kart down the inside. You know, if anything, you know, he does say to Samuel Leopardi, like, you know, what was that? You squeezed me onto the curb. I was right there, and you gave me no room.
Well, originally I thought Wolf got it wrong and actually collected Samuele, but it looks like those two drivers were in it together. And talking about drivers that are in it together, are your two at the front? Because Schurmans is being chased down by Eli Goldstein. Let's not forget, he is under investigation for a potential start infringement, but Goldstein is right there now on his tail. Where he's going to bite the bullet? Is it going to be here? No, it's not. Clips the curb, then just to back out of things. That was so close for Eli Goldstein.
And that is a popular place to get an overtake done, but in the direct drive karts, not in gearbox karts. And there you could just see these karts are a lot bigger, they're a lot wider than other wagons out there as well. But these drivers just trying to put what they can down there, but not finding the way through. Right. Now Goldstein, well, you've got to look back. Okay, so he's under investigation for the potential jump start. There'll be a 5-second time penalty if that goes through. If Goldstein can get through into you know, P1, or just stick with Schurmans and break away by 5 seconds, they should be okay. A 5-second penalty now would put Goldstein down to P11 in this race. So, you know, so a huge drop in positions. But if they can work together and push each other along, they should be fine. However, someone who's not going to make that easy for them is Tigran Benatian, who's just set the fastest lap of the race and is closing in on these two. So there you go. It's not going to be his way. For Schurmans, he's doing what he needs. He's got maximum points, and he's looking to match Maxim Orlov going into tomorrow.
Well, is Schurmans going to be aware of this? Is somebody going to signal to him out there that the driver behind is under investigation? It's not to say that he will be awarded a penalty, but does Schurman use too much of the tyre, use too much of himself to try and keep Eli Goldstein behind him when he might not necessarily have to? Because if Goldstein is given that penalty, then Schurmans will be your race leader regardless. Bites the bullet though, does Eli Goldstein. That potential penalty has not put him off. Down the inside towards turn number 1, uses the front brakes on entry to get things in there, gets the move done, and is your new race leader.
Well, now let's think of it this way, logically. For Kasper Schurmans, of course, start of that race, he knows that Goldstein is behind, he knows starting alongside. He will see that it was Goldstein's number that popped up on the digital flag that goes over the circuit, saying his name his number under investigation. And at the earliest spot of the race, he would probably think, well, that could only possibly be for a potential jump start. So, you know, he may have put 2 and 2 together. And that's why I've not seen much of a fight on that position.
Well, maybe we won't see Schurmans retaliate now to Goldstein. It might just be the case that he lets him have it, because he's going to be aware of what is going on. But what he has got to think about is the driver behind, which is Pavel Tontieri, really chasing down. Times on the screen then, your driver in 3rd is not faster, so, you know, watch how it transpires. Eli Goldstein, though, still leading the way comfortably and is breaking away now by Kasper Schurmans.
Well, on that last lap, set a 55.7 from Schurmans 56.2, so was faster than Schurmans. Goldstein, though, did a personal best on that last lap, 55.7. Now in the lead has gone purple in Sector 1. Samuel Leopardi retires from the race, understandably. The start of that did not go his way with that incident with Wolf. And unfortunately, yes, going backwards. There's a nice little change. Benny Krosner going down the inside there, further down in the field. That is battling with Jaroslav Skulinov. And Skulinov finds his way back through now. No, that's Marek Skrivan, sorry, he's battling with. And Skrivan finds his way back through. So that's chopping and changing for 12th and 13th out on track. And that battle is just coming into shot now. There it is, in towards turn number 1. It is Skrivan who leads the likes then of Krosner, who has to relinquish that spot for the time being as they head through. Anatoly Kavalkin now the fastest driver out on circuit in 5th place behind Paavo Tontieri. Now that's going to be an interesting one, as so is this. Schurman's closing in on Bonatian as the battle's unfolding thick and fast throughout the field. There is that huge fight that infield sector. We've got Matteo Zanchi, Vicente Marquez, Samuel Luye in and around that area. You can see the Cali kart also there as well. That is Mario Pinazzo fighting for position. Pinazzo there as well. Scheuberg and Dominguez all fighting there as well. Ice focusing back on the 2nd place battle. Bonatian once more has closed the gap down to 0.3 of a second, but by my reckoning, Nicole, that gap there on your screen looks a lot less than 0.3 of a second.
Absolutely does. By eye, looks much stronger than the actual time on the board. I got the names mixed up last time, but you've got to give it to him. Bonatian in there in 3rd position, which I mistook for the driver behind previously, is really giving it to Kasper Schurmans, is faster than the driver in front by just over 0.2 of a second. Watch him now. Where is he going to pull the pin? Because he's all over the back bumper of Schurmans there in 2nd place. Where are these hotspots, Anthony? We see them so much into turn number 1, but we have seen overtakes into the final corners. Doesn't look like Bonatian is going to be there just yet. Is he going to get the run out of 17, 18 and 19? Down the start-finish straight, getting the maximum power out of the engine, out of the tyre. Doesn't take a look down the inside at turn number 1. Is he going to make something work through 2, 3 and 4? We do see it possible through 3 and 4, not just yet. Still sat there behind Kasper Schurmans. It's going to happen though, Anthony. We're on the dying stages and these are racing drivers. They make every moment count. It's just a question of when.
Yeah, indeed, it is. But again, as they exit out, you know, they're both looking pretty strong here. I mean, Schurmans knows that he can't really lose any more places. There, that defensive move there really signs the paper for Bonatian to go for the move. Cannot find the pace down the inside here. Releases Goldstein massively now at the front. Bonatian, I think, just is going to have to just bite the bullet here and go for the lunge. But like you say, where will it be? Once more defensive from Schurmans. It'll have to be in towards turn 1 here. Schurmans has the inside line going on to the final lap of this race, but cannot find a way past. Can Bonatian once more in towards this turn 3, but not finding the gap. And once more, Schurmans going massively defensive. This is going to bring Tontieri and Kavalkin into play. Trust me, it may only be 1 lap to go, but at this rate, they'll be losing so much time to the drivers behind, who will be reeling them in corner by corner. Goldstein is clear and is looking to be 3rd into the points as once more they go wheel to wheel. Can Bonatian get the switch over here out? No, he chooses to go the long way round out of turn 12 and 13. Surely not, surely not. It can't happen. There's too much dust on the outside of that line, but now he's going to try and get the switch over. Look at this scrap for 2nd place. Schurmans tries to hold on to it. It's side by side once again as the camera cuts away. But it's Bonatian who gets through at the end. Goldstein wins across the line. Schurmans finishes in 3rd. How did that transpire? Because they were, well, they were very spread out there. You could see that they'd try to go for the switchover. Usually at that chicane, it means someone's going over some form of curb. And did someone cut a corner there to try and hold position? Or was it all clean as a whistle? We will have to wait and see that one. But Goldstein takes the win. And here will be that moment. So out into that final chicane. Yep, you get the switch over here on this one. Oh, that is beautifully done. Absolutely beautifully done from Tigran Bonatian. Under braking, drops the 3 gears, just gets it through. up the gears now and finds P2. That is a superb move there from Tigran Banatian.
Well, we asked when is he going to do it, and he left it to the last opportunity, but absolutely gave us a show and finishes there in second position. And to me, Anthony is the driver of that race. That was a really, really impressive stuff by Banatian there to finish in second. Kasper Schulmans, though, you can't count him out, finished in that third spot. Good showing by him ahead of Paavo Tonteri and Anthony Kavalkin in your top 5. Then Tom Dussault, Corentin Rousseau, Matteo Zanchi, Vincente Marquez and Samuel Luye that round out your top 10.
Indeed, the rest of the field there on your screen. Scrivan from Skulinov, Van Berven from Kroja, Farin from Luye, Pinazzo from Schurberg, Dominguez from Simek, Besson from Vilk, Schleiblecker from Mormarelli, Müller from Jurs, Rotherham rounding out the 27 finishers. Retirements, Noah Wolf, Samuel Leopardi and Boris Zurawski, unfortunately going no further. This was the start of the race and some of the highlights from that one. Everyone getting off the pre-grid absolutely fine. Little bit feisty on the get-go at the start. Keep an eye on Goldstein on the front row of the grid. Lights are not out. He fractionally moves before those lights go out, but that's all it needs to get a jump start infringement. Race going on. Keep an eye on Noah Wolf, though, right on the inside line here. 3 wide. He was squeezed onto the curb. He didn't get the greatest start, and I think it just went from bad to worse for him. You can see he's not happy there. Does get it restarted, but that is a tough one to call, and I can imagine that one won't be over just yet.
Tough one to call, and Samuele Leopardi, of course, was out within the later stages of the race, so drama for that Birrell driver. It was all going on in the mid-pack, though. We saw moves through turn number 3 and 4, and that was the moment that Samuele Leopardi pulled into the Parc Fermé area then. This was your move for the race lead. It was Eli Goldstein that went down the inside of Kasper Schulmans down into turn number 1. This was the moment, though, Anthony, that we really saw some spectacular stuff by Banatian to get into second position. Like you said, dropped a gear, got the maximum out of it, down the inside through. It's so impressive.
It was
That
very
is,
good.
to me, move of the day.
Yeah, very good indeed. And very good race as well for the likes of Eli Goldstein. However, that will be most likely a 5-second heading his way for that start infringement, and that would drop him all the way down to the likes of P7, and that would mean that Tigran Banatian with that move actually takes a qualifying heat win. So that is all that's done for now. We are going to be taking a short break once more. We'll be going into the last 3 races of the day. KZ will be out next for their qualifying heat 3. Then it will be KZ2 qualifying heat A versus C and B and D, which will round out the day here in Valencia. Do not go anywhere. 3 more races to go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships for KZ, KZ2 and the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the junior classes. We are back for the last 3 races of the day, and it kickstarts with the KZ category qualifying Heat 3 about to take to the circuits. And, well, we've had quite the qualifying heats so far for the KZ class, but at the moment it is all down to one person, Pedro Hiltbrand, from the front row of the grid. Can he maintain the intermediate classification lead going into tomorrow's Super Heats? Can the Spaniard start on pole position at his home round later on this weekend? There he is on your screen. So far, some solid results for him. A P1 and a P2 puts him on 94 points ahead of David Trefilov, who did finish P3 and P1. He took the win earlier on, so he's the one that we're going to need to keep a very close eye on. It's all about the tyre talk, though. Of course, these drivers have been utilising these tyres as much as they can. They've been pushing forward as hard as they possibly can as well, but let's just see what is going to be happening in this one, because again, they're all back in their same spots as what we've seen. Jean Omblon, there he is on your screen, has been nailing the starts here, Nicole, and actually did a really good run in that first race earlier on today. Second race, however, did drop a little bit, though, into the field.
Yeah, he was your diamond at the start of the second heat earlier on, but got shuffled down the order, ended up finishing in 6th. So it was just the Achilles heel for that driver within the race, that midpoint. Once he started getting overtaken, just got himself out of sorts and then ended up further down the order than we would have liked to see him. Is starting on the front row, though. Can he rectify those mistakes that were made earlier on? Because there's another opportunity for him to do that within qualifying Heat 3.
Yeah, it certainly is. Wind has picked up here at the circuit, but still an absolutely lovely, lovely day. 24 degrees is the air temperature. There on your screen, Mateo Spagel, another driver who in the races earlier on did drop down a little bit in the order. Did fight back, though. Finished P4 in that race further on. Earlier on in the racing as well. Also did have those ups and downs, but did come back in that second half. So still one to keep a very close eye on is last year's European champion in KZ2. Obviously stepping up to the KZ, the Premier class in 2025. But still plenty of action to be seen. Now, questions will arise from this one. Of course, we saw some drama at the start of the previous race earlier on with Senna Walstein. Not sure what's happened on that situation. There is David Trefilov, winner of that previous qualifying heat. And, of course, he'll be one driver who'd be like kicking himself at the regulation change of what happened from 2024, because he'd be thinking, yeah, I'm starting on pole position now for this one. Oh, no, wait, no, I'm not. It goes back to the results from qualifying. So, you know, he doesn't really feel like he gains anything for the race win in that class. There is all the way down the further end of the grid, Enzo La Cruz getting himself primed and ready to go. Last year's KZ World Champion, Giuseppe Palomba, on your screens there. Primed and ready to go is the Italian. And again, relatively decent-ish results for him. Finishing in P7 in that race earlier on in qualifying Heat 2. So it's a driver that, again, just a case of see what is going to be happening in this one. Had some tough spells earlier on. He was going for moves on David Trefilov, which ended in very close moments. Of course, he was fighting all the way on that grassy area, but he will have the likes of Daniel Vasile joining him alongside. Final few last words of encouragement for Daniel Vasile as he gets himself ready for this race. Nicole, a last qualifying heat before they go into Super Heats is always a tense moment. It's the last chance for these drivers to gain those points to see if they can gain positions for that race. This usually means that it gets a little bit more tense.
Well, this is crunch time for these drivers, and where you've got years worth of racecraft in this grid, it's the stage of the weekend where those drivers are going to be showing it. And of course, because we're in a smaller grid, you see these competitors from the back end of their order really have that opportunity to fight their way through the pack. You were just talking about our reigning world champion of Giuseppe Palomba has had a bit of an average start to his 2025 campaign. A 6th and a 7th, maybe not where he'd like to see himself himself, but third opportunity today to maybe break into that top 5.
We'll have to wait and see. There is Pasquale Lupoli, who now is ready to send these karts off from that pre-grid as they get ready for their last qualifying heat of the weekend before their super heats tomorrow. For one last time today, let's take you through the full starting lineup for KZ as they head out on track for their qualifying heat 3. It is Pedro Hiltbrand and Jean Noblet on the front row of the grid. They will be joined by Mateusz Rajal and Darren Trefilov on that second row of the grid as well. All of those drivers have had exemplary runs so far this weekend. Can they maintain that pace in this final qualifying heat? Giuseppe Palomba and Daniel Vasile go from row number 3. They will have Christian Batuka and Emilian Denner on row number 4. Victor Gustafsson and Adrian Melero round out row number 5.
Row number 6 is Senna van Wolfstein in the Sodi, who we saw had tyre drama earlier on. He did have some P10 results, and he's starting alongside France's Tom Loyer. On row number 7, we have Francesco Calenta alongside Marion Kramers. And from row number 8, we have Lorenzo Clamplese alongside Enzo Lacruz. Rounding out our grid of 18 karts then, it's an all-Italian lineup with Giorgio Bassoli alongside Matteus Torrigiani.
Indeed, looking forward to seeing what those can do from the back of the field. Like we were saying, last 3 races of the day, just the KZ classes that'll be heading out onto the circuits. The juniors are done for the day in the Academy Trophy. We will see them out for their 3rd qualifying heat first thing tomorrow, so make sure you stay tuned for that one to find out who's going to be starting where for their final, because they have no super heat. They go straight in from their qualifying heats into a final, so that is why their races are tomorrow. Right, field make their way round the back straight then, last few times to get temperature into those Dunlop tyres, to get everything squared away and ready for this last race. Like we're saying, we could not go racing at all without the fabulous orange army that has been out there. The marshals have been superb this weekend, dealing with all the incidents that we've seen down at turn 1 and around turn 2. Very hard work over the course of this weekend, and we can't thank them enough ahead of this one. As the field now gets into their grid slots here, can Pedro Hiltbrand do it for Spain? Can he start tomorrow's superheat on pole position after a perfect qualifying for the Spaniard earlier on this weekend, setting the fastest lap of the weekend and the event so far in all of the categories as the green flag waves at the back. The track is cleared at the front as Pasquale Lupoli gets ready to start the lights procedure for one last time in KZ today. 4 red lights are on, lights are out quickly. It's a good start for the field, but it's been a bad start for Daniel Vasile, who gets swamped back into the pack there. They head down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Jean Nimblom once again. He has managed to get the jump on Pedro Hiltbrand, who has to settle for 2nd place, and I think he's going to have to settle for a little bit more in this one as they file their way through turn number 3. Some karts have ground to a hold of the exit of that corner, and I think it's Matteus Torrigiani who's had drama in that one. It is the driver of the number 54 going very slowly, but has got it going again once more. He's kicked it into gear and the kart beats into life. But at the front here, once again, Jean Nimblom, brilliant start for him. It seems a very similar story, Nicole, of what we saw earlier on.
And a similar story from what we saw from Trefilov in the previous heat, where he hung it round the outside at turn number 1 and really slotted into position. Is in there in 3rd place now, chasing down the likes of Pedro Hiltbrand, having a little bit of deja vu out there, Anthony, because we've seen these 3 drivers in the order. You thought a kart was going off the track then. Retirements then, I think that was
Emilian Denner
for number 2. So Emilian Denner retired into Parc Fermé. He is out of the 3rd heat. Going back to your top 3 then, it is a bit of deja vu moment. We've got more retirements out there. That is the 54 who we already saw had drama out there. Matteus Torrigiani is out of the race. Joins Denner then in Parc Fermé. Hiltbrand in second, chasing down Jean Nomblot. Jean Nomblot, is he going to crack like he did in the previous heat, where he was that diamond in the early stages, but fell apart after 4 or 5 laps? It is a train of karts now, though, Anthony, as Trefilov is pulling along the likes of Spigel and Patuca in 4th and 5th. And don't count out Giuseppe Palomba, your reigning world champion, because he's there in 6th as well.
Yeah, he is indeed. So there we go. Field making their way out of that final corner, and work at this now under pressure. Here comes Michel down the inside, but not close enough. And once again, David Trefilov finds himself going very defensive down in towards turn number 1, and Spagel on the grass, weaving left and right, but keeps it under control and crucially holds on to its 4th place as well. Hiltbrand, fastest lap of the race. Jean Nomblot once more will be under pressure from the Spaniard, who is slowly starting to close in.
And at what stage does that gap really, really reduce? Because with the pace Hiltbrand is driving at, it's looking strong, and I'm sure it's going to be very soon. This is your battle, though, that mid-pack that's being led by the likes of Trefilov. Trefilov, we saw him down the start-finish straight, really ambitious with that defensive driving. I think he was under a watchful eye earlier on in the weekend, but hasn't let that put him off, and he continues to show, you know, elbows out moments. Elbows out moments almost was Mateusz Spagel going down the inside. Is he going to get the move done? Yes, he does. Just on the exit of turn number 1 there, Mateusz Spagel puts himself into that 3rd position.
Yeah, that is nicely done. Christian Patuca lost out on places there, so did Daniel Vasile. So Van Walstein managed to move up. Palomba managed to move up as well. So eyes focusing on these drivers right now as they are closing in on this field. Jean Nomblot has retaliated to Hiltbrand's fastest lap. He is now gone fastest overall, so the gap is maintained. Just less than 0.4 of a second. This is Spagel's move to the inside at turn 1. This is David Trefilov going defensive, and then it's as soon as he has to hit the brakes for turn 1, that's where it starts to go sideways. And I can hear there's chatter going on in the background of something potentially going on about that. So eyes will stay focused on this one. This was then that later overtake. Just a half attempt in towards the first half of it. Second half gets it sealed. Nicely done. And now Spagel on the charge up to see if he can close in on Pedro Hiltbrand.
Yeah, and that's cost Trefilov now then, Anthony, because he's down in 6th position. Just missed that second part of the corner, like you said, and it allowed Spagel to go down the inside, and he still continues to sit there in 3rd position ahead of Van Walstein. This is your battle then for about 5th position, the likes of Palomba, Trefilov and Christian Patuca. This is a race replay then, so that is Giuseppe Palomba getting that move done. Oh, these karts, the battles between these two, you couldn't even get a hair in between any of them. Really is full-on racing out there on the circuit.
It certainly is, and I love the moves down into that final chicane because, like you say, super, super close between these drivers. But now David Trefilov, after that win earlier on, is now the driver under pressure here, because here comes the likes of Daniel Vasile down the inside, and now the whole field wants to get involved because there, Martin Kremers is trying to get involved. It's Gustafsson is there, Lorenzo Camplese, they're all there trying to find a way through, but the German driver at this moment is holding firm in position. Eyes on the front though, because the gap has come down a little bit here. Hiltbrand still is in 2nd place, because at the moment Nomblot still is in the lead, so there's been no change there at the front. Nomblot, the gap has been fluctuating though, however. Hiltbrand has got it down to less than 0.2 earlier on. It's gone back up to 0.3 now. It has stayed the same. Looking at your points for Pedro Hiltbrand, well, he doesn't really need to overtake because he still leads the points with 138. He could sit there quite comfortably in 2nd place, knowing that he would start on pole position tomorrow.
Well, he doesn't need to, but it doesn't mean that he won't want to, because these are racing drivers after all, and the way he's hustling that kart, it's as if he thinks that the kart owes him something. Look the way he's dancing around the track, and he's visibly reduced the gap there, Anthony, out of sector number 1. It does say 0.2 of a second between them, but I'd say it's going to be reduced very, very shortly. Pedro Hiltbrand then, Anthony, from what you've seen from all the racing so far this weekend, where are those points on the track that you think these drivers really capitalise on those overtakes and really make it work?
Well, overtakes themselves, we've seen them mainly in towards turn number 1. That's been the main place we see these overtakes. We have seen them in towards turn 11. We have seen them on the exit of turns 13 as well, onto the back straight. We've also seen them into that very last chicane. However, those ones are a little bit more tricky to do. Down in towards turn 1 is the more open corner to get it done. It's the more sensible corner. It's the corner that you're not going to lose out the most time on for both drivers as well. However, Hildebrand has not gone for that move at turn number 1. If he is going to go for something, it will be this lap. But we'll have to wait and see, because there's still a good chunk of time left in this race. So we'll keep a close eye on this one. Jean Nimblom in control of this race for the time being. You can see in that second sector, just as they go through, he seems much, much faster. Now he's starting to show a little bit more of a defensive posture. Here is Jean Nimblom. Now, Nimblom has put himself up into second in the points. If he was to finish third, it would still be absolutely fine. It is David Trefilov who's there in third in the points, but he's got 119 points, as these drivers are unaware that he has dropped down to P9 now in this race. So for Jean Nimblom, he doesn't need to defend this one. He's going to try and defend it though, but Pedro Hildebrand sends it down the inside at turn number 1. And Hildebrand's going to go defensive immediately from this one. Now for Jean Nimblom, that does not affect him at all. The points do change. The positions, however, do not in the intermediate classification. They would stay the same. These two effectively do not need to fight. However, will it stay like that is the main question. And as you can see, for Hildebrand, it's just a case of, right, get that kart now to the end of this race. But let's see what happens then, as we are on lap 9 at the moment. There are still 2 laps to go in this race, and Jean Nimblom will now just have to think, right, let's just get this kart to the end. Swagel is still there in third place. Now, he is not closing in on this fight. You can see him behind on your screen there, still lapping at around a solid pace. He's lapping around the 55.6s right now. These drivers doing 56.1s, 55.5, so he's a little bit faster on this one. Senna van Wallstein, who we've not really spoken about in this one, has had a good race. 7 places gained for the driver from the Netherlands. He is the biggest mover out there and is currently circulating in 4th place. Now, his pace right now is just a fraction slower than the drivers up ahead. I think this last lap was 55.7. For Swagel, like I said, it was a 55.6. So again, lapping just that little bit slower behind. So not really piling on the pressure, but you can see him now leading that train of karts just behind. Palomba is right behind him. Bartuka is there, and Daniel Vasile also there as well. They're looking very strong. There's the next group of karts going through. Gustafsson and Trefilov, who's there, 8th and 9th place. Then you've got Lorenzo Camplazo, who's had a good race. 5 places gained. Is now inside that top 10 from Mine Kremers. And Enzo La Cruz, who ran out the top 12 out on track. Malero is still there as well in a really strong position. And this is a replay back of the Spaniard going down the inside there of Enzo La Cruz, but just not quite getting it settled on the exit. And there you can see that position is held strong for Mine Kremers there and Enzo La Cruz, but they now have switched places. The final lap board has been out for some time, and there on your screen, Pedro Hildebrand, well, he's going to be the one to beat going into tomorrow's Superheats and finals, because the Spaniard will head round that final chicane for the last time today, leading the intermediate classifications and securing pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. Pedro Hildebrand is on fine form in Spain. Jean Nimblom holds on to second place. Matej Swagel finishing in P3 from Senna van Wallstein. Palomba finishing in P5 from Christian Bartuka. Daniel Vasile from Victor Gustafsson. David Trefilov from Lorenzo Camplazo rounds out the top 10. But the intermediate classification, it is Hildebrand from Nimblom, Trefilov in third. They will start 1, 2, 3 for tomorrow's Superheats. Bagel, Palomba and Bartuka will round out the top 3 rows of the grid for that Superheats. There is a look at your your full results at the end of that one. Like I say, the top 10 we have gone over. Mine Kremers, Adrian Melero finishing in 12th place from Enzo La Cruz, Francesco Salenta from Tom Louis and Giorgio Basoli rounding out the 16 finishers. Emilian Denner and Matthias Torrengiani unfortunately not finishing the race. And for Emilian Denner, not sure what was up with his car, but he certainly dived in to Parc Ferme rather rapidly, so rapidly that I thought he'd actually crashed going into the final corner. But no, it was just a case of he was retiring from the race. There, though, on your screen, Pedro Hiltbrand of Spain, a solid end to his day. This was a look at the start of the race. Brilliant starts from the third row of the grid. Giuseppe Palomba, Danny Basile getting really good starts there and trying to push themselves up in the early stages. Danny Basile, you can see him trying to cover off Giuseppe Palomba. Some of the drivers going very wide, one of them being Emilian Denner. You can see how he ran wide and immediately dove in and not wasting any time later as well. Matthias Torrengiani also retiring on that opening lap after dramas right at the start. Rest of the racing going on though, and a relatively calm race for the front runners. It was feisty at the back for the Tony car drivers though. Francesco Salenta and Tom Louis battling away nicely. Also Lorenzo Camplese and Martin Kremers also battling away. That was the moment there for Mathias Bagel trying to get the move done at turn number 1. Eventually on the next lap did get the move done on David Trefilov, but Trefilov again showcasing a very defensive line in those early stages. Van Walstein as well, good drive from him, loads of places gained in that one. 7 places gained to finish that race in P4, but some way off the front 3 who had driven away in those early stages. And then it was the likes of David Trefilov who just seemingly started to have a similar race to what Jean Nomblot had earlier on, just falling backwards in those early parts, and that was a very dicey moment there in towards turn number 1. There you see Martin Kremers trying to go down the inside. There was the change for the lead. Pedro Hiltbrand getting the move done on those early stages on Jean Nomblot, who stayed in second place. Didn't gain or lose anymore, so the top 3 staying 1, 2, 3 from the start of that race, but still a very deserved fight for them. The last few battles happening thick and fast in the background. Adrian Melero and Enzo La Cruz going absolutely wheel to wheel through that final chicane, but it would be Hiltbrand who would claim his 2nd win of the weekend. He's only lost out to David Trefilov, but Hiltbrand does lead the points going into tomorrow's intermediate classification and, of course, to tomorrow's superheat. He is going to be the one to beat in KZ here in Valencia. Well, let's head down to Parc Ferme because Nicole Sutherland is down there, and I'm pretty sure she'll be with Pedro Hiltbrand himself.
Yes, I am then. Pedro, great results for you today, great results for the Birol camp. Tell me about the session out there, that move for the race lead. How did it happen?
Yeah, fantastic day for me and the team. I mean, from quali, the pace was really good. I mean, 3 hits today, 2 wins, 1 time second. Pole for tomorrow. Hopefully everything the same for tomorrow.
And when you've got that much experience, you know, your history, when you're going into a day like tomorrow, finals day, what do you expect to come from it?
Well, to be honest, I expect to start better than today, but hopefully we have the same pace of today, same speed. I mean, at the end, it's a final day tomorrow. It's what it counts for the championship, so let's hope the best for us.
Well, hoping the best for you then, Pedro. Well done on today's results. We'll go back up into the box then because we've got more racing coming up, but it's now over to our KZ2s.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, it is indeed time for KZ2. It's time for qualifying heats A versus C. That'll be heading out on to the circuit next for their final qualifying heats of the day, and it starts with Maxim Orlov and Kasper Schurmans. This is going to be the fight that we want to see in KZ2. Like I say, it is Orlov who leads the points with 100 points to his names. Schurmans, though, sits 3rd in the points, 91 points to his name. It is Goldstein who currently sits 2nd in those points with 94. But it is all down to what these two drivers can do, because Orlov has been the driver to beat. He has got 100 points to his name. He has been driving away at the front of these fields. Can anyone close the gap, and can anyone bring him back into play? That is going to be the question. Well, we will have to find out very soon on in this one. Kasper Schulmans as well is one to keep an eye on. Like I say, finished at P3 earlier on after a race win. That's what's given him those 91 points. He lost out to Eli Goldstein in the previous race. That promoted Goldstein up, but Eli Goldstein not in this one. He'll be out in the last race of the day. There is Kasper Schulmans on your grid. A very enthusiastic young man in the world of KZ2 racing, and certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do. The second row of the grid, also for this one, should be interesting. For half of this grid, they had, well, big moments at the start of their last qualifying heat. And yes, for now, they will just need to think that they don't want a repeat of that one, and hopefully they can all get going. A beautiful sound there and shot of the karts leaving the pre-grid here at the Valencia circuit, and got to say, the Lucas Guerrero team here have been doing a brilliant job with updating this circuit as much as they can. The new canopy there that goes over the pre-grid there to keep the drivers nice and cool in the sunshine, and then of course nice and dry when it rains a lot here in Valencia. But for all these drivers, it's all sorted. Here's your full grid then. Maxim Orlov, can he make it 3 out of 3 in these qualifying heats? He goes on the front row of the grid. Kasper Schulman joins him alongside. Albert Simmons-Ferrara, Noel Wolf go from row 2. They'll have Kimi Tani and Samuel Leopardi on row number 3. Maximilian Schleimer and Tigran Benatian go from row 4. They'll have Jay Irwin and Anatoly Kavalkin on row number 5. Jensen Graham and Vicente Marquez on row number 6. Jean Lier and Tom Dussal go from row number 7. They will have Gerard Cabrien and Samuel Lier on row number 8.
Going from row number 9, we have Alejandro Leoth with Kian Fardin. From 10, we have Robert Kindervater with Menihert Krozer. And from 11, we have Marco Tuman alongside Boris Zurawski. Growing from 12, we have Czechia Matisz Prush with Jan Rothen. From 13, we have Germany's Emmanuel Mai with Dominic Simek. 14 is Eric Holm alongside Eric Müller. And from 15, we have Daniel Deleakian with Eduardo Mormelli. Rounding out your grid then on the 16th of the row, and with 31 karts, we have Ivan Kontratenko.
Packed grid once more, 31 drivers in this race, out for their formation lap for the start of this. Last few words happening on track, some conversations as the front of the grid once more is broken away at the front to get temperature into that tyres, but the second half of the field very, very far behind. So again, for these front runners, it will be a case of they've got a long time to wait before they see the start of this race. Like we say, over the course of these qualifying heats, it's been pretty shaky for the field. A lot of them still haven't been fully closed yet for the KZ2s. They are still under investigation in previous races, so a lot of work still happening behind the scenes. And of course, a look back at that previous Group A versus B for half the grid. A lot of them retired. Kimi Tani, Albert Simmons-Ferrara, Timo Jungli, Marcus Kayak, Robert Kindervater, Dan Delakian, and Alessandro Zolocco as well. They were all retirements in previous races earlier on. The same as, like you say, Noah Wolf retired, Samuel Leopardi, Boris Zarafsky. They were all retirements earlier on as well. So this last race is going to be super important for a lot of the drivers, actually at the sharp end of the field, including, like you say, that entirety of that second row of the field. The 2 retirements that they had, they need to really get a wiggle on in this race to see where they will be starting for tomorrow's super heats. Last drivers slot into position at the back of the field there. Pulls in Eric Müller. There are still a few karts to go in even before that, with the likes of Dan Delakian, Mormarelli and Kondratenko. They are now in position as the green flag waves at the back of the field. The lights procedure starts. 4 lights on, lights around. We're racing. It's a solid start for the both, but again, drama has struck Noah Wolf and he's gone straight off the circuit. I've no idea what's happening to the young Briton, but it's going from bad to worse. But at the front, it is all going well for the two drivers from the front row. Orlov and Schurman's breaking away cleanly at the front, and it's all going their way, Nicole.
Well, drama at the start by Noah Wolf, but I can see in the back of the field he is picking up positions once again already. We've had drama out of turn number 6 and towards 7 then. That's the 383 that is out. Absolute pandemonium at the back of our grid, but focusing at the front end of the field, it is a fantastic start for the likes of Orlov and Schurman's.
I think that might be the 363 of Ivan Kondratenko, and yes, I think from the back of the grid he is still at the back of the grid, albeit a little further behind it. Big moves down the inside there from the field. A solid start for many of these drivers pushing through right now. As look at this three-wide madness down in towards turn number 1. That's a brilliant lunge to the inside. Samuele Leopardi trying to go for the moves in that sharp end, and look how they've concertinaed up here, all for third place. Kimi Tani is up to P3 now. Leopardi has gone through, like we said, as well. Samazvara has dropped down the 2 places as Schleimer has gained the places, and so has Anatoly Kavalkin at the sharp end of that one. For Orlov and Schurman's, though, it is 1-2 as they, well, try their best to break away from the rest of the field. Further down the order, it is all still kicking off as well. There is the likes of Zaraski trying to gain those places in the early stages, but all the meanwhile, Nicole, it has still been a solid start for the rest of the field. Here's the start of the race, and you can see, well, as it goes through, what happened there to Noah Wolf. This angle will tell the story. So it's a bad getaway, comes through, there is contact with the driver who started right behind.
Is that Samuele Leopardi?
It is indeed Samuele Leopardi. So he obviously got the better start, he went through. Then there's contact made between the two of them, and Wolf goes off the circuit. So that is drama from what happened in their race earlier on where those two collided. Is there anything happening in this one? So, well, I will brush over that one. But eyes will focus then on the rest of the field on this one, as Wolf was making the moves in that early stages. There was the moment, unfortunately, for Ivan Kondratenko, who had that moment as well with another one of the IPK machines, which I think was Eduardo Mormarelli.
We've had drama out there on the track between turn number 2 and 3. Then Anthony Loftus-Sodi driver out there. We'll update you shortly on who that is. But going back to the Samuele and Noah drama, is it a bit of a coincidence that those two have had a lot going on and a lot to say to each other, or is it getting personal there out there on the track now? Battles raging on between the 325 and the 319, then through turn number 1. That's a bit further down the order. That's between Erwin and Kavalkin, and now we've got another mirror out of this race then. That is Jean Louet for the 315 pulling over on the circuit.
Yeah, and that's another retirement there. So Wolf has now retired from the race. Tom Dussel was the Sodi Kart and the CPV Sport driver who has also retired in the same spot as Jean Louet. They're all damaged
back
there.
axle, that looks like.
Yeah, that is indeed. The rear axle is no longer how the manufacturer intended it to be. And yes, he will bring that back into Parc Fermé. So it's a shame for Noah Wolf. For Tom Dussel, not sure what's happened to him, but he's off on the track, so not sure what it was, if it was mechanical in nature or he's had an accident. But for John Louet, yes, that was just drove straight off the circuit. Unfortunately, that was mechanical in nature. Another driver who's retiring here is the 326. That is Matis Prush, the Czechia driver for the IPK factory team on that Praga machine, going no further. But in positive news, Kimi Tani set the fastest lap of the race, 55.399.
It's all been a bit negative over the past couple of laps. But going back to Wolf then, his retirement with that back axle, we can say that's not from the race start, because he did get going again, Anthony. He was picking up a few places, but obviously has had another incident out there. Let's focus on the race leader though. Let's get a bit more positive. Maxim Orlov, stunning weekend so far. Pole in quali, 2 heat wins, and he's on the road currently to maybe get another heat win in here. Leading from his teammate of Kasper Schurman's by 0.6 of a second. It does look like Schurman's is a bit quicker than Maxim currently. They're heading through turn number 1. You can just see absolutely on the limit is Maxim Orlov. You can see the way he drops the shoulder out there, really using his body to float around in the kart. We've got more drama out there. This time that's from Daniel Deleakin. He has retired, pulled into Parc Fermé. That driver is out for today's racing. Back to your race leader then, Orlov. For another year within the KZ2 category, strong showing definitely started on the right foot of things in 2025.
It certainly has. There's no real drama he's had this weekend, as well, kicking off in the background there as well. Tigran Bonatian as well, battling with Maximilian Schleimer. That was a change for position. P6 now, as oh dear, that's another one of the Pantano cards out of the race. Is that Marco Torman? I do believe it is. The Italian in the 355. Going no further, and that's another attack. They're dropping like flies in this last race for them this day today, so hopefully all gets sorted out ready for tomorrow. But yeah, like we were saying, for Maxim Orlov, this has just been another day in the office for him, driving away and not really having any drama. For Schurmans as well, it's been a relatively similar story. However, he is now dropping off the back of Orlov. Is Kimitani closing in on Schurmans? That is the question. Sector 1. Well, Tani was actually sizably slower there than Schurmans, so maybe Kimitani, who is there on your screen right now, is under more pressure from Samuele Leopardi in P4 right behind. Is that the battle that we're going to be seeing?
And these are two drivers that have both had DNF so far today. They started alongside each other on that third row, and now they are in there battling away for that third position. So watch these two, because they both need good results after not finishing heats earlier on. There's a change there for 17th position.
No,
We've got another.
It's Anatoly Kavalkin who I was pointing out there. He's tumbled down the order. I think he's got a rear left flat tyre there, and that is disastrous. It actually looked like there was some form of delamination there on the tyre, so he's had a real shaky one in this. But as they enter through, becomes another retirement.
And Kavalkin then, after a 5th position and an 11th, this is a replay. This is the moment then.
So it's
is
definitely
that
a flat
rear
tyre, but has it delaminated? That's the question. From this angle, it certainly looks like it possibly has. You can see a huge doubt in it, or was that just a case of he's picking up debris and marbles coming in? But it's definitely deflated, and that's a huge shame for Anatoly Kavalkin, who was scything his way through the field.
Yeah, he's had an 11th and a 5th so far today, so a DNF is really going to shake things up to hit him, especially in a grid of this size and of this level of talent. Let's focus on the talent, though, that is still circulating, because we've been focusing on our drivers who have had DNFs currently. We've got the 311 of Samuele Leopardi really going for it. He is pulling along the likes of Simsvara, the number 320, up to the likes of Kimitani. We said it once, we said it a moment ago. Kimitani and Samuele have both had DNFs, so at what stage is somebody going to bite the bullet and go for a move? But to me right now, it looks like Samuele Leopardi is looking a little bit vulnerable there in 4th position.
Should we go with some more positive news again?
Go on.
Biggest mover out on track. You just saw the graphic there. 13 places gained. Dominic Simek is up into P13. So there you go. Positive twist on quite a dismal race that we're seeing so far for some of these drivers. It's not what they would like to see. However, the race is nearly coming to a conclusion here. And for these drivers, it's just a case of try and get these cuts to the end.
Well, if you're Dominic, you're going to be out there, and every time you see somebody pull in or you see somebody on the edge of the circuit, you're secretly celebrating to yourself, because it's another position gained when you've had to start so far down the order.
Yeah, indeed. So it will be a nice thing for him to try and see for this one. Right, like we're saying, last lap board will be out this time to the field. And for Maxim Orlov, that lead still maintains at over a second. Schurman still there with Tani in close company. Leopardi still close behind as well, as these drivers just trying to sort themselves out. Simonsvara is still in P5. Tigran Bonatian with the gain of 2 is still there in P6. Over the line they go. There is that fight unfolding on your screens. Tigran Bonatian at the back of that one. Simonsvara right ahead. But there has still been no change between those 3 drivers inside that top 6. But could there be a change here? Because Alvaro Simonsvara on that CRG looks mighty competitive. Just backs off there and gets a bump from the backside from Tigran Bonatian, who is right there on his rear bumper, trying to push through on that infield section. They stretch the legs now down the infield straight, and defensive lines there for Simonsvara. Now Tigran Bonatian might have an advantage here to go down the inside on the exit. He gets that advantage and pushes through into P5 now, and Simonsvara has to settle for P6, albeit at the front of the field. into the final chicane. Maxim Orlov makes it 3 out of 3 in KZ2. It's absolutely perfect for Maxim Orlov. 150 intermediate classification points means he will start the superheats tomorrow on pole position. And for Kasper Schürmanns, I think he has done enough as well to start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow in KZ2. Banatian done what he could, but I don't think it's going to be enough on this one. Joel Valtonen is the next highest driver who could possibly put in any drama, but he has only got 82 points, 50 points added on top of that would put him in a competitive place, but I don't think it's going to be enough. So Orlov and Schürmanns then, I think, secure pole positions for Superheat 1 and 2 tomorrow. Kimi Tani and Samuele Leopardi finish 3rd and 4th. Tigran Manatian and Alba Tibatvara round out the top 6. Maximilian Schleimer and Gerard Zabrian gaining 7 places in that race, finishes in P8. J. Owen holding on to 9th place. Jensen Graham finishing in P10 ahead of Alejandro Leoth, who gained 6 places to finish in P11. Meniar Krozak with 8 places gained, finishes in P12. Dominic Simek with 13 places gained, finishes in P13. Vicente Marquez and Kian Fardin go from finishing 14th and 15th from Mai. Luye from Kinderwarter, Zukaravsky from Home, Mueller from Rothren, Mormarelli and Kondratenko, who ran out the top 24 out on track. Kavalkin, Torman, Delakian, Chris, Luye, Dussel and Wolf are the retirements in that race. This was the start. Wolf gets a bad getaway, and there you can see Samuele Leopardi just cuts over the front there, pushing Wolf off the track. Here it is from the front, and wow, look at that right at the start, not wasting any time. And for Noah Wolf, it's just been a torrid day for him. The starts have been a nightmare for the young Briton, but his head remains high as it will go into tomorrow. All of these drivers will make it into the superheats, but only 36 make it into that final. There was the early moments there for Eduardo Mormarelli and Ivan Kondratenko at the back of the field, those two tangling at turn number 6 on track. As more action unfolded in those early stages, that's how the damage unfolded there for Noah Wolf. You can just see he had a 3-in-1, didn't go, and a hefty chunk of damage to that rear axle as he slowly made his way back into Parc Ferme. More action happening thick and fast throughout the field as well. Tigran Banatian pushing his way through nicely in that field, a gain of 3 places to push himself up into the sharp end. Currently sits 3rd in the points, but I can imagine that will go down in the next race. Jean Luye, retirement for him. He would go no further as well. And the likes of Mattis Prush also retirements. Tom Dussel was another retirement. There on your screen was Marco Torman. Dan Delakian were also retirements. Anatoly Kavalkin with tyre dramas there. He would retire from the race as well. Unsure of the reason for those retirements of the other drivers, but this is a tough one. Here we go then, across the line it would be Maxim Orlov, 150 points to his name as we head down to Nicole Sutherland, who is down there with, I'm sure, a couple of our drivers.
I absolutely am, and I am with Maxim Orlov, who has been a stellar driver today, hasn't been touched by a single competitor so far. Maxim, great driving by you out there. You've not even been challenged today. It must feel great.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this result. We did a mega job with the team, managed to win every heat, so yeah, I think we did well.
And tell me, Maxim, when you're out there driving in your own air, as you have done all day, what's the unique challenge? What do you really have to make sure that you get right?
Just the result, yeah, just take a finish on the top 3 to be good, I think, to keep battling in the final, in the pre-final, so yeah.
And going into the superheat tomorrow, where you will start on pole, what's it going to take to bring a superheat win home and then start at the sharp end of the field in the final?
Yeah, I hope, really, really hope to take a pole in the superheat and try to win the race in the final. So yeah, we need to keep calm, yeah, with like cold mind going into the superheat and the final. So yeah, let's see.
Well, Maxim, like I said, unchallenged today, great result for you and the Sodi team. We're also going to pull over Maxim's teammate, also in the Sodi, of Kasper Schulmans. Kasper, we'll get you to come over. We'll get you to swap places then, boys. Kasper, great day for you out there, great day for the Sodis. You must feel good?
Yeah, I'm a bit gutted, to be honest, because the result in the second heat could have been a lot better. In this one, just didn't really have the pace, same like in heat 2, but we know what the problem is, so we'll go into Sunday with a lot of confidence.
And then Kasper, as a driver with your level of talent, like you just said, you weren't happy with some of the results earlier on. How do you deal with that mentally to make sure that you continue your progress, continue your pace?
I mean, sometimes you can get a bit mad, it's racing, you know, and for the rest, just try and remain as calm as possible, which is sometimes really hard, of course, but you always need to remain calm, otherwise the second heat or the race after will not be as good as well.
Well, great to hear from you, Kasper. Well done on today's results. More KZ2s coming up then. We'll head back up to hear about who's on the grid.
Thank you very much, Nicole. There are plenty of drivers on the grid on this one, 31 to be precise, and engines are already fired up for the last race of the day. KZ2 qualifying heat B versus D is the next one out on track for their 11-lap race, 15.5 kilometer race distance. Let's take you through that full starting lineup as well, as it will be the Finn himself, Juha Valtonen, starting this one on pole position. We'll have Eli Goldstein alongside Goldstein, who was second in the points. Will have a chance to try and close in, but it might be a tough one here. Let's see what happens. Timo Jungling and Paavo Tontieri, they will go from row number 2. Marcus Kayak and Corentin Rousseau round up row 3. They will have the likes of Jaden Time and Yerasim Skulinov on row number 4. Artur Pulain and Matteo Zanchi, they will round out row number 5. They'll have Yenis Savico and Marek Skrivan on row number 6. Nicola Rossini and Eduardo Dominguez go from row 7. They will have Martti Rittonen and the likes of Gavin Luye on row number 8. Michael Paparo and Jesper Sjorberg round out row number 9. Cedric Molk and Dion Van Verven go from row 10. They'll have Andrea Dale and Ruven Vilk on row 11. Josip Vai and Mario Pinazzo on row number 12. Enzo Faeta and Hugo Besson round out row 13. They'll have Alessio Pacini, Kerpris Jurs on row 14. Eric Vess and Alexander Schleiblecker on row 15. The back of the grid will have Alessio Zalako on that 16th row, all by himself. So let's see what will happen with that. Like we say, Maxim Orlov leads those points at the moment. Like I say, for Juha Valtonen, he currently sits 7th in the points with 82 to his name. Of course, Goldstein was up on that sharp end as well, but he has disappeared from my top 10 out there, so he's going to be another one to keep a very close eye on. But my maths is telling me that no one in this race could potentially start on pole position, but there are drivers here who could potentially be starting on the front row of the grids for those superheats tomorrow. Nicole Sutherland, you are back in the commentary box with myself. The sun is still shining, still 24 degrees. Lovely evening for racing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really hot out there, hot conditions for these drivers, and I think you could probably tell during some of the interviews, you know, really tough for them out there, hard work, really having to go for it. And of course, this is a fast, technical track where these drivers don't really get an opportunity to let off. And of course, in a KZ2 class, in a KZ class, there is absolutely no letting off.
There certainly isn't, as the field at the back slowly starts to get themselves formed up into position as the world are watching these KZ2s for their last race of the day. There is Marek Skrivan starting P12. What can he do in this race as the green flag waves at the back? it is Juha Valtonen and Eli Goldstein on the front row of the grid. Who will get the jump at the start of this one? Lights go out, we're racing down in towards turn number 1. It's drama in the background, 2 karts have gone awry, but the rest of the field gets away well at the front, and crucially it's Juha Valtonen who maintains control of this race. Goldstein slots into second place as the drivers behind try to file their way through multiple karts, dancing over the curbs there, taking to the air. But what happened at the back of the grid, that is what I would like to know, because one of them looked like to be a Cali kart. It possibly could have been the likes of Enzo Fietta or Mario Panato, who had dramas at the start of that race. But for the time being, at the front, it's a good getaway for our top 2.
Absolutely was. I do think it was Enzo Fietta that just got caught out at the start of the race. Getting almost caught out then on the screen was some of the Sodis, but it is a 4-kart breakaway at the front of the field. This is your battle for around 5th position. It's all raging on, but they complete the first lap, and do believe we have got all of our drivers out there circulating. Let's take you through our top 5 then as it gets busy going into turn number 1. It's all going on for the likes of Jaden Team and Rousseau down there in 7th and 8th. That was a close moment for the driver in the Sodi kart.
Well, it was Gerasim Skulinov who went defensive there in towards turn number 1, and that's what caused the likes of time to go off the track there near at turn at number 1. So a very tense moment there on screen, and another tense moment here, because now you've got the likes of Goldstein under pressure from Kayak, but not for much longer. Marcus Kayak sends it down the inside and gets up into second place, and it is still all unraveling in the background here for position, but eyes now focus once again on Goldstein, who slams it down 3 gears into the braking zone of 17, 18 and 19, and now it is the likes of Timo Jungling, who I spoke to very briefly after that race earlier on, who said, I am okay after having a kart quite literally drive over his head at the start of his previous race, but he is still in this race and still in this competition and looking mighty strong there in P4.
Timo Jungling then, like you said, after that DNF, found some fire in his belly, sat there in P4. We've got a replay of this start then. This was when it all went wrong for the back of our grid. Just karts going up in the air then. So that was the Calai kart clipping somebody else. Rear end got spun round, and then they were almost facing the back of the grid. I do believe that was a Brazilian of Enzo Fietta there at the start.
I think it was actually Mario Panazzo on the Cali
eat my
kart.
words.
Yeah. It's the Spaniard who at the start of that race was the driver initially spun, but he was alongside the likes of Enzo Fietta, who was in around that area, and I think was also one of the drivers who just had to avoid those moments. This was Gerasim Skulinov battling with Jaden Thine, and Thine right on the grass there, but I've got to say, all the drivers that's happened to, my goodness, have they kept it absolutely pinned.
Well, I think Jaden would be having a little bit of deja vu, because that's happened to him twice so far in today's racing. Hasn't been shaken by it though, because he's still continuing to circulate. But we've got a change then between Timo Jungling and Eli Goldstein now. That is Timo Jungling getting himself into the top 3, has overtaken for that position, and will continue to chase the likes of Kayak, who is now only 0.4 of a second behind our race leader of Juha Valtonen. This was the move then that Timo did signal to Eli to push, but decided against it down the inside at turn number 1. Textbook move, great stuff.
Well, they were having a conversation with each other. You saw in one of the previous replays, you know, that Eli was saying to Timo, you know, tapping the helmet, saying, think, let's go, let's push forward and go through, as Gerasim Skulinov is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. But we, you know, we'll keep an eye on these fights. But yeah, when, like you say, when Timo Jungling went for the move, there was more conversations happening for them. But I think it was just saying, you know, hey mate, I'm quicker. Let me go through. Let me get this move done. Because remember, he will have fresher tyres. He only did about 200 yards on that last race, where he then retired before they even met turn 1. So you can imagine that Timo Jungling might actually be a driver to contend on this one. Valtonen and Kayak might have some thinking to do.
Absolutely. You did just say contend, but I'd say Kayak is in contention for the race win, and some wheel-to-wheel combat very soon. More wheel-to-wheel combat going on between this big pack of karts who are heading out of sector number 2 and towards the back straight. Look at this though, Anthony, just as 10th and a half splits your 1 and 2 of Valtonen and Kayak now. They head out and towards turn number 2, towards turn number 3 and 4. Tightens up. Is Kayak going to find the drive out of the corner as they head through the second sector, through the infield section? Is he going to slingshot a move in this stage? No, he's not. And what's that doing to Timo Youngling? Is writing him in an invitation to push further towards our 2 race leader. I think he's going to arrive very, very soon.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm starting to see these little defensive lines now from Valtonen, who's, like you say, he's not been able to break away. That gap has stayed relatively small. For Kayak, now that he's seeing those, he knows that someone's going to be closing in behind. I don't think he knows it's Timo Youngling just yet. So, you know, we'll keep a close eye on that one. Bit of an exit out of there in that final corner. I thought we were going to see Kayak go for a move there into turn 1. In fact, I'm still thinking that he's going to go for a move into turn 1. No, he's not. He stay behind through both sectors of that turn 1. So right now, it's just a case of just holding his nerve. But every corner that he doesn't go for the move, every corner that Valtonen goes slightly tighter into the corner, Youngling closes in more.
Well, we were talking in our previous race about all the drama. There was lots of retirements for our drivers, but within this one we've got all 31 karts continuing to circulate. So a stark comparison to our KZ2 heat before. These drivers, though, it's settled down within this part of the race. No major movers, really. We've got Josep Vey in 19th. He's your biggest mover, up by 9 positions, but actually quite a calm one. Alexander Schleibecker also there in 24th, up by 6. But for the last race of today's racing, calm, cool, collected. But are we going to see some spectacular moves for that race lead shortly? This is the moment then for the 2 Sodis working together there, Anthony, through that second sector.
Yep, you follow me, I'll clear the path, you go through. So that is exactly what we're going to see. Right, Youngling has closed in on this fight, so that slightly defensive line has kicked in. So let's see what happens then. There is Christian Batuco, who's so interested in this race, he's texting. But right now, all these drivers here, this is what it's going to be really going to be bubbling down to. Valtonen is going to try and close himself in. In the lead right now, he's there in 3rd place. My maths was correct. I know, I'm frightened too. He can only best 3rd, 132 points. He cannot break into that top 2, so the best he could do is start on the front row, but it won't be on a pole position spot. For everyone else, though, it's a case of fighting. Now that Youngling's closed in, yeah, Kayak has he's given up his charge on Valtonen. Now he's trying to think of himself. Now he's trying to go damage limitations in these last stages of this race here, Nicole. And for Youngling, this would be redemption from earlier on after that retirement. Just trying to get this kart to the end.
And really, Timo Youngling is doing our race leader a little bit of a favour because Valtonen is there 3rd in your intermediate classification. So Timo, if he goes for an overtake, is going to help that driver out even more. Here he goes then. Timo Youngling has arrived. The young driver with German heritage, but from Great Britain, now puts himself into 2nd position. Text move down the inside of Kayak. Neither drivers losing any time. Good stuff by the young Brit.
Yep, certainly so. Nicely done. But now the question remains, now he's got that one done, can he close in on Juha Valtonen, who still sits up another 3 tenths further up the road. He's already taken a 10th out of him. We are on lap 10. Time is quickly running out. Nicole, I think we still could have a fight for the lead here. I don't think this is over just yet.
Well, it's not going to mean good things for Juha Valtonen if Timo does decide to go for a move, because these points are going to count for Juha, who sat there in 3rd position in the intermediates. Timo, though, he's young, he's fiery, and of course he's got that tyre advantage after that DNF, like you said previously, Anthony, and the way he's charging through, definitely expect big stuff from him shortly. And of course, wait until that overtaking hotspot of turn number 1. They like to set it down, up, going down the straight. It's a long straight, the gear changes and the rev out of that final corner. Expect it from Timo. Keep your eyes peeled.
Certainly so, and they have got a slight slipstream down that back straight as well, because the wind is a headwind down that back straight, but it's a tailwind down the start-finish straight as they go on to the final lap of this race. Timo Youngling's gap is 2 tenths of a second to Valtonen. Valtonen, though, has not gone defensive. There is no defensive posture from him. That will be bad news for Youngling, who will not be able to gain any time on this one, but he has gained a little bit more. In fact, actually, he's dropped off now a little bit. The gap's gone back up to 0.3 of a second. I don't think he's going to want to risk an overtake for the lead.
Well, I don't know if all that charge forward for Timo has maybe overcooked the tyre slightly, if he's overheated things and overdriven slightly, and now he's having to control slide a little bit more. That could be a question of why he's lost a little bit of time within this final lap. But within this final lap, you've got to give it to your race leader, Juho Valtonen. Stellar stuff by the driver. Nothing out of line within this one. Will hit the checkered flag then as your race winner, 0.4 of a second over the 3:06 in the Sodi car of Timo Youngling, and the 3:05 of Kajak there in third. Great stuff for the Birrell's team. Can't fault that one, Anthony.
No, you certainly can't. But with that, it confirms CPB Sport on the Sodi carts, a 1-2 for the intermediate classification. Orlov and Schulmans secure those pole positions for the superheats. Valtonen and Tontieri will secure front row starts for tomorrow alongside Orlov and Schulmans. Bonatian and Goldstein will be on the second row of the grids, and they will be joined by Jaden Tyne and Maximilian Schleimer. But there's a look at your classification at the end of that one. Valtonen from Youngling, Kayak from Goldstein, Tiontieri from Rousseau, Tyne from Savico, Polaine from Skulinov, who round out the top 10. Matteo Zanchi from Nicola Rossini, Gavin Luyer from Matti Rittinen, Dion Van Verven from Eduardo Dominguez, Michael Paparo from the likes of Maddox Scrivan, Josip Vai from Andrea Dale, Jesper Sjöberg and Alessio Pacini, who round out the top 22. Cedric Mulk from Alexander Schleiblecker. Then it is Mario Panazzo from Enzo Faeta, Alessandro Zalocchi finishing in 27th place from Kepers Jurs, Hugo Besson, Ruben Vilk and Eric Vess. All 31 carts that started, finished the race, and there on your screen, Juho Valtonen ends the day on top and secures a front row start for tomorrow. Superheating will be starting alongside Maxim Orlov. It will be Sodi versus Birrell on the front row in Superheat 1 tomorrow. That is going to be one to watch.
Absolutely is, and it's out of these two teams in both classes. We've got Pedro Hilbrand in KZ for Birrell. We've got the Sodis out there in KZ2 with the likes of Schulmans and Maxim Orlov, and now we've got Juho Valtonen in the fight there as well, third in that intermediate classification spot. Let's take you through your race replay though. This was the start of things. Calm and steady start for the front end of our row into turn number 1, but it was a stark contrast because it was not calm for the back end of our grid, where we had some of the Cali carts just getting caught out at the back end of the order. Did continue to go round then, and it wasn't detrimental to the performance of those drivers in the end, because we did have every driver out there finish the race.
Yeah, indeed. So all carts finishing and starting is a good sign, as right at the beginning, look at that, 3 wide, some 4 wide in the mid-pack there going through turn 1. Never usually ends well when you go into turn 2 because it really kinks in there to the apex, and then later on at turn 3, that's where it really comes into play. The exit as well out of this infield section, that's another one where it can catch a few drivers off, or anyone who tries to hold it round the outside. It's usually where they find themselves going a little bit backwards in the races, but for the rest of them, still good starts. Colin Tom Rousseau had that good getaway. This moment here, Gerasim Skulinov battling away with the likes of Jaden Tyne, but like you say, Tyne just managing to get the moves done, and actually does himself a good job there, finishing P7 in the intermediate classification alone, which means he'll be in a really good starting spot for those superheats tomorrow.
Yeah, Tyne then did a good job, as did his teammate of Timo Youngling. This was the move then that the 306 of Timo Youngling made down the inside at turn number 1. This was where he really changed his race, and this is where the charge to that second position really heated up for the young Brit, who is in his second year of KZ2 racing. It was all going on then through sector number 2. Again, Timo wasting no time to make those moves. This was when he overtook Kayak, promoted himself into second, Kayak in third, and Kayak did not attempt to move once more on Timo Youngling. Timo, though, wasn't happy with that second place. We saw him just hit the steering wheel as they headed over the start-finish because he wanted to chase up to the race winner of Juho Valtonen. They're racing drivers at the end of the day, and every single lap, every single overtake counts. Expect big things from that young Sodi kart tomorrow, as from all of our drivers, because it doesn't stop here, does it, Anthony? We've got another day of things coming tomorrow.
Oh, we certainly do indeed. The weekend is not done at all, because as we go into tomorrow, we will see the last of the qualifying heats for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. For the juniors, they will have groups A and C and B and D out tomorrow. Then we go into the super heats for KZ2 and KZ. They'll be kick-starting a little bit later on into the day for their super heats, and then we go into the finals. 3 of them. Academy Junior, where we'll say goodbye to a fair few of them. KZ2, where we'll say goodbye to a fair few of them as well. And then, of course, the KZ, where all of them make it through into that final 22 laps. That'll be kick-starting at 3:45 local time. Make sure you set your alarms, because in a few hours, we'll be back racing here at the Valencia circuit in Spain. But from us here right now, it is goodbye. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, and the whole of the team here at the Valencia circuit. We'll see you bright and early for finals day for round 1 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships.